correction, it does not. It's a way of lying.
Oh, yeah.
And I give examples of it.
Oh, yeah. Except more than that, we go and see that every day in the news and politics, in all of these protests. They will go and say these. It's like we live in a culture of non sequiturs. It's just a constant barrage of non sequiturs, so no one can actually get a single coherent thought together.
I totally agree. I think that is absolutely, positively there. If you're a subscriber to my channel, I send this to you all the time.
Me?
There's the 2 books.
All right.
Except Todd, you as a professional media personality, you have got to see a lot of this stuff firsthand, and I can only imagine you sitting there ripping your hair out, going, "What is wrong with this?"
No, you know what? I knew. Like, I got into radio when I was 14. I worked in newspaper as well, and I'm going to tell you, I was under no illusions because I was raised by liberals. I was under no illusion that I was surrounded by criminals and thugs and liars my entire life.
Yeah, man.
And that's exactly what they are.
Yeah.
Did you see my thing about classical liberals this week?
Yes, and you actually made a statement that I have made many times over, that if we were to listen to any of JFK's speeches today, that he would be deemed so right-wing that they wouldn't even imagine going and running him in the Republican Party. You would probably have to go and run as a Tea Party candidate.
Exactly. Exactly. Even in our lifetime, we've seen the Democrat Party just totally swing to the hard left. And even in England, you have the center, what used to be called the center, is now, you're a wacko right-winger.
It's just fucking wool.
It's terrible. That's one thing I like about the Mgtow fellas. They tend to be sensible, business-minded, and they don't fall for the crap that comes from the Marxists. I like that.
A lot of us have pretty much been crapped on by all of the Marxists. I mean, every socialist or leftist policy effectively craps on men.
Yeah.
Thank you, Todd, for these.
Dude, they are great. No, I'm just telling you straight up. I will say one thing though. You have like that voice that is almost like a lamb. I don't know how else to describe it. It really, dude, I got in trouble. I was listening to it, and you had that really soft voice, and here I am. I'm getting drained of plasma, and I'm starting to fall asleep.
You know what I tell people when they read the book? Read it in 5 to 10 minutes at a time, and think about what you heard, rather than listening to the whole book. It's too much to take in.
Right.
You know what I mean?
This is my kind of stuff. If it's on about consciousness, man, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, and the best part is it's not only, you don't only have a non sequitur in language. You also have it in life too. You will have all these things come at you out of left field to try and throw you off. And at these points in time, the collective, being society as a whole, will try and bombard you with all kinds of crap from every side to effectively go and re-confuse you.
Well, I use the example of the church, how the church cloaks itself in fancy art and architecture, and the whole purpose of it is to make you feel like what's inside is valuable too. and it's not.
And we was peasants and they had the churches, yeah. Not many of us wore colours. We wore colours like that, which is not really a colour. And
Well, gray, beige,
yeah,
brown,
it's not really dyed.
blue, red. I mean, that's actually why all of the Brits, all of the redcoats, because red dye was actually the cheapest at the time for Parliament.
I know, and look at it. It's like hit me now.
Yeah,
Yeah, was
it's a
that a real
bright red
stupid thing to
target.
do, eh?
And what I was saying is that they had stained glass windows because back in the day, not many people who was poor could afford colour. So the church was like the cinema, you know, like looking at the windows
Yeah.
and the awe of it and the opulence. You know,
Yeah.
it's just a fucking show, man.
And that is what I called in the book
It's not only that, it's all the dancing and the hats and the dresses.
exactly. And that's what I called in the book a visual non sequitur.
Visual non sequitur.
Because what you're seeing isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's real in a sense. I mean, it's people acting really crazy. I mean, this whole thing of talking in tongues. Yeah, God sends an angel down to go and take possession of you. Well, one thing last time I checked in the Bible, that's not supposed to happen. Only demons are supposed to be able to go and take possession of you. And then they start speaking in a language, tongues, that apparently no one on earth is able to understand. It is the divine language. But just by chance, every one of these churches has a translator right at hand.
Well, to really put a finer point on what I was trying to say is, if you compare the value of the church itself compared to the valuable art, architecture, and music, the two don't jive. That's what I was saying. It's a candy coating wrapper on a pile of dog crap. That's one way to put it.
Dude, there are 1,930 something parts of the Bible that go and contradict each other. I ended up seeing this map one time. Someone actually went and mapped out every book of the Bible, and mapped it out in a graph, right? And then ran a program and arced every point of every book in the Bible to another point in another book of the Bible for every contradiction, and it
I
was
saw
like
that.
1,900 and something. I was like, holy crap.
I saw that. It's epic. And there's a whole website dedicated to contradictions. I mean, to me, it's just bizarre. I mean, if you look at all of the different aspects of the stolen metaphysics, the stolen storylines, and
The Epic of Gilgamesh. The story of Noah.
Did you see that video I put up this week from that guy? His name is Joseph Atwill. Did you actually sit down and watch that whole thing?
Oh, which one was that?
It's called the Caesar's Messiah.
No, I did not.
How the Caesars, it was all about.
On the theory about how Jesus was a made-up story in order to go and gain control over an extremist sect of Judaism.
Yes.
Yeah. I am very much aware of that theory and storyline. I've actually looked into it a couple times, and I'll be honest, certain parts of it actually look plausible. Other parts are somewhat reaching. But looking at it from my thing, I could honestly see him as more of a plant. I could see Jesus as being a real man, but being more of a plant. See, we got like 30 years where we hear nothing, all right? And then he pops up, and keep in mind, at first, the Romans, they don't give a damn about this man. They want him to live. They go and even go and have all the Jews go and vote between him and Barabbas, a murderer. All right?
Mm-hmm.
But they chose the murderer. So there could have been a decent undercurrent where the thought of Jesus being a Roman plant to go and subvert Jewish culture.
My problem with that storyline is when you read the Gospels, they're full of some key prophecies that were going to happen 40 years later, and then suddenly they happened. I don't believe any of that crap. That proves to me that the story was written 40 years later, and, you know, it's like, we'll write what happened as prophecy to prove, you know what I'm saying? It's like, play the game, what's more likely? Is it more likely that prophecy was made, or is it more likely somebody saw the shit happen and then write the story in retrospect?
Well, we just found the scripture of the lots of Mary in sarcophagus that dates back to early in the 1st century, which I thought was kind of weird. I can find the article and link it. I don't know if you know as to what lots are. Actually, I'm sure Todd there does. But what is that? It's basically like a Rolodeck, right? And if you want to have a prophecy of the day, you go and you spin a Rolodeck and you stop it on one part, and that is your lot. All right, that is effectively what they found.
Well, they know that the story of Mary was well embedded. I mean, this whole concept, well embedded in other, like the Mithras religion. I mean, it's none of this shit's new. None of it. It's all stolen metaphysics stories.
Angels came out of Babylon from the concept and the teachings of Zoroastrianism. The gods of Zoroastrianism, you had a ultimate good god and an ultimate bad god. You had the good god was Ahura Mazda, and the bad god was Ahriman.
And you know what?
And the angel thing actually came from all of that, as well as the Epic of Gilgamesh, where we also get Noah.
Yeah, and you see that theme presented all throughout all the ages, right up to now, and Hollywood uses the same thing, and all your favorite games, they have the same subplot. I mean, nothing's new. I mean, none of this is new.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's come from, and it's the mystery of religions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I believe are as men. I believe we are hardwired for religion. I don't know if I would say so much as humans, but I would say as men we are hardwired for religion.
Spirituality, because we was going in the jungle for shit, weren't we? We was killing the animals, and we had to do all that, and that's going to make.
We had to invent a way to go and comfort ourselves to give us that extra ounce of courage to convince us to go chasing after a 3-ton animal.
And don't forget, hold fire. We were ignorant. I like how Christopher Hitchens said it. Religion was really the first shot we took at philosophy, and we didn't do a very good job of it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. It allowed us across the planet to go and experiment in a number of different ways. We can now go and look at that from generations on. Granted, it sucked for everyone who's living through it. All right, but that allows us, who are generations on, to look back across huge swaths of land and huge swaths of time, and compare different styles and concepts, and we can go and see value in certain things, and we can go and see value in other things.
But if I look at the Bible, sure, you can find some good stuff, but the way I look at it is, if you're going to start cherry picking the bad
Moby
stuff,
Dick, I can find some good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to start cherry picking the Bible, I mean, there's a big difference, because Moby Dick was just a great book, The
Oh no,
Bible
dude.
was leading cultures, and
Dude, the Bible is a I'm not kidding. From Genesis up through Daniel is literally a instruction manual for war. I'm not kidding.
yeah, well, but
Uh,
if you look at the old consciousness and the bicameral man, he had to be led by written rules and hard fast. These leaders would lead with rules, and the New Testament recognized that the human organism had graduated
in the
to
New Testament,
internal
they
debate.
had lead and they all became hippies.
No, the New Testament reflects the new consciousness, the inner debate, the turning inward of man. That's why they use guilt, because guilt is the ultimate weapon to turn
Mm,
someone against themselves
oh
and to
yeah.
continue the manipulation. And it's all about power. When you look at the Bible as a power tool, it suddenly snaps into total clarity.
What do you
Oh
think?
yeah.
What do you think the law system is? That's all about power. You've got to get a fishing license. You've got to get a TV license. You've got to get a fucking license to breathe. You know, that's their religion, the religion of law. You know,
And
the
if Obama has his way, we'll have to get a license to do what we're doing right now.
exactly. It's just like fuck off. Weird, isn't it?
This net neutrality, we don't know what's in it, but I know that's what I don't like about it. I don't like about it.
Because you don't know what's in it.
There hasn't been any debates.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. They're just passing it, aren't they? Past it.
And you can bet that the Chinese, which I know for a fact, have already asked us to put certain shit in place to squelch freedom. You can bet that we're going to kowtow to some of that shit. I mean, the elites are going to be.
It's not just the Chinese, dude.
It's everybody.
They are actually the nice ones. We have we got a couple people over in Turkey and
Yeah.
what else was it? Trying to go and sanitize anything online about Islam.
And the
I
elites are freaking out. The elites can't handle this.
They can't handle the technology, can they? Because it's bringing us all together.
That's right.
No, and they can't, and that's one of the things that I think is probably the most frightening because the very concept of Mgtow, of men just saying, you know what, we are done with all of this, we are fed up, and we're going to do our own thing. That gets other people, like for instance, the straight shooter. He's going and setting up a fund for a man over here up in Detroit who's being attacked by the court systems to pay for a child that isn't his, and
I
they
saw
know. And we now have men stepping up to help other men that they've never met and calling upon other men.
I don't think Paul knows that story. Do you know that story, Paul, about the guy, this big fat baby mama, just writes this guy's name down out of the blue,
Oh,
and he could go to jail because his name is on the form.
yeah, because that's the law. That's his name. Oh, that's his name. He goes. But that's happening all the time over America. You and I was talking about it. Well, I'm not sure. And we were saying how many men just get this over and over and over and over again.
Oh yeah.
Crazy.
Loads. There's loads. Fucking loads. Oh my goodness. And do you know what? Do you know when you come out of jail? Todd, do you know when you come out of jail? Do you not know this? And you're willing to pay, you have to pay interest on that, and it all goes to the court. For fuck's sake, it's all about money. Do you know about commercial?
It falls under Title 4D of the Social Security Act. I'm not kidding. It actually falls under Title 4D. What they do is that allows them to go and it pays the judges in the district courts a portion of your payments.
Yeah.
So the more they can get out of you, like if they have an option of two different daddies, right? One is working at a car wash, the other one is making a 6-figure income.
Mhm.
They're going to go and deem the man with the six-figure income as the father because they actually get more money out of it
Hey.
through Title 4D funding.
Todd, do you know about the Universal Commercial Code?
No. What's that?
Every country in this world is under the Universal Commercial Code, right? When you go into a bank in America, where not Sure lives, he's got a gold. They have flags, you know, the American flag in the courtroom,
Yes.
gold braid around it, because once you're in a court of law,
There's Admiralty.
Yeah, the law
That,
of the Admiralty.
there's a Marine flag.
yeah, and it means you're under Admiralty law. Basically, you're treated as a ship.
That's right.
Right?
I know about that. Yeah.
But this is everywhere, fucking everywhere, and
That's
all
why you should never step over the bar.
right.
Yeah.
And like you see, what I'm saying to you is, you're saying China this and this and that, this and that. They're all together. They're all into bloodlines now.
I agree. I agree.
So
In the end, the elites are the elites, and they're going to come after our freedoms. And this whole net neutrality bill is. I'd
that
love
is
to
a
see what's in
nightmare.
it.
they eventually,
This is a nightmare.
they eventually want your soul, your living fucking soul. That's what they're trying to do, though. You know, they'll make
Yeah,
you
what
into
do you
an
do?
automaton. You know what?
Dude, they don't know. They do not want your soul. They
Well-
are not that nice. Okay. Okay. Your soul is something they are not able to grasp.
I know.
Except what they can go and grasp is they can reach out and wow, they can go and reach out and grab your balls and drag you anywhere they want.
Well, they're doing that now, aren't they?
You're a worker drone.
Exactly.
You're a worker drone.
But how come it's happened so fast where we've all woke up, right? Where we know they're using women against us. Why can't the women just say, like Luke, fuck off? Will they be happy?
Because they love tyrants. Even as stated by Plato or Aristotle on
Every woman loves a fascist.
of Spartan women.
Every woman loves a fascist. And we're
Yes.
so nice to women. What if the men revolt? What if the slaves revolt like they did in fucking what's its name?
Well, the minimalist lifestyle is the way to go, or just. I've been trying to get a debate going, not a debate, a discussion going.
Sweet.
You know, for every 100 libertarian men, you might find one libertarian woman. What's wrong with them that they don't understand?
I
Is
would
it too
say a
complex?
lot of that actually has to do with the fact that they have a lot of connectomes in between the right and left hemisphere of the brain, and men have a lot of connectomes from their prefront our logic centers. We go vertical, they go horizontal.
Yeah.
It allows them to be very imaginative. It forces them to be social. So effectively, they have to have a group consensus. It's effectively a naturally ingrained groupthink.
Yeah.
And the ones that don't think like that, the unicorns or Nawalts or whatever, they tend to actually be despised by most other women.
Yeah, that's it. They ostracize them, don't they? Very fast.
Yeah. So most of the women that you see that are libertarian and are free thinkers and they don't like the whole mysticism thing. A lot of these women tend to also be hated by all of the collective. and part of that drives them towards being driven towards individual success and excellence.
Say that again.
Oh, thank you so much.
No, just the last,
stuttering over half of my words.
2 or 3 words. The last 2 or 3 words, if that's all I need.
Oh, that it is the women that are pushed out of the group that have to go and strive to become or to strive to achieve excellence as a individual.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Hey, Paul, did you ever see the video I made called "How to Find Happy Wacko-Free Love"?
No, I would have fucking watched it if I did.
It's on my channel. It's on my Google. Basically, he just said all the key things right there. The first thing you do when you walk up to a girl, you ask her how she votes. How do you vote?
Say that again, Todd.
It's called "How to Find Happy." No, Wacko-Free Love.
Yeah.
There, on the front there is a picture of an owl.
Yeah, 2 owls. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's looking at him and he's looking over his shoulder like, "You fucking bitch."
How do we get to your channel straight away? Because
Just type. Well, I can find it for you.
yeah, go on.
1 second. It'll save you time.
Yeah. Unless
I should get back to work soon.
Well, yeah. If I the way things are working for me right now is that within the next week, as a result of these winter storms, the job got pushed back a little bit. But after this, I should be able to start being above the red and actually, for the first time in nearly a decade, actually be in the black.
wow, good on you. Fuck me. I mean, you've had a rum do of it, haven't you? Fuck me.
I don't know what just happened there.
What?
Wow, a paradox just occurred.
I ducked out for a second. Technical difficulties.
Yes, there are 2 of you.
Hey, no, twins! Excellent. You can speak in stereo now. So that's what you've wanted.
There's 2 of me? That's fucked up.
Yes, there on the bottom here. There are 2 of you. Paul and I are basically seeing a quantum twin or a quantum ghost of your form or of your past self. There it is. Now it's gone.
How do I get... Okay, I want to go to Paul. I want to send a message here. 1 second.
Right.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm just... That's my channel.
Right, and then I'll just look for them. That 2
I
hours.
can't believe you're not a subscriber to my channel.
I am a subscriber, but I think I am. Hang on. Yes, subscribe. I already am. So it says you've got 104. It's in red. Subscribe. So,
Then hit that. Subscribe.
no,
to...
no. I've already subscribed. I subscribed ages ago. Because I thought, anything you post, it comes on my channel automatically, doesn't it?
It should. Do you ever go to your Google Home and look at all the stream of stuff that's coming out of your...
Do you realize I have to go and update, and half the time when I do it, it updates like 100 to 150 posts at a time.
Yeah, so that's what it does. It does mine. I mean, I've had like if I say
I can only go and scroll down so many times before I start getting 17 new ones. Okay, I gotta go through these videos, these messages, these videos.
Right. What? Right.
I'll be honest. I've actually skipped a lot of Sandman's videos as of late.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
He's getting away from the core.
Bar has been, it goes and comes out. But last time I was on a couple nights ago, I was having a conversation with a man, Black Gnostic Speaks. I don't know if either of you know him.
No.
He's another Mgtow. He's probably one of the oldest Mgtow I have talked to. He's 55, and we were discussing as to how things had evolved from the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. And I had remembered that right around the time of 1994, right around the time of the death of Cobain, I was starting to hear my neighbors go and talk about this in their backyards and in their garages. I'd be walking down the street and I'd hear them going talking about divorce and other stuff and guys getting screwed over. And then as a couple of years later, when I entered the workforce as a landscaper, I got my first preview of what these of the guts of these conversations. Now, this was in 1997, all right, and I'm hearing all this stuff, and I'm still thinking, well, this is odd. This is the oddity. This is rare. What I didn't realize was even at that point in time, half of all marriages were doomed.
Oh yeah, man. In Britain, it was the same. It was fucked.
And I always kept hearing that it's only a couple guys that go and get screwed over that bad. It's only a couple here and there. And then a few years later, I overheard a woman who was complaining because her ex-husband had four of her kids and she only had one, because the one that went and was living with her was old enough to just choose, okay, I'm gone. And this woman actually believed it was illegal for a man to raise a child by himself.
It was in Ireland. It was in Ireland a bit, and that was only a few years ago.
I mean, she actually argued and was screaming and ranting in her kitchen about how it was supposed to be illegal for a man to have custody. I couldn't believe it.
So, one of the things that I wanted to do, fellas, at the beginning of 2015, I made a decision that I wanted to inject a concept into the Mgtow movement. And I hear all this stuff about people shitting on Paul, and maybe he deserves it. I don't know. I try
to stay out of that one. I will go and recognize that a lot of us have even decided to go and speak up as a result of Paul and his website. I mean, A Voice for Men itself is spreading across the planet in language after language after language.
Okay, well, the point I wanted to make is I don't know about that, but I do know, because I'm fairly familiar with the basic concepts. I mean, I was thinking like this going back 25 years ago. And what the concept that I wanted to kind of bring to the fore this year and have a discussion and kind of is like some Mgtow are what I call scorched earth, that of 3.5 billion women on the planet, fuck them all.
Yeah.
That's scorched earth.
Yeah.
Other people say, well, no, there's that rare jewel, and that's why I made that video about how to find happy, wacko-free love. There's a fairly long list of criteria that I laid out. I was very clear about the criteria.
Can you tell me where it is? Because I can't fucking find it at all. You've got loads. Happy, love, prosperity. Am I on the right track here?
Yeah, and look down, you'll see 2 owls.
You know, man, you've done loads, haven't you? Excellent. I can see a smiley face. I can. Oh, 2 hours. Got it, man. Got it. Right, carry on.
Happy wacko free love.
Yeah, got it. Happy wacko, 2 hours. One's shagging the other, I think.
She's screaming at him, and he's just like, "What the fuck?"
No, you need a rope.
Carry on, Todd.
Then find a drop.
Anyway, this is kind of the discussion that I wanted to have. Is there a criteria? Because I don't like the title. I mean, we all understand what Mgtow is, and I hate all these alphabet soup of titles that we give each other, and you're one of these, and you're one of those. And we're all just trying to muddle through this the best way we know how, and we all get, you know.
Well, that's kind of how I view it. I view this as the first step in a new global awakening.
Yeah, conscious.
Right? And I'm not trying to come off as like mystical, and I know how that sounds, and I hate it.
No,
but I want to look at it as a new renaissance. All right. By opening up new lines of communication, we can open up additional lines of understanding. I mean, I just found out that right now, unlike the reality of what it was even a year ago, all right, most Mgtow right now are not Gen X. Most Mgtow now are not Boomers or Gen X. Most Mgtow right now are Gen Y, the Millennials. And that blew my mind. I mean, we have college students going and joining at a insane rate. This is going to have an effect. That's kind of why I really prefer these hangout formats compared to videos. I really do, because it actually allows for a real-time exchange of ideas, and there's a record for that if you want to go back. I honestly think that as a result of this, we're going to go and clean up a lot of the crap that's in our lives and clogging up our thought processes. And we're going to go and use this to attain greater heights. We're going to generate and create new markets. We're going to go and create new technologies and knowledge bases. For example, we are now going and taking decades-old studies and now looking at them from another point of view, and then combining that with an even larger picture and other data. We are taking this, and we are effectively gaining a century's worth of knowledge in just a few years, and we're trying to cram this in. As far as that goes, we're doing a great job, and I'm glad there's a record of it, because there's no way all of us are able to actually retain all of this information at the current pace it's being presented. So we're as individuals, we're going to want to go back and review a lot of older videos and older observations to try and keep that fresh. But the good news is it's still there. There is that record.
I was thinking, as I was watching Mgtow for a year, I was thinking that this is something like, this is a colossal generational revolution. I mean, this is cultural revolution. This is huger than we recognize that it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's far bigger.
Fuck, it is.
And it's going to get worse. Like he was just saying, the millennials are checking out, and they're like, I saw my dad, my uncle, and the guy I work with, and my best friend just get screwed over, and I'm out. And then this rape culture crap is making it even worse in colleges.
Bring it on! Bring it on! Hey.
So now, what I was trying to say in my video is, if we want to fix women, we need to tell them, and I made 2 videos about this, what men really want to say to women, and this other one. And what I'm trying to say is, women, 5, 10, 15 years from now, when you realize what you've done, we have now had a discussion amongst ourselves which lays out a criteria that will give you a way to come back. And I lay this criteria out. If you're not a libertarian with anarchist tendencies, don't even talk to me. If you're mystical, don't talk to me. Like forget about it. And if you're not going to raise the children, don't talk to me. We have to lay down our rules. We're on strike, and what's a strike without
A manifesto. A manifesto.
Yeah, you have to have a manifesto. Like here's the rules that you need to live by for us to invite you back. For us to come back, it's got to stop being a plantation, and it has to work this way.
Hi guys.
Hiya.
Hey, Shining Light.
Yeah, nice to see you. I wasn't expecting to see podcast from. I'm not sure. So.
Well, it is Mgtow Day, and there were supposed to. I had thought there was supposed to have been about 3 different podcasts today to try and get as many of us out as possible.
Well, it's good to see you guys. I think me and Paul, we were up right up into the late morning, weren't we, Paul?
But me, I'm still up. I'm still up.
There's something else, Paul. A lot of respect for this guy. He's like night and day, talking to the guys. But so tell me what I missed. What were we talking about?
Manifesto or something.
Yeah, we were talking about a concept that I've been trying to introduce to the boys, and just say we need a manifesto that when the war is over and women come out with their hands up, we have to say, here's the criteria. These are the things we will put up with, and these are the things we won't put up with. And we're a long way from there. It could be a generation or 2, but I think Mgtow is a bigger deal than a bigger cultural deal.
It's going into that direction, and to be honest, I have to agree. There are certain things that we need to start considering, because we have to look at the reality. We are living in a world that is guided by the cultural think of 50 years ago.
Yeah.
How do we want the world to look in another 50 years?
They've chosen their path, haven't they? The women have chosen their path. They've said, fuck you, and they've been going, fuck you for 50 years. And now it's come to, fuck you, we've got your jobs, we've got your education, we've got everything, we've got your children. What have you got, boys? If you've got a job, you're still paying us. If you want sex, you're still paying us. Fuck them.
So did you guys come up with any solutions? Did you come up with a manifesto?
Well, yeah, I came up with a couple of videos where I talked to the women. I talked to the men over the women's heads, and I kind of just say, here's some things that we will permit, and these are things that we will not put up with. And my view is, you use a carrot stick approach, and this is something that I came out on January 1st with, and I wanted to introduce to the Mgtow movement. Is, do we go scorched earth or do we go carrot and stick? I favor the carrot and stick, obviously, because that's the case I make, and that is, you will find a rare jewel, and why should she not? She's a libertarian, she's an anarchist, she's not mystical.
I'll be honest though, I don't see it as a carrot or stick. I see the options as a stick or a stick.
So you're a scorched earther.
Kind of. I believe that as currently, as in this immediate time frame, I believe scorched earth is necessary. And as far as later on after the war, as you said, it's gonna have to be the other stick is going to be the only other option, and that's going to be some actually fairly harsh cultural controls. I mean, and they're going to be on everybody. As far as being able to enforce those controls is going to be easier than ever before, as a result of the advancement of AR, or augmented reality, like tech like Google Glass or the new unit developed by Sony that you can attach to any pair of sunglasses or glasses, and it turns them into basically a pair of Google Glass.
Here's the problem. How do you control the behavior of a gender? I think that a
through
discussion...
total transparency, since people are, especially females, are obsessed with going and talking to their friends and everything like that. We are progressively moving into a phase of human history where privacy.
So you're telling me a person has to be kicked under the thumb? I have a hard time with that. I think that if a good person doesn't need to be under constant surveillance. If you trust them, they don't need to be under constant surveillance.
Can I just?
We're not talking under surveillance. What I'm saying is that if you go and you meet a woman, you can instantly access or have access to her social media and find out how many boyfriends she has listed in the last couple of years, how many times she's gone to the bar with other friends and posted photos. You'll be instantly be able to gain access to this information. That'll lead to a couple of different things. You're going to have people attempting to be as secretive as possible. At the same time, you're also going to have everyone else around you have huge amounts of data about you accessible to them at a moment's notice.
Well,
that's just the reality of what is coming.
No, but how about just doing what I said in my video? Walk up to somebody and say, "How do you vote?" If it's not libertarian with anarchy tendencies, you're fired. You believe in astrology? Yeah, well, you're fired.
So only women that are libertarian with anarchist tendencies.
Right, I know you're on about the vote and all this kind of crap. Do you know what hurts women the most? Do you know what hurts women the most?
Themselves?
Hang on. Ignore them. You see, all the boys are coming out of the universities. What do women want? They want sex, and they want that power over men. But what if we don't give them that power over men, and we just go, no thanks, goodbye, and no, we're not talking to you. It's a closed shop.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Do you understand that? That is total and utter ignoring.
But Paul, what if that scenario happened, and yet there was still a few girls getting all the boys' attention, and the other girls are looking and say, "What do you? How do you get men?" And they would say,
"That'd kill them, wouldn't it? Only a few girls would get a few boys' attention. But what if most of the boys gave no girls the attention? They would fucking scream, and the fucking whole shit would fall down. That's what I'm saying."
No, but if they saw, just let me finish here. If they saw somebody, a good, level-headed, libertarian, non-mystical, business-minded girl getting the guys, they'd be like, "We better be like her."
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I mean. Carrot and stick. It's we whack the idiots over the head, and we reward the good ones, and they begin to see what kind of behavior gets rewarded and what kind of behavior gets punished.
Right, exactly. But that comes with all of the transparency that AR is going to bring. It's not when, it's not if, it's when. We are now learning that a lot of these women actually go and absorb DNA from every person that they have sex with.
Yeah, that's correct. That is correct.
It's called microchimerism. Right. I can send you a link. But what it is that they found that in these females is that even in females that hadn't, if they hadn't had sex, right, they didn't have any of these little pieces of Y chromosome in their bloodstream or in their organ tissue. All right. However, but once they started having sex, because originally it was thought, well, okay, well that just means that these women had a miscarriage and absorbed their son or whatnot, and that explains all of the Y chromosome. and things like that. Well, then they went and found women who never had sex, and they didn't have the Y chromosome. Okay, that proves it. Then they went and tested it again, and it was just the females that had sex had these bits of Y chromosome in their bloodstream.
So what's your point?
And what they also found is that some of these tags also end up on the offspring, right, from other males.
Yeah. And
Like, so if you come along later and fertilize the same female, this dude's DNA ends up on your kid.
Yeah, and this is what they want, the power elite. They want you lot, me, to be fucking lesser than them. So this is why they're giving us all the vaccines, all the fucking... They want us like little dwarves and fucking worker drones. That's what they want. They want the males to be complete slaves, and eventually,
Yes.
Guess
There's
what?
no question about it. I mean, if you look at men today versus 100 years ago, there's been something that emasculated the men. I mean, you get this pajama boy thing going on.
We had bin men in the 70s, right? Could carry 2 fucking steel bins like that.
Yeah,
Right?
that's right.
Now what have they got? A plastic fucking fuck.
Does that get you angry?
There.
If it's over 35 pounds, you got to go get somebody else to help you lift it.
Yeah, Todd, I need to check out your videos. I've not come across you before. I do have to apologise. There seems to be so many guys making videos, which is a great thing. But I really need to update my. There's just not enough hours in the day to watch all the videos. But do you think that women, they need to be controlled then? Just going back on something you said previously.
No. I think what we need to do is tell them the criteria of acceptance, and it's all based on reality.
But that is controlling them in that sense. We are then at that point using social control.
Yeah. Well,
No. Here's how it's a matter of perspective, not sure. And the perspective is what's natural, what's good for us. Because clearly, the way the courts are set up and the laws are set up and their fucking attitude is set up, it's not good for us. There needs to be a...
Todd, listen to me. What's good is you withdraw. You totally withdraw. You withdraw from them. You don't talk to them. You know, like they're having withdrawal sessions from fucking education. 64%, isn't it, in America? And them girls wanna fuck, and then the few lads now are shutting the doors on the frat houses. The lads saying no, we don't want you in.
Yeah, but the question is how effective is that going to be? I mean, if we look over to Japan, we see, because them guys, they've been doing it much better than us, and they've been walking away exactly as you say, Paul. No sex, no relationship, just pure platonic. And I mean, if you look at the effects there, I mean, is that what we want over here? I mean, is that our end game?
Time, because eventually.
Well, I don't know, because I'll be honest. I think that what's going to happen in Japan is I don't know how much you know as to what else is going on over there other than men just saying, "Well, we're done." One of the other things is that the government is offering to go and pay women. Actually, it's more. Actually, women are holding their wombs hostage at the moment. They are now calling for 3 years of paid maternity leave.
Wow.
Child care leave. Okay?
Yeah, that's crazy talk.
All right. I'm not kidding. And there's more. All right. Your first child, right? That one's free. The government really doesn't pay you. Your second child, if you have a second child, the government pays you 50 million yen. Okay, that's about $410,000 to $420,000. And then for your third child, right, 100 million yen, and 100 million yen for every child after that. So if you have four children, then the government pays you $2 million.
Right. Okay. Hang on.
During the lifetime, I don't get it.
Over a lifetime.
Period. Like, boom.
No. Right,
I
but
need to look at that.
listen to this. How
hold on a second. I'll send you the link.
Yeah.
how many sperm banks have they got? And it's only a few men. So what do they want? The weakest race on the earth? That's what I'm saying. But I know that eaters and stuff like that shag them. But
I think women want more than just sperm. I think that a good woman wants
Exactly.
more than that.
Exactly. So if we fucking ignore the cunt and say fuck off.
Oh, hey, listen, guys, make no mistake about it. I'm totally on side with 99.9% of the women. You and I are seeing eye to eye. We're singing out of the same hymn book. I'm saying that there are libertarian, hard-nosed business women that think straight, that want to take care of their kids, and that have put the puzzle together themselves, and they agree with us. And you don't have to worry about them. They're not going to take you to court. They're not going to turn the state on you.
Right. Except at the same time, we also have a whole bunch of shrieking banshees screaming for something similar to what they're now doing in Japan, which is called a handsome man tax.
Yeah,
They are I'm not kidding. They're setting it up to go and parade these men through a panel of women to go and judge them on their appearance and tax them accordingly. If you are a handsome man, you can be taxed up to 80% of your income. Whereas if you are an ugly man, in order to help go and offset because women like money, all right. Here, I'm going to add this one in too, and I go and post that. But
well, I find this very interesting sociological commentary. It's kind of not what I'm getting at here.
I understand that, but the thing is that right now we actually have screaming, and the reason why I bring this up is because we have women screaming that there needs to be a white straight male tax, or straight white male tax. That I'm not kidding. They are actually calling out for this. There cannot be any like negotiating with these people. It has to be a scorched earth policy, at least at first, man.
Yeah, a scorched earth policy of ignoring the cunts and saying fuck off, get out. I don't want to talk to you in the pub. Fuck off. I don't want to talk to you at all. Don't talk to me at the bus stop. What time is it? Fucking time to fuck off.
It's fuck off o'clock.
Dude, wow.
Well, this is why I introduced this concept, because I see this, and I agree with you. I just think that it's not fair to the rare woman that does get it, that she has to suffer along with them. I don't agree with that.
No, she can be fucked. She can be fucked right royally. Yeah, tax on some.
I think we should stop even fucking the bad ones.
Don't fuck. That's what I mean. Don't fuck the bad ones. Go on a sex strike. I'm gonna fucking do a website, Mgtow sex strike, and we'll do it for a month. No, fucking Nebula showed me this thing, you know, Nubaluba or whatever, and there was loads of girls asking, why does my boyfriend not want sex? And it was a massive number. And then, what was it? Why was my girlfriend not want sex? And it was a dead low number because they want sex. They've always thought they can sex starve us and make us jump through hoops. What if we fucking trained ourselves and gone, right, we're going to be the biggest wankers in the world? Well, the British are anyway. But, and then we say, right, another month, lads, sex strike, right, we'll, sex strike's over, and they'll go to that web page, and then sex strike back on, another fucking, I'm going to do that. But, I mean, that would be funny. You know, if we got so many Mgtows, that would be funny.
They're shining. I'm going to post this. That's the video that I was talking about. That I'm just, all I'm trying to do is inject a concept into the discussion that puts a criteria for these acceptable women, unacceptable women, and I still think we should take every young fella that we know and take them aside and say, stay the fuck away from women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're doing that anyway. I mean, you just look at the trends. I mean, you don't have to have any internet or watch the news. You only have to look around you at work, at university, around your neighborhood, and you see a lot of guys. It's just not the same anymore. The love relationship is just not the same anymore. Guys are not getting into that deal. I mean, guys that are growing up in single mother backgrounds that are having like 2, 3, 4 dads in their life. They're seeing just how messed up it
Oh,
is.
and that actually has an effect on the children. That is the new science of epigenetics. What we're finding is just having all of those different father figures in a child's life will actually does change their genome. It
And not
turns
only that,
certain genes on, it shuts other genes off, and they actually start expressing physical traits of the male figure that they are around at that point in time.
And that's why the kids are so fucking batshit crazy. They've got.
yeah, that's quite sad. Yeah, that's quite sad. I mean, the state of the kids today is so messed up. I mean, you see them hanging about, in their gangs, because there's no family at home. They've got their messed up mother.
Most people don't actually realize how important pheromones actually are in human development. As we are learning more, everything you give off affects everyone around you, and everything they give off affects you.
And that's why I put in my little video there in this discussion.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
I put in there because you're right. You are absolutely right. We must put in the demand that we roll back the clock on this fucking jobbing out your raising of the kids. Turn the clock back to the days when our children were raised by a nurturing mother and not jobbed out to the local fucking feminazis who are running a daycare over there, funded by the government. Yeah. These people don't know what they're doing, and look at the shape of our society today. This is 3 generations of this nonsense, and you've got cities covered in graffiti. You've got a society that is so stupefied that they can't even fucking notice the fucking Muslim threat or the communist threat.
Are you kidding? I'm in Detroit. 40% of all adults in Detroit are functionally illiterate. They don't even know what they are voting on.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. That's why we got to get the women back in the home and turn the clock back. This isn't going to be easy. This is going to be tough.
And they can stop taking that fucking pill and all.
See, I'm waiting for that male pill. It's hitting Australia, New India, and New Zealand first. Once it goes on sale there, I got some Bitcoin. I'm buying it. I'm having it shipped over.
Be a male pill dealer, man. You'll have fucking loads.
A men's birth control dealer. Wow, dude, I would make a fortune on that over here.
I was 26 when I got snipped. In my previous life, I had 2 kids and I was really young. They're great kids. I'm glad I had them. But let me tell you, I think that I look back and the pain that cost me. I mean, if you put me on sodium pentanol, would I admit it? I don't know. It was pretty painful.
What's sodium pentanol, man?
That makes you tell the truth. I mean, I love my kids, but let me tell you, the price I paid.
Oh, it's like that. It's a weight on your fucking head, and it's pushing you into concrete, and it's like, what the fuck?
Well, they're all grown up now, and I have grandkids. Like, they're all old now. My kids are old, but let me tell you, it was a rough go.
It's fucking suicidal, man.
It is. I mean, if I was a lesser man, when I got I'll tell you something. When I turned 26, I got snipped because I thought to myself, if this ever happens to me again, I don't know if I have enough reserve to not kill the bitch.
Yeah.
For me, it was different. Honestly, if I was I wasn't snipped, I was clamped. I had gotten the plastic clamps, right? And after 5 years, you're supposed to go and get them taken out because the plastic starts to go and break down, and it can become toxic. I mean, it isn't a common issue, but it can. So I went in and got it taken out. Oh, by the way, that is not painless. That is
No.
not painless. I know that they like to go and joke around, even on that skit on that Tim Allen show, Home Improvement. It is not painless.
My vasectomy bothered me for like 3 weeks after, and once in a while it would flare up for like 6 months. I mean,
Oh,
sometimes
no.
some guys go through it's a piece of cake. I remember I was on the radio doing my show with a bag of ice on my nuts, big bag of ice between me and the board.
Dude,
Forget that day.
after I had the clamps to go and take it out, in order to get back home, I had to go up a bunch of stairs.
Oh, and the radio station I worked at was at the top of a big flight of stairs.
Oh,
So
of
you're-
course. It always. Oh, God.
And me carrying a bag of ice.
Oh.
Oh,
But the
fuck.
point is, I think we need to take control and take responsibility for our own birth control.
Yes,
Oh,
and
see,
look at that. You haven't, listen, once the male pill comes out, we'll have them all over a fucking barrel.
that right was it for my kids?
We'll have them over a barrel, though, won't we? We'll have them over a barrel. We'll say, we're in control now, baby.
She'll be swapping your pills out for Tic Tacs.
See, that's the thing. I want to have control over my own swimmers, but I want to still have that option. I don't know. I call me old.
Old-fashioned.
Yeah. It's that whole thing of wanting to have that option. Because I see things that are coming, and like I said, I just want to have that option. But I want to not go broke.
You know, for 15 years, I was just actually more than 15 years. I was just beside myself. I was feeling like there was no Mgtow, there was no nothing. I'm just like, are they all fucked up?
Yeah.
And I was looking and I was searching and everything, and they're all nuts. And it was an ex-girlfriend of mine who I was talking to regularly. She was saying, Todd, you will find her. Don't give up. Just keep looking for that. Like, my bar was astronomically high because I'm not going to put up with anything.
Yeah.
And all the criteria, and I was like, no, there's no woman like this on the face of the earth. They just don't exist. They are as rare as hen's teeth. But they're out there. And the point I was trying to make in the discussion was I was trying to introduce the concept that we allow for this. And I get everything everybody's saying. I totally agree with you. For 9,999 people out of 10,000, you're bang on the money. Today's women are just rotten to the core.
Yes, so, but what, because we're the good ones, right? If we get the male pill, right, that's a massive thing. That's why the feminists wanted to stop it. The government wants fucking babies because it needs fucking tax slaves, right?
Right.
And the women need sex as well, right? Go on a sex strike, get the male pill, fucking, this on the roll, it's on the go. Then we'll have the government over the barrel because they've got no fucking males to buy this shit and go to war, which we're not going to do anyway. Because eventually Mgtow will go into all the fucking army, all the fucking police force, and they'll be going, hang on, I'm getting fucking screwed as well. Well, putting me a baton on another man's head.
Keep in mind, as far as I know, the term Mgtow has only existed since 2010. All right. The fact that it has grown this much this fast. And we have people in Russia, we have people in Japan, China. Like, I'm not talking the herbivore men in Japan, but actual Mgtows in Japan, where there is actually a small group of men over there that that is one of those great things of Google Translate and everything for all that, but they are actually Mgtow men that are separate from the herbivore guys.
Well, not sure. I'm sure. I'd like to ask you a question because you probably know the answer to this. What percentage of children are being raised by a man who doesn't realize?
As of like 1967, I think it was like 33%.
Yeah, it was 33%.
Oh, come on.
Nowadays, I honestly, I think it's probably down. I'd say it's probably down to about 28%.
Yeah, I've seen that figure.
I mean, that's a guess. I can check it out, but I know that in the 60s, it turned out that that 33% of the children did not have did not have a blood type linking them to their father.
Let me tell you a story I heard on CBC radio about 3 years ago. There was a doctor talking to the host, and he was saying, I sometimes have to say, okay, organ donor transplants, okay? So the child is getting an organ from their father, okay? And he says, it's the most difficult decision in the world to say, that's not your kid.
Oh, for fuck's
And
sake.
he said he thinks it's about 11%. He asked him, what percent is it? He said about 11% of the men in the world are raising kids that they think is theirs, and it's not.
Did you not see that? Did you not see that fucking study? What they did? They asked women in Britain, 5,000 of them, would you tell your boyfriend or your husband that this is not your child if you knew? 54% of the motherfuckers said no. I can get you the study. I can get you the study if you want.
I actually I think I saw that on a Daily Mail.
Yeah,
My brother raised a kid that wasn't his, and treated him just as if he was his wife fooled around on him.
Well, dude,
hatched it up and
I'm adopted.
and he raised this kid as if it was his.
Yeah.
Can I ask, Shining? Is it Shining Light?
Because the thing is that there's a difference between knowingly going and raising a child that you know is not genetically yours and being tricked. There is a big difference there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I actually adopted, and you know what? I don't see an issue with it. But the issue I have is when it's a lie. The issue I have is when you are tricking a man. And that's honestly why I say it's down to about 28%, because now women just tend to go after whoever has the DNA because it's a guaranteed paycheck.
Well, this doctor thought it was about 11% based on his years of work.
Yeah.
And he says, I've heard numbers up to 20, 22%. And you're right. And you know what? It's not the kid's fault. The kid, you've bonded with the child. You love the kid.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the woman who lied to you. Oh, by the way, that's not your kid. And finding out the hard way because you have to give the kid a piece of your liver or something. And then the doctor says, by the way, that's not your kid.
No,
see, that would piss me off. And more than that, knowing myself, I would be one of those guys trying to break back into the country with a cooler full of livers from a third world country. So
the idea that, you know what, we're soon going to be growing our own livers
I know, and the
Right.
day can't come soon enough.
No,
The
no.
thing is that no, we are doing it. We are doing it in Germany. We're doing it in Israel, and we're doing it in Japan.
Do you know
But
what
we're
the
we're not doing it here. We're not doing it in Britain, and we're not doing it in Canada.
right? But you know, 3D printers. This is what they're thinking of doing with 3D printers. They'll actually print in cells, in fucking cells, and they'll print you a liver.
I know.
Oh,
Exactly.
they're already doing that, man. You are ahead of the curve on that one. You really are. They're already experimenting on that right now with platters.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Oh, I saw a show not long ago where they actually um, form proteins that form the heart, and then the
Yeah.
other cells come in, and the things works. Like I'm telling you, we are an inch away from it. We're almost there.
We're probably fucking there. We've probably been there for about fucking 20, 30 years. They just keep things from us.
No, because there were certain things that had to come about first. There were certain types of tech that had to come about first that we didn't have until around 2009. Right at around 2009, we actually had most of the tech necessary. But honestly, thanks to the wars and having to go in and patch men up from horrible wounds, uh, we are now learning how to regrow muscles using this powder stuff called ECM, extracellular matrix.
Mm.
They actually make it from like a pig's bladder, right? It's a protein lattice that they just keep putting into the wound, and your body goes and regrows on off of that lattice.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Lattice. They're building hearts now, livers, everything with this, and then the cells attached to it. It was amazing. But the point I was making is that we're pretty close to it. Just 1 second. I got to step aside here for a second.
Well, yeah, as far as that tech goes, man, it's gonna be freaking wicked. The issue, I mean, how long? I mean, the thing is that it's here. See, a lot of this tech, as you were talking about, is as 3D printers. These are the same types of 3D printers that you can buy off of eBay right now. The only difference is the type of ink. In this case, you are printing using cells, which is a different nozzle than other 3D printers. So it's really just the ink and the nozzles. So eventually, we're all going to effectively be able to go and print out our own heart, our own liver, go and stick it in a cooler, go and take it to a hospital, almost like going in to a mechanic and bringing in your own part.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Not sure, right? Listen to this. This is what I think, and it's going to be a deep one. Now, if you can print all this stuff and blah blah blah, they're going to have robots, and they don't need us. They don't need men to do the heavy lifting. So it'll just be a fucking matriarchy. They'll just get fucking. You know, that's what I think they're going to do. They're going to off the men, off most of the women, and keep the women. They don't need us.
I don't see that. I see our entire society changing, and I see Mgtow as a symptom of it. I don't think Mgtow would even exist because we've had a lot of these same arguments and a lot of these same problems for decades now. But with the advent of certain technologies, including YouTube and the application on a mass scale by older males, and now other applications from other types of technologies, we're going to be reinventing the entire global economy. Manufacturing is going to be less about an end product and more about raw material.
Yeah.
So you'll be going and buying steel pellets by the ton. So you'll go and get a ton of steel pellets for $200 or maybe $500, and that right there goes in and produces a lifetime worth of kitchen and like knives, forks, spoons, pans. You have hammers, saws. I mean, you'll be able to go and make all these things yourself. All you have to do is purchase the raw material. So we're going to be changing the entire basics of the economy as it is. As the economy as we know it today is going to cease to exist. There's no way for it to continue existing, and a lot of these issues that we're seeing now is the result of these elites trying to go and hold on to the last scraps of power by their fingernails as the technology of the masses rips that control away from them.
Yes, this is what I've always thought. They hate fucking technology, right? They hate it. They hate technology. They want the technology in their hands, like they've always done, but it's coming in our hands, right?
Yeah. Except now, thanks to things like Kickstarter and GoFundMe, we, the people, can now go and advance technology that we want, and we don't have to go and rely on someone working in a garage getting a government grant.
Okay.
The fact that all tech up to this point has been dictated by the government through grants and controls that type of filter.
Listen.
We now have Kickstarter and other things. We are now creating technology. We are now developing new industries. We are now creating a new economy. So all paradigms up to this point in time mean nothing.
Exactly. We'll explain this to you, Todd, because we know, me and Not Sure know this, and this is what the fucking power elite and the governments are scared of, right? They're scared of men walking away. We know that. But they're not too scared because fucking technology's making jobs easier for women to do it, right? So what happens? You know, with 3D printers or whatever, it's going to be a raw material fucking economy, right? You'll get your raw materials and you make the fucking thing yourself. This is what they're fucking scared of. They're really scared of putting technology in our hands. Do you understand?
Yeah, just wait till they make the little the little nano robots that you'll wake up in the morning and it'll build something for you.
Yeah, you'll have a pile of cow shit there. You'll chuck your nanobots on it, right? And it'll take all the fucking different metals out of it or whatever, the fucking atoms, right? And it will build it for you. It won't be shit anymore. It'll build a fucking 3D printer for you because yours is broken down. But the nanobots you don't even need a fucking 3D printer.
Or you'll take a pill and the robots will go in and they'll take a tumor out of you.
Yeah, exactly. But
except
they don't want this. They don't want us.
Advances.
They don't want us advanced.
How do you send a picture through this thing?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
There's got to be a way, isn't there?
As everything.
I'm looking at the tools on the.
Well, I tried the screen share thing a while ago. It didn't quite work out as I had intended.
Hey, Not Sure, did you finish the second book?
No.
Okay. That's even, it starts to get into it even deeper. I'd like you to finish that. I was kind of hoping this week we could get a gang together and talk about the books in my...
On the 20th.
On the 20th, next Friday night.
Yeah. Or at least that's when I thought we were going to do it.
Well, I'm going to start doing them tomorrow morning, and if nobody shows up, then fuck it. I'll just keep showing up. I've been telling people for a month now that we're going to do it. I'd like to discuss both books. You got plenty of time to listen to it. It's only 4 hours if you listen to it.
Oh, yeah. When I just find this interesting how all this is happening now. I really do. Because we are now at the point where any individual can go and effectively start something to go and do anything now. We have people going and trying to get people to go and crowdsource movies, music albums, technology, computer games. We have people going and crowdsourcing clothing lines.
Yeah, man.
We have people going and crowdsourcing their electric bill, their gas bill, their mortgage. These things are actually happening right now. I don't see any of our economic models up to this point in time being able to handle that.
No chance. No chance. Fucking no chance.
No, but you know what, fellas, the creative destruction of products and services has been going on. It's just going faster now, and we're going to have to adapt to it. And people that think crowdsourcing and printing are cool now, and once that 50 years from now, they'll look back and say, now we just think of something and it fucking appears. Who's going to work? I mean, maybe it'll. Does there come a point when the robots literally take over and you don't need people anymore?
Yes and no. See, in there, I think lies a duality that I think lies actually at the root of human nature. We're going to have like little tiny robots in our bloodstreams and everything like that to go and keep us healthy. But we are still going to want, we're still going to desire, we're still going to have that urge to go and reach for that next frontier, that next adventure. We seem to have this internal fire of wanting to go and experience things and have everything from a human perspective. That.
No, but I mean, like, who's going to make the widgets and all the stuff that we.
You, me, everyone, everything. We're all going to have our own printers, and once you're able to go and break things down to an atomic scale, you can make any type of molecule you want.
One thing, if I could get back to my book here, now that Paul's back.
Yeah.
One of the things I think that Mgtow needs is a philosophical discussion, and I think that's what my books brings to.
I couldn't fucking agree with you more. I think we need to get our fucking heads together and say, what the fuck, right?
Well, read my books, and you tell me that this isn't where we can start from.
Right. They're audio books that you've sent me, aren't they?
What's that?
They're audio books. It looks like it's got a speaker on it.
Yeah, they're audio. You download and I read them to you.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
See, I'll be honest though. See, the splitter in your mind can also go and be used almost like a Sun Tzu's Art of War, if you want to go and annoy a liberal. No, I'm not kidding.
Pretty conservative, eh? It's pretty libertarian stuff.
Yeah, I'm not kidding, because it literally points out all these little tricks in language and different ways to go and interrupt your original concept and your goal.
Did you finish the first book yet?
Not finished.
Because it just gets better and better and better as it gets.
Yeah, it does. I'll be honest. The first part was kind of slow as you were going over effectively what I saw as ninth grade English.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's a lesson in basic epistemology. I start the reader off with understanding fundamental concepts, consciousness, and then in the third chapter I start to really ramp it up. It's like a jet going down the runway.
Cool.
And it takes off, and then the second book is you're in flight, and the third and fourth book are going to be mind-blowing. There's going to be more application.
See, that right there is the thing that I'm concerned with, is the application. Because, like as I brought up earlier with about the straight shooter, but we also have the mayor who's going out and helping out a bunch of homeless men. As a group, we I hate to say it because it'd be seen as a redistribution of wealth, but it would be voluntary. It would be compulsory. But
Right.
the concept of the Mgtow outreach program, I'll be honest, where I am right now, I would not be if it wasn't for the help of a couple very, very good people.
The third, okay, let me answer that question. I see where you're going. The third book, I talk about this at length.
All right, good, because we need to.
Okay, just let me roll here for a minute. When you're talking about being kind and altruistic, the human organism evolved in a community setting, and we're there for each other. What I'm trying to talk about in the book, when I talk about self-destruction and people using altruism against you, is when you are doing something out of guilt in the name of God, in the name of the fatherland, that's or the greater good, that's evil. When you do it because you want your community to be a certain way or you love your community. I mean, do you really want to live in a world without Little League baseball?
For me, I want to do it because I've been there.
Sorry about that.
For me, it is because I've been there.
I didn't get what he said.
Yeah, I'm not quite done yet. I'm saying we choose what kind of world we want to live in. We can say, I'm going to go and help volunteer down with the sick kids in the hospital because I just want to live in a world where people take care of sick kids. I want to help my brother-in-law because he's a decent guy going through a tough time. My other brother-in-law is an asshole sitting on the couch doing nothing, and I'm going to ignore him. We can choose voluntarily how we want to make the world around us. I have no problem because that's not uncalculated. You're saying to yourself, this has a value to me. I want to help my brother-in-law because he's a good soul. I want to help. I want to start a Little League baseball team because that's the kind of community I want to be in. I'm going to go volunteer at the theater company because I want my town to have a theater.
Right. This is altruism, right? But you've also got people who'll do reciprocal altruism, where it's like, I'll scratch your back if you suck my dick. You know what I mean?
Well, that's cutting a deal. What I'm saying is altruism is when you do not calculate.
Yeah, I know. You've got reciprocal altruism, and then you've got altruism. Right? That's cutting a deal.
No, because the word is defined as you do not calculate a return.
Yeah, I know. I've studied all this, mate.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
And you got to be careful. You got to be careful that you don't interpret it wrong, because doing something just for God said so or the state said so. Or in my head. That's not. Here's how I put it. There's a difference between being altruistic and being a good citizen.
Yeah.
If I see you stuck on the side of the road, I'm going to pull over and help you, because I understand I could be down the road 10 miles and you help me.
Mm-hmm.
So we balance it out with a calculation of now. So what's on the other side of the equation? Well, I'm satisfied with the community that I'm a part of. Mm-hmm. And I'm not doing it out of a sense of obligation or guilt or shame or pain or being shoved around or the government's not taking it off my fucking paycheck.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
People get this.
It's fucking it's a simple equation. Luke, I put a fucking letterbox. I put a letter through my 84-year-old neighbour, and I said, Luke, I know you're ill. I've got pissed with you last night or the night before. if we want anything from the shop, fucking do it. And I did it. And I'm going to do it for me next door neighbour at the other end as well. She's old. So, there you go. And it's like, pass it on, innit? You know what I mean?
You're doing it because it's voluntarily part of something. Like, you don't want to live in a world where people just shit on each other and ignore each other.
Oh, no. I hated that.
No,
I hate that crap.
It's a delicate balance, and that's why I did not deal with this issue in the first 2 books, but it's a huge part of the 3rd book. And it's a principle. It's a principle that we live by. And that's what the 3rd book's going to be called. It's going to be called The Principles of Prosperity, and it's going to talk about altruism and mysticism.
I'll be honest. I want to move. As far as my own personal evolution, I want to move beyond my own base biological programming. That's what I want. In my own personal evolution, I want to, as much as I can, I want to move beyond my biological program.
Well, you know, we can only do that, and we all want to do that. That's why we have children, and we can only do that with the technology that is at our our disposal. Write a book. Continue to hold forums like this where you reach out to people around the world, and you will begin to leave a part of yourself not only with other people but with the culture itself and the world itself. And this is how communication changes, and this is how you reach out beyond who you are as a biological entity, and you change the lives of thousands.
Well, all of us are doing that right now, are we not?
Exactly. It used to be you had kids. That's how you did it.
Or you became a teacher.
Yeah.
You might want to check this video out sometime.
All right. Let's see what we got here.
No, it's long, but you might want to check it out.
It doesn't mean I have to watch it right now, but I'm gonna go and put it into my other browser.
I'm gonna put it in my cool. I'm gonna put this in my cool links.
It's all to do with what they're doing to us, basically, with the food, the vaccines, everything. It's to do with almost everything, you know. And you've got to warn people about this as well. You know?
Wow, 2 hours.
Yeah, you know, fellas, I talk a lot about this altruistic ethical principle a lot, and in the first 2 books I just tease you with it. I don't get into it very much. I just talk about it in a very general way because I got bigger fish to fry, and then I make a big deal of it because it is absolutely essential. It is how the liberals have fucking taken over the world by twisting this ethical principle, and we need to.
What, sorry?
It's how the liberals have taken over the world because they've twisted this ethic in us.
Yeah, definitely. Fucking definitely. They've said, it's okay, we'll look after your children. Oh, it's okay, we'll look after your old. Oh, it's okay.
Oh, no. Don't ever trust that. Don't ever trust that.
That's what they've done, isn't it? That's what they've done. All this false fucking, we're occurring fucking...
Oh my god, no, seriously, we actually have one of our heads of Department of Health and Human Services going and saying that the best age to die is 75.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm not kidding. He actually came out and said this. That the optimal time to die is at the age of 75.
Well, what's them fucking death panels over there? Over fucking there? What's them?
You got them in England too.
I know I have. We've got fucking shitloads of them everywhere.
You know, when my dad was right at the end of his life, and you know, he just died of old age. I mean, it was, you know, systematic organ shutdown.
Shutdown.
Yeah. So, and same with my mom. She had cancer and everything. And both times the doctors basically said, "I'll give them enough to kind of, you know, wink, wink, nod, nod." They basically killed them.
Yeah.
They may have been able to keep them alive. And I do a video called The Unavoidable something Megatrend. The megatrend that we all need to worry about is you spend 90% of the money or more of the money you're ever going to spend in your lifetime on healthcare in the last year of your life.
Yeah.
And when our kids come up the pipe, the ones coming after us, after the baby boomers go through the NSA and the healthcare system and
Yeah, and all
completely
that's left
decimate it.
is those X's there. All 15 million of us.
So what's going to happen is our kids are going to be saying, like, you just die. Like, when you get sick, you don't have
it's
enough
good.
money.
Yeah, but not if you get this altruism going. They'll go going, no, they did fucking shitloads.
All right, Paul. Over here, if you follow all of the math, the way it's set right now, we're by like 2025, we could be looking at like $10,000 a night just sleeping in the hospital. Emergency room is like $1,500 just to show up.
This is just evil. This is just pure, unadulterated fucking evil.
It is. It is. It's absolutely evil. And it's all about a group of people that want bogus jobs, unearned wealth, power, and at the end of the day, they take education, they take health, they take all of the aspects of our life that matter to us, and they fuck them
I would
up.
rather have a personal health savings account.
Yeah.
Done. Get the insurance companies out of it. Period. Boom. Done. Just get them out of it. I mean,
When the government sticks their nose in, it gets expensive.
see, you want catastrophic insurance. You want something in case you have a heart problem. You want something in case you have a liver problem. You want that is what you want. You don't want this. Well, I'm a 38-year-old man, but I have maternity leave coverage.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You see, what's happened is every fucker is working for the government, right? Used to have
23% of the U.S. population is employed by state or federal government.
Well, listen to this. Doctors never used to work for the fucking NHS. And they used to go around and said, oh, this rich fucker who's been ripping off people with rent money, I'll charge you £10 fucking million just to fucking wax your ear. And then a little old lady used to come by, oh, I've just got this shoulder, it's come out, oh, come here, bang, that'll be nothing. You know, that's what used to happen. We used to have community. Now we're just fucking stepping on each other.
Well, this is changing that. Men are typically competitive, but as a result of the culture at large, we have all effectively run to the same place, only to find millions of other men, and we're all just looking around, going, "Damn, I'm not alone." Holy shit.
Mgtow caught on because we were all thinking it in the first place.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We are the most empathetic of the sexes, aren't we? Really, come on. I mean, we fucking die for our fucking bitch who's gonna shag the enemy when we fucking...
Well, here's, just to bounce off what you just said, Paul, if you look at the statistics versus the outward. On the outward, the women are all lovey-dovey and we love our men and all this crap. But when you look at the numbers, they're fucking heartless. They don't love like men do.
Oh, no, they don't.
As deeply as men do. You look at a breakup. Who's hurt after a breakup? The woman goes on like la-di-da-di-da, like nothing happened. The guy's devastated for 5 years.
Women hold divorce parties.
Yeah, man, divorce parties. Fucking, they are fucking palace, man.
Oh, it really is a joke. I mean, I actually saw this. It was this little spoof video on YouTube. These three old ladies sitting in a cafe, talking about divorce, and this one lady's like, "Oh, it's great. I love it. I get all of his money and none of the hassle. I get to go on vacation after vacation."
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw that. We
And
have the sergeant just came in the room.
yes,
Hey. Hey, hi guys.
Hey,
Right, mate?
Wasn't expecting a Mgtow on Valentine's Day, but I'm happy for it.
yeah, happy Mgtow Day.
Do we have
Oh,
to
yeah.
salute?
No. You don't have to salute.
Mgtow Day. Him, a happy International Mgtow Day, him day.
Yeah.
No, but I was going to say is when I just hopped on, I was like hearing about empathy with men and the emotions of men, and seeing how women they express it, but at their core, very rarely do they actually have it. Because I've
Yeah.
seen so much. It's what was it? Women are more expressive. It's like my argument was always, but do you mean it?
Oh no, they don't.
This is where the fucking fable come from, or whatever you want to call it, parable, whatever. Adam and Eve, she tempted Adam, didn't she? Because she knew Adam was good. It had to be the woman. That is what the fucking Mgtow is about.
And the devil is the government. He knows who to give the apple to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Every tyrant in history. The words of Plato.
No, that point is so true. That is bang on the money. All the flower and roses and romance movies and romantic comedies and all that fucking shit from women, that's all a snare. When it comes down to breakups, when the man is left, he's heartbroken for 5 years. He doesn't get over it. The woman just goes on the next day like nothing fucking happened.
Oh yeah, and that's actually kind of part of it. See, it actually one of the things that it turns out is the more sexual partners a woman has, the less empathy she will tend to show, especially towards other men. The ability to go and create that bond is literally worn out.
It's broken, man. It's snapped. And because they didn't used to have as much sex, obviously, we probably did. They're probably banging every.
Keep in mind, in 10,000 BC, most of your options were family, and that just didn't usually go over very well.
Well, I was bouncing off that commercial, that spoofy commercial that you were. I've seen that one. The woman's talking to her friend in a coffee shop.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, this woman's talking to her friend at a coffee shop, and basically she's saying, "I got the money, and
Oh, I've seen it.
yeah, and I don't need to worry about the man, and I got the holiday in the car and everything else, and I don't have to worry about the guy." And she was totally perfectly fine with that. She discovered alimony.
Yeah.
Mr. Daddy State doing it for her.
Sergeant Schultz, I have to say, I am impressed. Teddy. A young man with Teddy. I like it.
Oh yeah, I'm a history nut and with education, and I kind of have a tendency to be a modern Teddy. I kind of if I get motivated, I will dog you down to the very end because let's just say I'm known in my school, in my university, that a hater of Common Core to the bitter end.
Oh, that's just it. Common Core.
Anyone with any more than 2 brain cells despises Common Core.
The whole administration, they're loving it, and I just go up to them and just throw all this stuff. It's like, it produces nothing. It produces crap. It produces mindless drones, and you want to educate people? Get something with logic, understanding, reason, then you'll actually have something good.
Oh no,
educate people, do they? They don't want to educate men. They want to pretend to educate women.
Oh no, you want to hear something horrifying? Friend of mine, another homeschooler, has contact with other people and homeschoolers throughout the country. There's this lady whose son that she obviously had homeschooled, and she taught the normal way to go and do math and all that.
Mm-hmm.
He got to college. They flunked him out of math not because he was wrong, but because he didn't show it the Common Core way. You now actually have to go and fill out all this shit and all these tests the Common Core way.
Oh, I know. I was dealing with one of the math. I got out right before they implemented it. So I'm going. Oh, here's my math. I'm like, well, why aren't you doing it this way?
So
Because it's
homeschooling
retarded.
is not a safe bet anymore, because if they go to college with normal, sane knowledge, they get flunked.
Man, and listen to its name, Common Core. It's like a Z-Kyle, Common Core. You know, it's in your face.
Did you see that woman from China that came out and made that video about Common Core, that it's just like what they do in China? Did you see that one?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Holy fuck.
I mean, Sergeant, you're preaching to the choir here. We all get it.
It's just frustrating because I came back to university because I was out for years and I came back to it, and it's like it's walking into a bunch of morons, and it's just like the scariest thing is the history department where I'm mostly at is the last vestibule of actual common sense for the most part, and that's terrifying.
Are you sure? I mean, please tell me you still have access to books that were actually from like 1892 or.
Well, that's the thing, is that they're the last old ones left over that they're like, the guy says, I'm not gonna die, and they're gonna have to remove my fat ass out of the chair. He says, I'm not gonna teach like these for these stupid fucktards, and he says, I got tenure. I don't give a shit. They can't do anything. He just goes, I hope someone good replaces me. But he goes, sadly, probably not with these. He had a couple colorful words that I was even surprised he said.
Sergeant Schultz, right? Tell me about your university. As in, are the lads separating from the girls?
No, it is a commuter university. So I mean, we all intermix. They're trying to put up dorms, but everyone is fighting against it because it's just a waste of money. And all the school can say about their talent is we are diverse. That is the only thing they say. No, we're not best in science. We're not best in math or education. That's all they parade around.
Right. What I'm saying is, are the lads going the Mgtow way and saying?
Oh, in the university? Oh yeah, I'm seeing that popping up. I'm walking in thinking, oh crap, I'm gonna run into a bunch of mangina as I sit down. And I'm just like, okay, I'm no longer a spring chicken, but most of these people are younger than me. And then I just hear a couple of them just pipe up going, yeah, fuck marriage, fuck this. And I just look at him and I just say, Mgtow, Barbarossa. He looks at me, it's like, first word out, brother! and it's like, after that, it's like, it was like, once people heard those names, it's like the group just instantaneously just, poof, doubled in size. It's like, there are there. It's just that we don't, because we don't speak it in public, because one or two guys had the audacity to, when the teacher was coming in, still talking about.
So in the history, in the history wing, there are a lot of other Mgtow students.
Oh, there is one professor, and sadly he's retiring too, who is a Mgtow, but he will not openly say it with other teachers or administration around. He is very cautious because he knows he's gonna be screwed, and he is one of the best teachers I've had ever. And I got a couple decades underneath my belt, so it's like, and I'm like, holy crap! And he just walks up to me and goes, "You don't belong here." And I'm like, what? And he says, "This is just childish play for you." And it's like, how the fuck do you know? You're just staring and nodding. And it's not the blank stare. It's like, yeah, come on, continue on. You don't have to go pussyfooting for the little 2-year-olds in the class. He cracks jokes, and he doesn't pull punches. And he says, well, when it comes to women this time period, what the fuck do you think? It ain't sexist. It's just how things are run. If you want to cry that, go to so-and-so's department. Doesn't matter. It's like,
Sergeant, do you have the whole rape culture thing going on in your school?
Oh, yeah, to the nth degree. And I just sat there because they were talking about, how women are victimized, and I just, what was it? It's about, and then they start bringing up domestic abuse, and I says, well, if you take out the reciprocal violence, which is 50-50, and that's about 50% of it, it's about, what, 2/3 of the leftovers is women versus men. It's like, don't give me this bullshit talk about rape culture, domestic violence. We're both equally fucking monstrous. We can be monstrous, and when women don't get punished for being a monstrous bitch, what the fuck? They're going to do it more.
Yeah.
I got a little reputation there, and they kind of don't want to talk to me, the administration or some of the teachers.
No, the rape culture is like pouring gas on Mgtow.
Mm.
Yeah.
See, it's even more than that, because as we're seeing another younger gentleman who thankfully gets it a hell of a lot younger and earlier than I did. Yeah, dude, I got raked through the coals. You're seeing it. You're able to escape. You're actually able to enjoy your life.
I mean, I think the best one is I got accused of manspreading in university. I sit there and I just turn, and someone started laughing because they say I'm the nicest guy, but holy shit, when he gets pissed, run for the hills. I go, excuse me? I may not be a tall man. I'm under 6 foot. But,
So am I.
and I go, look at my fucking size. My shoulders spill over the desk. I have a almost 60-inch chest alone. My shoulders are huge. I'm a big guy. I sit in my chair over into the aisle so I don't bump into people. And the person was complaining that my shoulder was brushing up against her. And I go, and I just say, look at me. And I turn, and my whole body is just like a shit brick wall. I go, how the fuck do you expect me to fit this fat ass in a desk? Just as like I says, look at this. You want me to sit now how I should be sitting, and sitting with my shoulders in a position so my back and my shoulders are not fucked up? I just live it like there's a reason why I usually pick no one around me. I'm going to push them over because of my size.
It happens.
Yeah, I heard about man spreading. You're not supposed to sit comfortably and just kind of like a man.
Oh no, you're not. Hey, if your nuts are anywhere near safe, there's something wrong.
No, it's a lot of, and the best thing is the teacher just looks at the student and goes, Jesus Christ, not one of you. He goes, choose. He says, Mike, move over. Schultz, move over. Or kid, leave my class. And I'm looking up like, holy crap, thank you. I'm expecting because I'm the one who quote unquote made a big deal to get the reprimand, because I'm just tired of that shit, because I get that nag. It's like, someone got a ball gag? Give him 50 Shades of Grey. You'll shut up. Please, leave me alone.
So, okay, I gotta ask you a question. So, are you finding in the same thing in other STEM fields?
STEM fields, did you say?
Yeah, over college. From the sound of it, there are a fair number of Mgtows in the history department.
Oh yeah.
What about engineering and
the sciences? The hard sciences. I'm seeing Mgtow, but most of the time they don't. There's really no acknowledgement for the most part. Mainly because everyone's going there to do their job, their work, their specific field, their specific area. They don't give a shit. It's hard science, the facts, the numbers, throw everything else out. They don't care. And it's just that I think what it is that in the soft sciences and the humanities, it's that a lot of men that are going there just got fed up. And we just have the next generation of people who are just fed up, and they're just finding each other. In the STEM fields, like, I have very little experience, but I'm seeing it a lot there. But there's still a lot of good teachers there because they try to push the feminist version of science in there, and it was just the whole the administration, the science, and the teacher says, we will leave. Period. We will leave if you push this shit.
Okay, now can you ask you this, right? What are the lads pulling away from the girls? Are they pulling away from them?
Oh, bits and pieces. There's like chunks here and there. It's not as large as I would expect, but it was a lot larger than I was believing it to be, because I thought maybe 1 or 2. But there's a good, I would say, what's left of the males in the university, I would say probably somewhere between 10-15%, give or take.
That's pretty high. That's pretty high.
Oh, it's pretty high, but it's also the fact that it's hard to tell because you see the girls once they start breaking away, it's like a gaggle of geese. You see them start swarming. It's like you'll see them it's like one group of guys. They're just talking, being by themselves. Girls start swarming. It's like next day they're gone. And I ran into them like, wait. It's like I asked them, well, where'd you guys go? I was like, why the fuck do we want to listen to these little cackling hens?
Yeah.
And it's like they're there. They'll move around and disappear because if girls are bothering them or getting in their way doing their job or their stuff, they'll just screw it, walk away. It's interesting because I sit there sometimes watching this shit, and it's like I'm seeing a bunch of these girls just try to follow the guys, and the guys are just having none of it.
Excellent. The girls are getting sex starved. Just what I want. And emotionally attention starved, because they need attention off men, don't they? Come on.
Oh, the best one was there's one girl that intentionally plops herself in the middle of a bunch of. If they're not Mgtow, they're definitely pro Mgtow. So it's like there's at least something like that, and the girl goes, "Well, why aren't you? Well, talk about me." And everyone just looked at her like, "What?" And we just go back to our own conversation. It's like you have to bring something to the conversation. It's actually meritocracy, and it's like the best one was like she keeps on going, "Oh, I can take you guys on." Everyone in the whole area was laughing, even those who just heard it. It's like, "Oh, I can take you on."
Take you on, as in what, mentally or physically?
Both. It was both. It was like, "Oh, I can take you on. I can take a hit. I can take you. I can outthink you." And every guy in the whole area was just laughing because it's like, I'm like, and there's one guy who's a ranger. He just looks at her like, "Are you kidding me?" It's like I could just squish half you guys in this here, and they can just bench press your skinny little ass like it's nothing.
I would have stepped in like Mick Jagger. Would that be philosophically or sexually?
It's really interesting in university because I just ran across it. And it's like I'm like, oh, I'll just sit with a bunch of guys, and at first I see that look, I'm like, as soon as we realize we're brothers, it's like, oh yeah, everyone's warm, everyone's inviting, and every single time there's a feminist teacher walking by, we make the same jokes. We make, "Oh, sorry, ma'am, we're not expressing our emotions." And is there a way, not the way you want them?
Oh, brilliant! This is great. This is great. This has caused so much fucking pain and havoc. And like, I expressed it on my video I did today, and I said, girls are literally crying. They are literally crying.
Oh, I got one that will make you really interested. The girl I was talking to had to because I had to work with her. The guys in the university appear to have dried up for her. So she goes to Tinder to get attention. Because no guy will deal with her more than a week or two. They'll just drop her like a sack of bricks.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and she says she runs to Tinder, and I just like first thing first, I'm like, what the fuck is Tinder? But I asked, I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, when I feel bad or if I'm rejected or if guys don't want to talk to me, I'll go on Tinder and I talk to guys and they talk to me. I'm like, holy crap! It's like you're running away toward digital land because you don't want to change yourself, realizing you might be actually the problem in the situation.
That's fucking brilliant. That's just brilliant.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of denial in there. It's like there's occasional unicorns popping up, which was what I was laughing at because it's like, wait, are you serious?
Wait, now I got a question. Are they unicorns or are they chameleons?
Actual unicorns. They were actual.
I told you guys there are unicorns out there.
And that exactly, that's what's like. I'm looking at it like.
I told you so moment right there.
It was like they're unicorns, and I start talking to them, and it's like and I ask them questions. I'm poking and prodding to see what's the real answer. Like, am I getting bullshit? And it's like, you're not shitting me. And it's just the look, and she goes, yeah, I get that a lot. Why are you surprised? And I just point to the rest of the classroom, like, do I need to say more? And she goes, yeah, I got you. Bunch of psycho little bimbos who can't keep their legs crossed.
Yeah. An actual unicorn. Damn. So how did this happen? Are they children of divorced parents or children of single fathers or?
Divorced parents that didn't bite down on any feminist psycho dogma. And a lot of them actually had a father in their life.
I love that
rare
term.
Enough.
Feminist psycho dogma. I love that. There's a
Oh yeah,
new.
it's some of the insane shit. And it's like I used to I gotta get back to posting Mgtow stuff on my channel, but it's like I just sit there in class and sometimes like the classes are non-challenging to me, but maybe it's because after finding out most of this stuff is to me remedial, I can down this stuff like it's nothing. I start watching people and I just see like most of the girls playing on their phones, most of the guys they're doing their work, and I start laughing like, you expect to succeed like this? You're getting easy passes? Come off of it. I have to work a couple jobs. Fuck that. Like, don't expect you're superior in
I'm not
education.
kidding. If you go and you look on Oprah or some of these other shows, they actually go and tell women to go out and try and find a husband at college.
Oh, that's the best thing. I start laughing. There was one girl that was trying to do that, and I just turned to her and was like, don't even apply. Don't even apply. It's like, don't even try. Because most of these guys, because a lot of the guys I start talking to who turn Mgtow, divorced family, no connection with a father, connected with father late in life and finding out he loved them, but his mother separated them. The mother made sure he couldn't see him. It's like, these are guys are going, my father loved me, and my mother never let me see this. My
That's
mother
my
never
story.
let...
Yeah, they'll do that.
My son was probably 25 before he really connected to me.
Yeah, it was just a sad thing, and I just go, and it's like, I know I'm the lucky one, and the one thing I give feminists one little thing as a joking thing is like, I'll admit one privilege: I come from a loving family. That is all. It's like they put all their time and investment, and it's like,
I know I did.
and it's like, and I look at it like that's the only privilege I'll acknowledge because it gives me the advantage of a stable upbringing to look at things as logically as possible and seeing how things
Yeah.
are supposed to work, not how you claim them to work.
Yes, it does. It does. As for all of their flaws, they were about as mystical as you could get, and they were Gideons, all right. But I'll be honest, they actually like lived it, and I had a good childhood. I had a good family. I had a good social structure. I still do with my extended family. And yes, it does allow you to go and see as how things are fucked up. But when you start applying that not only to just the area around you or just your school, and you realize it's in every city, in every county, in every state of every country, then it really starts to get scary.
Oh, I got a couple of Mgtow guys I talked to online. They're from all over the world, and like, yeah, it's shit all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying to see that, just seeing that this is just an epidemic, and it's like the true epidemic of homelessness, massive statism, all these problems that lead to this just shit zone for hurting people.
Sarge, I recognize the Teddy Roosevelt picture. You subscribed to my channel.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I don't know how long ago. I think it's been for at least minimum 6 months.
Yeah. I hope you watch my videos once in a while.
Oh, I do. I'm usually the quiet guy watching. Very rarely do I actually say something underneath. It's like, oh, that's interesting. I really like it. It's like, and then it's like, other than that, it's like, more often than not, I go, hey guys, look what I found. Watch this video.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad you share. It's good.
Information's more important to share than just keeping it to yourself.
Yeah, I hope that you got the books I sent you. My books, I made them available to everybody that subscribes. I've been promoting it a lot. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I did not see that one. Okay,
Oh.
Now I know where to look for it. I'll get those. I'll start reading them after my other work I have to do.
Yeah, but I put this up on my Google wall, like the wall, 3 times a day for a month, and I don't know if you saw that, but I gave just my subscribers. So hopefully some people saw it there. Here, I'll give you the links directly. I just gave them to Paul.
Yeah, I got them on my computer and on my phone. I actually go and listen to each of the segments. It's well, the copy I have is broken up into either 4 or 5 minute segments.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
I go
it's easier to listen to that way.
yeah, and I go and listen to it as I'm over at the plasma center getting drained. It's an easy way to go and keep track because it's literally it's 4 to 5 segments for the machine, and then I can listen to 2 or 3, and then I'm talking to the guys next to me about Mgtow.
We got to get some stickers that we put up all over the world. That I think I
Oh,
may.
I would so do it.
Yeah, I think we need it should be a Mgtow yellow triangle with the thing, and it says Mgtow. Look it up. How's that?
Sounds good to me.
Just look it up, and maybe point it out to guys. Guys, look it up.
Oh yeah, a lot of guys. They're more. There's more guys, more tech savvy, more in touch with social media. It's like, as soon as I say one of you guys, one of your guys' names, or it's like next week later, it's like they bring me like dozens of more I've never seen. It's like a lot of these men are starving for this knowledge and not feeling alone. And best thing is actually, first things first, finding them in real life. It's more like to me, I feel like that's the real unicorn. Finding guys that are actually willing to accept it.
I have only met one other other Mgtow in real life. Only one, and that was actually at the plasma center. I was there one day. I was telling another man about the red pill, and I mentioned the word Mgtow, and the guy on the other side of the guy I was talking to. So we are the only 3 guys in this area, right? Period. And of the 3 guys there, two of them are Mgtow. That was one of the coolest days I've had as far as this goes. And it was to go and drive the whole point home. I actually used the video from Raging Golden Eagle about the Japanese women being told that they have to pick, that they actually have to go and stand up and do something and work and that they have to help go and support the economy. And Raging Golden Eagle is laughing at him. It pissed off a lot of the nurses there and the other women there because his phone was on speaker. But a lot of the other guys there were laughing and grinning, and that had an effect. Oh yeah, they've tried to keep me away from other men since then.
Oh yeah, I laughed. I brought one of those Mgtow up to a guy who was dating. My mistake. The girl starts chasing me off. It's like after the breakup, he goes to me, "I understand now." It's like I'm like, okay. It's like then I start laughing. I direct him to a couple more videos. It's like, okay, once you become a man again, once after that breakdown of that person being an utter bitch to you, and you rebuild, we can talk and we can help each other out even more. Because it was just, I'm just seeing this, like, every guy coming in just getting chewed out. And like the first time I went to university, now this time there's men going in and they're able just to handle it a lot better now with the knowledge, with Mgtow at least popping within the last decade in a big amount. But then again, I think the reason why I found more Mgtow here is because where I'm at is a big statist area, which kind of perpetuates a feminist perspective to an nth degree.
A big what area?
A statist, big government. Yeah, it's like I've noticed that any area with a big centralization has a tendency to have a lot more men get chewed out a lot quicker and a lot harder.
Okay, I'm going for supper. You guys are still around later?
I know you weren't going to eat. I wasn't bothered by it. This is only you eat.
We will meet again.
Dinner's in there.
Enjoy your doobie.
Nice. He doesn't mean I can make it to work. I'll give it to Steve.
What happened to Todd?
He hopped out. He was getting food.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's got to be somewhat surreal. I'll be honest. I was not expecting that. I wasn't expecting to hear, but to hear that like most of your history class were Mgtow.
Oh yeah, it also it's as I said, it's a lot of the I'm calling them kids because they're younger than me, but probably not by much. But they've come from a shitty background, and I think it's that they finally figured it out.
Well, do you know Lana? I'm not sure.
Hmm?
You know Lana?
I think so. Is she was she doing a huge thing with Not Your Shield and stuff like that?
Well, I don't know about that, but she's fucking a history fucking master fucking teacher, lecturer, and she says feminism all in the school, sorry, the uni, but fucking there's no feminism in the history department.
Oh, no feminism in the history department, my fuzzy butt. I had a teacher that I looked up on her information. She's a feminist activist. They give her all these accolades, and it's like, I think I even have it.
No, but I'm saying about Lana. She fights for us big towels, like, you know what I mean?
I'm glad she does, because there's not that much many people can do. Because I mean, one of the bigger ones that's coming from my university that might take the chair after the guy retires. Her interests, and this is on her page, feminism, social reform, funding feminism, women's movements. I'm like, oh crap. And I think that's all it is that the head of the department has not fully gobbled it, or at least it's a vegetables, because there's still a few guys that they refuse to let go of their seats.
Fucking hell, man.
Oh yeah, it's like, and I took her class. I didn't know her at all. I took her class and I thought it was a guy. It said Johnson. So I'm thinking, oh, and it didn't say Mr., Mrs., Sir, whatever. It just said Johnson. Like, okay, probably a guy. Took that class. I could have skipped every single day, handed in the papers, and still gotten an A. It's like, that's a sign of a bad class. So it was so bad. I'm looking at it, I'm like, no.
Fucking incompetent bitches.
Oh yeah, it was pretty much. The best thing was the conversations in that class, because it took feminist bigotry to the end conclusion. Because one guy took that conclusion because she was saying all white men are evil, all cis white men are evil, and oh yeah, and I'm sitting there just going, I just want this class to end. I just want this class to end, and it just trips over.
Do you know what? Not sure. What do you think about this? Not sure.
Being told that all cis men are evil, that all cis white men are evil. I would probably have flipped out. I would have gone ape shit.
Yeah, but not sure. What do you think they're getting at here? They're trying to get rid of the white race or something. Fucking hell, what are they doing? Is it the Muslims going to take over?
No, what it is it is a way of internalizing guilt, and if you can convince somebody to internalize guilt,
that's right, mate.
You can then go and control them through guilt and through shaming tactics.
The white man's guilt.
Except the only way that works is if you have internalized it. If you haven't internalized it, trying to shame someone is going to have zero effect whatsoever.
Exactly. Look what it's doing. They're projecting their hate, saying we're hateful. Do you get that? They're projecting.
Oh, yeah. That was all that class, because I even said to the person next to me, it was like, this is the white man's guilt now. This is not history. This is, you're the white man's guilt. You should be feeling guilty. And I got dirty looks, but one person started chuckling because.
White? Was she white? It's got to be. She's got to be white.
Whiter than snow.
Fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant.
Oh yeah, it was just priceless. Just seeing that. I mean, there was a level of stupidity that you would not believe. I think the best phrase in that class was, "Only sexism and racism exists in America." that came out of her mouth, and I just sit there going, it was just the level of stupidity. I couldn't function anymore. Like that, when I heard that, I just stood there, I just sat there, just stunned.
They are fucking off their fucking rocker.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
man.
and I mean, I thought this was like parody level shit.
Please tell me you are fully aware that on a genetic level, we are more genetically diverse than effectively anywhere else on the planet.
Yes, no, I do know that. It's like, that's the thing, is like with all these teachers, I just sit there, and what made it worse was this had to be a Southern history course. Okay, thank you. I am not alone. I am not alone in that laughter, because I knew it was good. I know there's ugly stuff to American history. I am not stupid. But it was just like everything that came out of that teacher's mouth, and I find out she knows nothing of the subject matter. And it just. Do you
want to know as to what that really is? I can tell you, and I apologize from Gen X to Gen Y. I apologize. That is the result of a Matt Damon movie.
Oh no! Oh God, no!
Good Will Hunting. In Good Will Hunting, he goes and references the book, The People's History of the United States, written by a man who knew nothing of history and knew nothing of any of the subjects he wrote about.
It's crypto.
And because it was written in a manner to sound somewhat authentic, it was adopted by the left as fact because it fit their narrative.
Trust me.
Not sure.
This is the result of, look it up, I'm not kidding, The People's History of the United States of America. It was referenced and made famous in the movie Good Will Hunting, and then it became trendy. I am sorry. From Gen X to Gen Y, I apologize.
I don't know what generation I am at, but I don't fit into any generation category, so it's like I just look at people going, am I an alien?
You were born at when?
Around the late 80s.
Yeah, you're Gen Y.
I'm Gen Y.
Or a millennial.
Yeah. I probably straddle that little buffer zone.
No, you don't.
No, I'm talking about
because Gen X is literally they hate us. Let me get this straight. They hate us. We are classified from January of 1965 to December 30, 1981. We're like 16 years. But in that, we actually have more degrees per capita than any generation, including yours. You have total number, but a lot of those are liberal arts degrees. Let's be honest.
that's toilet paper's more useful.
I'm sorry to try and keep interrupting, but can Crypto come in here? That's what I wanted to ask.
Oh yeah, why are you writing it like that, dude? I'm still trying to. That's just kind of creeping me out.
What?
Oh, okay. I see the chat log.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Right. That's what I wanted to know. Cheers. Sorry for interrupting. Let's have a look.
Yes, Crypto can.
Oh man, but no, it just class was.
I don't know what it is. Every time Crypto tries to sign on onto one of my chats or any chat I'm involved in, his signal goes wonky as hell. I don't know if it's like some type of feedback loop off servers or what.
But no, that class was priceless. The amount of stupid stuff that came from it, it was priceless. And I have a sibling that's going through high school. Oh, I had to help her with. They had to talk about what feminism means to you and how it helped your life, and my sister just looks at this shit going, "What the fuck are they on?" She's just looking at this shit like, "Are these people high?" It makes no sense.
Oh no, they are not high. They are very smart and
Savvy.
very yeah. I was gonna say devious, but except that didn't really quite fit. Savvy works, but I
They know what they
honestly,
want and they'll do anything to get it. They're
but
cunning.
they are very nefarious.
Ugh.
They are very nefarious in everything they do. They are spoon feeding this crap. So not only do you have to go and retake Algebra 1, like, I actually know a grad student, right? A grad student who has only ever passed Algebra 1 and nothing higher.
Yikes, that's... Ugh.
And she, yes, she, of course, because ain't no man going for a degree where that's all the math you will ever need.
I had to help out. I needed to be brought for moral support, and because of the crap that my sister goes through, I completely understand because this is like indoctrination level shit to the nth degree.
Oh,
Yeah, and all it was is the individual. I'm not even demands that I call them doctor because they have a doctor, and I just look at them, and my sister just grabs my arm because she knows like. My biggest thing, if you can suture someone up, if you can put their internal organs back, you will have the honor of being called a doctor. If you heal the sick, you are a doctor.
see, my dad had a PhD in law, but you never called him doctor, ever. He was an engineer by trade. He also just happened to have a Juris Doctorate. He had a silver tongue. He convinced Ford to go and pay him to work, pay him or pay his tuition to go to law school, and pay him to go to law school.
Wow. It's just that actually the one good thing with my education department, I found another ally. He's not a Mgtow, he's not pro MRA or anything like that, but he at least realizes the power and usefulness of any knowledge. Because I was the one I had been trying to push. I got chewed out from my education department about using games to teach kids. And as soon as he heard me doing that, he took me aside and he's like, "Can you tell me anything else? Like, I want to have a discussion with you." He wants to set up a conference meeting, like, because I try to use any tool at my disposal to teach kids. Because I had I did a little teaching here and there, and like unofficial, and like teaching little kids. Well, I'm going to teach them the Roman Empire, and I'm not going to pussyfoot around it. What did I do? Dressed up all the kids. One is Goths, Visigoths, not the Goths. I'm just laughing, and Romans, and explained to them why Rome won fighting. Other than getting reprimanded because, oh, that's violent, the kids understood completely. Rome organized, Rome fought. Visigoths just run like psychos at you. I mean, I oversimplified it for the kids, but I made it entertaining, fun, so they would actually go, "Oh, this is how you do it." And I wouldn't speak down to the kids. And I refused to use their Common Core books because it's like, it's toilet paper. I'll use it to prop up my desk. And a lot of the teachers are starting to see those things and starting to gravitate to it, and they're starting to see the smart ones are starting to realize, grab the younger ones and use their knowledge to actually work it. I just hope it's not used for the bad, the bad side of things.
Why don't you unbutton your microphone? Oh, it's going live, that's why.
Oh, no, I can talk. I was just waiting for the guy to finish where we were saying hi.
What was you talking about, Sarge? The Roman Empire?
Yeah, because I do the education stuff, I'll use anything teaching tools, and that's all it was. Is like I use video games. And sorry if I cut you off. Just yell at me, shut the hell up, and I'll I'll let you break in.
No. I like the comparison of because as you were talking about how the Romans were organized, I was seeing a number of their different types of formation. Because most people only think of the basic mandible and then the tortoise. That's what most people think of. But they had a whole variety of formations, including this one that was like a freaking buzzsaw.
They were ingenious.
Oh yeah, it was freaking wicked. I went to a military school when I was 12, so I had to learn a lot of this stuff. So. As you're saying that, I'm watching everything up on a whiteboard and a chalkboard and.
Hey, SWAT teams use it. Riot Control uses it still. It's effective. It works.
I just feel old now because at that time a whiteboard honestly seems kind of high tech.
I hate any teacher that tries to use a computer in the classroom. I don't like it. It's like. You're using it like a picture. It's just write it on the board, or speak it out loud. You're just putting technology because someone told you to use technology. Use it effectively. Don't just throw it on the wall.
Oh no, dude, you are not kidding. An elementary school over here, or actually a whole school district. They have 3 elementary school, 1 high school, 1 junior high, right? This is a small one, and every classroom, K through 12, got a interactive whiteboard.
What the hell are you going to use it for?
Each one of these things was, we went and priced them out, was 1 penny each one of them was 1 penny shy of $6,000.
Fuck me.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's alright for Cisco stuff, you know, networking and shit like that, but for fucking history, give over. Just write the cunt on the board, don't you? You know what
it's effectively a wall monitor that is a touch screen. Like, what the hell? Why are you gonna need that in a kindergarten?
That just terrifies me, seeing the technology, because it's just like it's hiding an actual problem. Teachers not being able to teach.
Oh, you are not kidding. They're horrible.
What terrifies me when
the average annual spending on a student in Nigeria, and I say this because they are in the top 5 for math. They spend $532 annually per student.
Damn.
Over here in Michigan, all right, in the Detroit school district,
oh,
all right, we spend $37,000 per student.
What?
And with a graduation rate with 40% illiteracy.
Oh, we're gonna be fucking dead soon. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like your cheerfulness with this.
I'm not kidding. No, I'm not kidding. If you want, I can go and actually give you the link. The president of our school board couldn't read.
Oh, what? What? You couldn't read? Get off! Get off! I'm not having this, man. You're making it up. You've got to be.
No, dude, I will prove it. I will prove it.
Can I get a puff of that? I don't want to handle this. I don't want to handle this.
Dude,
oh my god.
I am not kidding.
I want it. Oh, my head hurts. My head hurts. These are the people I deal with on a daily basis. Oh God, thank you. You're just showing me what I'm going to have to deal with more of. I hate my education department because they're coming to me for answers. I mean, I'll grant them I have a high IQ and I'm extremely smart and I understand things really well. I'll give them that, but I shouldn't be your Wikipedia for answers when you're in a desperate need.
No, but that is what you will become. So I recommend, from personal knowledge and experience, to learn as many skills as you can.
Oh yeah, well I came from a working class family background and finally migrated to the dying middle class. It's like I work with my hands so much. It's like everyone starts laughing at me. It's like my hands are scarred up, scraped up. I can do everything but electrical and plumbing. I won't touch electrical because I've gotten too many shocks. And plumbing, I promise never touch plumbing because for whatever reason
I did electrical, dude, and you know what? When I was still able to work, I was at my best. I was making $3,000 a day.
Fuck me, that's fucking good.
All right, straight up, $3,000 a day.
The thing with universities is that they're made for profit now. That's the main problem, I think, because if once upon a time it was about actually teaching knowledge to people that wanted to learn, now it's like, give me the money, get in debt, get the economic running, and we'll give you a diploma. You don't need to know anything because, you know, who cares if you know something or not?
I mean, I watched a program, a documentary, right, about how fucking shit it is in America and how dear, right, and they were giving them fucking access cards out like they were fucking playing cards. Here, one another.
How about that? All right, here's an idea. I know a lot of you people in Europe like to go and think that over here in the States we are a bunch of religious nut jobs. Well, guess what? A trucker just got fired, right? Because in his own personal logbook, he wrote the name Jesus.
Fucking hell, man. They banned Christmas? They was going to ban Christmas in a fucking...
Yeah, they pretty much have.
Oh, you can be a state...
No, I'm not kidding. In a couple cities everywhere, every year, there's at least a couple of cities that actually ban Christmas outright.
Oh, you fucking... I thought it was... Oh, man. And oh, man. It's all right to get the what? Satanic Bible. And you can be a Satanist. But you can't read a prayer if you go.
Oh no! Actually, we have entire chapters in our history books dedicated to Islam.
Oh,
I'm not kidding.
And they're not even looking at Islam like as a historical context. It's a manipulated version of it.
Oh my goodness! Oh.
Manipulated in what way?
What it was is that when you look at the context of Islam, it was never truly a unified format. They talk about it that its beginning stages, how it spread, wasn't through war and conquest.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't?
Medina.
Early Islam expanded through conquest.
Yes, it did. Except, are we also trying to forget that the fact that the Quran is not, say as to what you will about the Bible or in the Talmud and whatever else, all right. But every other belief system is a narrative. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end, right?
How could they say it's not a?
So that way, there's context. But the Quran is organized from the longest verse to the shortest verse. It's all over the place.
How could they say it didn't spread by war? That means scratching the whole of the Balkans' history and the whole of Spain's history. Like, okay, that never happened. Like
it did, except Vlad Tepes kind of stopped them.
But it's like that's what I mean by
but there's a Bulgarian king that sent an army to fight the Turks once upon a time, and you know what happened to them? You know, they came back, 100 men blinded, one seeing, and his name is Samuel. Like, we learned that at school. I'm Bulgarian, so
these issues actually are not new. It used to be in the early days of the U.S. Anyone elected to office was actually handed a copy of the Quran. As a matter of fact, they were handed a copy of the Quran and actually instructed, these people over here, this is what they believe. Read it, believe it, they want to kill you. That was actually instructions on the first page on the inside of the actual cover page. That was actually written in there. It was mandatory reading for any American diplomat or politician.
Fuck me, I never knew that at all. Could you give Stacey them 2 books, them links for Todd's books, please? Because I've lost them, Manta. Because
Okay, 1 second, I'll post them.
You know,
Hey,
Stacey.
thanks very much. I just posted up a YouTube video of our school board president who can't read.
Oh, fuck's sake, man! This is brilliant. This is fucking brilliant.
I'm not kidding. It's horrible.
This is. Oh.
I'm not kidding.
Oh man, we're dead. We're dead. We are dead. He's on the fucking school board, isn't he, man? He's on the. Oh, that's just poetry.
It's just a lot of the stuff. So many of the people that get put into places, everyone looks at them who realizes when they actually look at the information, they're like, how the fuck did you get on top?
I know.
Oh, the best one was one of my teachers. This is the other thing. This is the level of stupidity in my classes sometimes. It was, facts don't matter. They're unimportant. This is from a teacher to students.
No, that's feminist fucking history. That's what this. That's.
Oh, dude.
Oh, no.
It is. I will never go and forget it. Having a feminist actually go and tell me and walk away as though that was the end of the debate. Facts are relative.
Oh man, it's called relative history, isn't it?
God.
Relative history or something like that. What's the term for it? I used to know it. Relative.
I'll be honest. At first, I didn't even. I thought I heard that, but I didn't believe it. And except then her sister walks up. Is like, did you hear that? And I'm like, wait, what? Facts are relative? What the fuck?
Well, when you're running an agenda, facts don't matter.
Oh yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter what ism it is about. You know, communism, statism, whatever. Facts don't matter. The narrative is what matters.
Oh, I was a smartass. I says, okay, since facts don't matter, I guess you and me can both jump off the roof and we don't have to worry about gravity. the look on his face was priceless. It's like, I'm like, well, you just said facts don't matter.
Yeah, except the thing is that they want to be able to choose the facts.
Oh.
they want to pick as to what facts to go and look at. Like, I was just looking over
the ones they choose, they spin.
Oh.
Dude, I was looking over the data from the UN, and they went and said that 2014 is the hottest year ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they went and referenced all of the NASA data, right? They actually referenced it and linked it. You look at the charts that the UN posted compared to the ones on the NASA page; they're different. Seriously, it was that blatant. I pulled up the charts and the numbers on the UN page. I pulled up the charts on the NASA page and went, "What the hell?"
What is that NASA page? Did you say? I didn't get it.
The charts and the numbers were different. The UN was using bullshit numbers.
For what though? What was the other one? What was the other chart? Because I can't hear you.
The raw data from NASA.
The raw data from NASA. And what was it about? The actual
temperatures of the globe. It was comparing the hottest temperatures on the Earth.
Oh right. Oh, I mean global warming and all that.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh yeah. Oh well, UN was obviously correct. No.
The first example of how much facts are irrelative to feminists is when Karen Strawn went on the Young Turks.
Oh.
She goes at that idiot with facts
that was priceless.
and facts, and he just goes, "Yeah, but you gotta thank them. Thank them for fucking what?"
That's
so
actually probably.
She sat there and broke them apart and into their separate groups, and explained it to him, and then he still didn't get it.
Oh no, he got it. He just didn't want to admit it.
What about feminism? What about feminism?
And she's like, "Well, feminism isn't as good as it's all made up to be. You know, it's not what they say it's about. It hasn't done what they say it's done. You know, women were going to get the votes anyway."
He actually called her a bigot.
I know. If she was anything other than a bisexual female, oh my God, the guns would have come out. They would not have allowed her to get a word in sideways. We all know this, and that is why I don't have much faith in the MRA. Plain and simple, because the only way the MRA has a voice is if that voice is female.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying, haven't I? Fucking exactly.
And that is probably the biggest problem that I have. Since that is the very simple fact of the matter, and no one sees the double standard and sexism in that, like, anywhere. And at that point in time, you wake up and realize, wait a minute, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going this way.
Yeah, exactly. They should change the name. A voice for men because women are there. just in brackets.
Oh man, I mean,
or maybe a voice of women for men.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was thinking. I'm so tired of it.
A woman's voice for men.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was thinking. Well, I'm so tired. Brilliant.
No more right now.
And the sad thing is that that's what it has come to. That I think is honestly the worst part of it is that Paul Elam can sit there and argue until he's blue in the face, but it's not going to fucking matter. I hate to say it, but we honestly need like a Olivia Munn gonna dressed up like slave Leah. Up in the halls of Congress for anyone to pay any attention to this.
Well, dressed up as a nun.
It's honestly that disgusting. That is what would need to happen. We would need to have like Stacey Dash up in there, and who else would we need? Because you can't only have attractive females that are involved with your group. It only counts if you have like Roseanne Barr on your side.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Fucking brilliant, isn't it?
oh man, I mean, actually, the interesting thing is that they tried to bring Anita Sarkeesian to the classroom at university. Not her work. Her work.
Bring a gun! You've got guns in America. Oh, come over.
Oh man, it was just priceless. I'm hearing Anita Sarkeesian stuff being like spat out at me, and I'm just sitting there going, exactly. It's just like I'm just thinking, this is just one of those days that I don't want to be here.
No, and I wasn't saying bring a gun for for her. I was saying bring a gun for you because after she.
Yes, no. I'm just talking about that. It was just. That's exactly it. It's like I'm just so
not
frustrated.
the answer. You can
No,
only
don't bring it for you. See someone that's very, very desperate and like really wants to kill himself after hearing everything, and just hand him the gun. The headlines would be great. Like a guy kills himself at feminist frequency. I just couldn't take the bullshit and kill
This
himself.
was brought up a couple
Gonna spin
times.
it that because the gun went off, she was so threatened by it.
Oh yeah, and the women who go, wait, what is it? There are two girls in Florida, an 11-year-old and a 16-year-old. They tied their
I know what
brother
you're talking about.
What? Sorry.
shot him in the head, and now they're getting off without any charges.
Why? Why? This is brilliant. I love it.
Because in a house where no one else has ever actually seen anything happen, they said he emotionally abused them, and now they're getting off without charges. The 11-year-old has already walked.
Oh, you go. Oh, this is fucking. How's about that 13-year-old shagged that 5-year-old or something like that? I think she got.
Oh, a 5, dude, that is sick.
Do you know in Britain? Do you know in Britain, if a 9-year-old boy shags a 15-year-old girl, if a 15-year-old girl shags a 9-year-old boy, that he gets done for rape.
What?
Yeah, because he's the male and she's underage, you know. So
oh my gosh! Wow!
I like it. She's underage, but it doesn't matter that he. Oh.
Yeah.
He's male, so he's fucked.
Hey, but if she's drunk, he's definitely fucked.
Holy crap! That is wow.
I gotta ask you.
You guys were talking earlier on how women become aware of like empathy for men and things like that.
Yeah.
You know, for me it happened by having 2 male children, and
so your concern is still of a selfish nature in a way.
Well, not exactly, because the other aspect of it is I've had a more or less boy's life, because I had a bitch of a mom who left my dad and left me to be the one deciding what to do, doing all the heavy lifting, and at the end, like, she found this abusive man who was supposed to be my stepdad, and I was just doing all her housework.
I have a couple questions for you.
Okay, go ahead.
This is going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Very good.
Now, how many boyfriends did your mom go and bring around?
A lot.
Oh, wow.
For the approximately like 4 or 5 years until she met my stepdad, I probably met over 10 men.
Damn. Wow. Okay.
And that's the ones I met. You know, those are the ones I met.
Did they leave, or did she just stop calling them, or did they just say I'm done with you?
Both. She had a bunch of them leave, a bunch of them, you know, she left because of reasons.
I think she had more than a bunch.
Well, no, I'm curious because if her mom is going out and getting more and more boyfriends, then that means she's paying less and less attention to her children at home.
Yeah, I was raised basically by my grandfather, and both my grandmothers were passed away at that point. So a sister of my grandmother's, you know, these two people actually raised me as a person. My mother was more there to use me as a substitute to whatever she needed than to be a mother.
That's just ridiculous, isn't it? You had to bring up your mother's daughter, didn't you?
Yeah. My mother had a daughter at
Listen to
40. and I was 14 at that point. So when my sister was 6 months old, my mother came to me with a bottle in one hand with formula in it, and my sister in the other, and said, like, this is the schedule, this is how you mix the formula, have a nice day. And left, and came back in the evening. Not sure, left for some reason. Hope he comes back.
No, not sure he'll come back. It's his channel.
Yeah.
He's got children, hasn't he? Oh, he's left.
Yeah, he left. He's probably having some technical difficulties because it froze up right after his question.
All right. So, Sarge.
Yeah.
Right. Stacey's read a fuck ton of and listened to a lot of
Mgtow and MRA stuff.
Right. So ask her what's a fucking unicorn and chameleon.
You want to answer? You want to? Wow, why am I spacing now?
Ask her anything.
Well, what are your thoughts on? Yeah, what are your thoughts on the chameleon effect?
Hey. Okay.
Well, that's a side of female nature in general. When she sees a man she's interested, she is the general woman. She would mimic whatever traits she thinks the man would see as desirable in her.
True.
So she would. There are women that would change their whole personality in order to get a man.
Yeah.
But then I have like the thing. I was writing about it today in a thread of New Ebolas. Men need to learn to shit test as well, because if you start shit testing a woman on her honesty, at least, on little things, if she's honest about how much money she has, or how much, where she's been today, and where she's been already and she lies, or what she's eaten, very little insignificant things. If you see she's lying about little things, she'll be lying about the big things as well. Because most of women aren't honest in nature. They're not honest to other people. They're not honest to themselves. And that's a big, big problem in female nature. In order to fit what they need to be in their own eyes, they're willing to lie to themselves even.
Well, with the chameleon aspect, a woman will actually change so much. She'll say, "Oh, I'm into that. What you're into? Oh, that's interesting." She doesn't give a flying fuck.
That sounds like my first ex. So that was a.
Well, what was you into, and what did she pretend you was into?
Well, I'm a big nerdy guy, and gaming. You remember? Oh, I remember with the gaming press when they were getting all mad.
Hi guys, by the way, Sylvie.
Oh, hi.
I hope I'm not disturbing you guys.
But no, I remember about the fake gaming girl stuff. They had a whole debacle, and she was actually one of those fake gaming girls because she found out I was into gaming, and she just mimicked everything, and she was the one that would play only, what was it? The Facebook crap?
I don't know about this.
That's the weird part of it to me, because you don't know this about me, but I'm an extremely honest person. And if I see that the guy I'm with, I'm married now, but once upon a time, if I see the guy I'm with is into something, I would rather go to him and tell him, like, what are you into? Can I see what's interesting to you? Could you show me? If you're a gamer guy, I would ask you, like, what's your favorite game? Can you teach me how to play it? I want to see if it's fun for me as well, because if you're looking at the long run, like I have with my relationship right now, you see things that would be in common with you in the long run. You don't try to fit a mold for a week or two till you get to him. There's no use in that. And I think it's all through people's relations in general. Like, most people just don't know how to relate to each other anymore. They want to be liked. They want to be popular. They want to be things they're not in order to be liked.
No social skills. No social skills. Because fucking children get the social skills off who? Men. Because what's a social skill? Out fucking side. Don't do that, son, because you'll get a fucking bonk on the nose. You know what I mean? They've got no fucking social skills. Get your microphone off, man. Shining. He's not sure still here. Oh, he's got his microphone off.
They've both got their microphones off right now.
No, because that was the one that it was one of those bad relationships that everyone talks about. It was one of those horror stories. As I always make the joke, it's hacking my way through that briar patch of psycho bitches.
Yeah. Was she a narcissist as well? Because that just tops it off.
Oh, this would be a big story. Pretty much the short of it. Her diagnosis: manic depressive, schizophrenic with sadomasochistic tendencies.
Oh, she sounds lovely. Can I meet her?
Oh yeah, this is the one that stalked me for almost a decade.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh yeah, went to the police.
I'm amazed you didn't get done for it. You.
Oh, that was the best thing, is she dumped me, and then she got all uppity about it. It was one colossal mess, and it was just like, I went to the cops, and the cops, oh, it's probably just a lover's spat. There's nothing to it.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
And my next door neighbor goes, I know you. The cops are not going to do jack shit for you. You're a guy. You're fucked. The guy's straight up honest with me. You're fucked. He says, the only thing you can do, and the guy goes, I know this girl. She has a reputation. I'm like, oh, fuck, what the hell did I do? And he goes, go to ground. That is the only safe bet. Because he says,
Big tunnel.
Yes, he starts, be a dirty dick in the dirt, dude. Just you're planting your ass in the ground and stay there. You have to outweight this psycho. And it was years. The first day, I had over 1,000 voicemails left.
What?
My husband had left the exact same woman before he met me, and in the beginning of our relationship, she was calling him 150 times a day and sending him 300 messages a day, ranging from I love you so much, please come back to me, I'm pregnant, to I hate you, you douchebag, I'm going to kill you.
Wow, that sounds...
And everything in between.
What, I'm going to kill myself if you don't come back? Go on.
Yeah, that as well. And one day we were on a date at his university, and she shows up. And I'm there. And I'm a person that takes everything with a grain of salt, because I didn't go through his telephone. I just, he told me, I'm getting these messages, I'm getting these phone calls, and I'm like, okay, it's your shit, you deal with it. And she shows up, and I'm like the nicest person to her. I didn't do anything, and she's like, she went and got this hot dog and I swear she shoved half of it in her mouth just to show how deep she can put a hot dog in her mouth. And I was like, please don't choke on that, honey. And everyone at the table, because we were a group of people at that point, everyone laughed their ass off. And when she left, they were like, how could you be so nice to her? And I'm like, if he wants to leave me, he'll leave me. Like, I don't care. Like, she can't do anything to break us up if he wants to be with me.
Yeah, my sister has a very twisted sense of humor, because she says, "Oh, what are you gonna do if you find another psycho girl?" And I just give her this look. I just look at her like, "Don't you fucking dare! Don't you fucking dare, kid!" And all I go is that I make a joke. She likes How I Met Your Mother. I know it's kind of like a mangina little thing kind of put in there, but there's that one scene where the guy Barney just jumps off a bridge into the water. I says, if that happens, if I find another one like that, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm just fucking jumping in to whatever body water to get the fuck away. I do not care.
You know, there's a very safe way to kill her and get away with it.
Wow. That's kind of morbid.
Oh,
That's not morbid, that's justice.
Sorry, I dropped off. The server I'm connected to died, and I got rerouted. So.
Glad you're back.
Have you never had any psycho bitches? You two, not sure and shining. I bet you have, because you're.
Oh well, I told you about my ex last night. You were there. She tried to stab me in my sleep.
Yeah, she tried to stab him in his sleep.
Yeah.
You too?
Yeah, I was late. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, I'd had a long day. I just had a shower and I didn't even eat. I remember I just went to sleep. I was so tired. And 3 o'clock in the morning, I see her figure standing over me. She says, "I want to kill you. I want to kill you." I says, "Oh my God, not again." So then anyway, I get up. I says, "Look, I'm leaving." And then as I'm trying to walk out the door, she's hitting me and you know, choking me, and then I just throw her onto the floor, and then she makes out that like I've gone and beat her up. And anyway, I left the house that day. I left the house, and she told everybody. Didn't
she try to seduce you right after that? That's what that psycho girlfriend did to my husband. Like, she would throw the biggest scandal in the world, like Italian style, throwing shit and stuff, and he would say like, "Okay, bitch, I'm going out," and she would get naked and stand in front of the door and say, "Just fuck me."
When my ex used to stand naked in front of me, she used to make me sick, and that was one of the things he couldn't. You know, when people used to ask me about my previous relationship, I used to tell them that I wouldn't have sex with her, and they didn't understand it. But also, so you know, sometimes women are like that. You know, they just refuse you and stuff. I says, no, it was me. I wouldn't sleep with her. And they just look at me. It's like, what creature are you? It's like it's unheard of them for a man to like deny a woman. But that's how it was.
Oh,
that's the worst thing you can do to a woman, by the way. You know, you wait her out to ask for sex, and then you say no, and that could just kill her.
That is so much fun, though.
I wish I knew this when I was younger, because oh god. Yeah,
Dude, I am not kidding. If you can go and actually go and get a chick to where she's just like wringing her hand and then just walk away, holy shit, dude.
I won't do that. Wait, I won't do that because my ex, a fight started because we would not have sex. That's and it gets better. That's where she stabbed me.
She stabbed you for doing that.
And no, what it was is I didn't want to have sex. I'm Catholic.
What did she say? You're not going to stick it in me. That's why I'm going to stick it in you.
All it was like, hey, and she says my name, and my first thought is, oh shit, I am going to die. I turn around, and it's Assassin's Creed style. She jumps at me. She is barring a K-bar from her grandfather's room.
Damn.
And is coming down, straight down at me. And everything goes slow-mo.
Why press charges for that?
I was terrified. It was my own fault. I should have pressed charges, but I was terrified at the time. And it's like my first thought in my head is, I am going to die. Next thought was like, why the hell did I meet this person? Second thought is, wow. And since at that time I already had 3 black belts.
That really doesn't do shit against crazy.
No, it doesn't. And I'm just thinking, well, if I throw her, I won't get stabbed, but her family will hear and I'll get killed.
There's no way.
It's all happening in slow motion, and I'm going throughout my whole entire life. It's like when they say your life flashes before your eyes, it's like it sure as hell does. And all it is like I'm thinking.
Except it isn't as to what people think, is that you are trying to reason, like going, what should I do? What way is there out of this?
Exactly. And at the last second, I think I'm going to do the worst thing you do against a knife attack is you grab and you take the impact. But my thought was, if I don't do that, there's going to be a noise, and she comes from a very religious family. and if you have sex, they will kill you. So all it was is I have this scar that misses my carotid by just a hair's breadth.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and it was like it was during winter, so I'm terrified. So I'm patching myself up. I have a maxi pad plastered on my neck. I have a hoodie on constantly. It's like, yeah, I'm okay, and I'm scared shitless.
You
I'm
should have.
scared.
Wow.
It was my fault. I know it was my fault. I should have pressed charges, but I was terrified. I was about 19, 20?
Dude. See?
Yeah, I was, and this is what makes it worse. This was my first girlfriend ever. So I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I was scared shitless. I was stupid for not pressing charges. But it was like, I'm more like, oh, God.
So you're, what, 26?
Almost 30. I'm practically 30 for all intents and purposes.
All right.
Yeah. That's how bad it was. And it's like, I just look at life and it's like, every single time I look at a woman, it's like, what was that you said about the shit test? It's like, yep, you fail one little bit, you're out the door.
Out of thousands, it just takes one.
Oh yeah, and it's like there's a couple of nice girls I met, and they were nice, not unicorns, but they were nice, decent, tolerable. And all it was is like one person asked, "Why the hell do you just reject a girl if she does one little mistake?" And one guy just comes up, starts laughing. Do you need the whole documented history, or do we just have to say "psycho bitch from hell"?
Fucking classic.
Oh no! I like the one where
well, yeah, bitches be. You know, I remember one time, right?
To try and argue for her on her behalf, but it doesn't matter.
What's crazy is that when you tell a woman that she's pathetic and stupid, she gets mad at you. What am I saying? Sorry. I was trying to say that, you know, something similar happened to me years ago. Basically, I tried to ask this girl out, and she called scrub. When I was younger, I was like, whatever. Know what I mean? So basically, she was just, I don't know what she was trying to do, but she was like, you know, I'm sorry.
What was that?
How's it going, Paul?
All right, man. Hey, fucking, I'm not. Oh, fuck off.
I made a video that was inspired by you, actually.
Oh yeah. Wow, was
this
it?
is like 2 a.m. over, no, almost 3 a.m. over where Paul's at.
Well, do you know how many hours I've been up? I've been up about 60 hours now. 50, 55, 60 hours. I'm fucked.
Yikes.
Dude, your amyloid beta build up in your brain, dude. That's not good, especially at your age, man. You got to get all that cleared out, or Alzheimer's is in your future, man.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting things now. I've done this all my life, so now I don't really give a fuck. I've had a really good life, so if I die now, I mean, the world's going to shit anyway, so you cunts will have to sort it out.
Oh, thank you.
Wonderful. We are the janitors of the human race. Of all the generations, we're the ones getting stuck with cleaning up after thousands of years of what the fuck.
Yeah. That's it, man. That's it.
Yeah, our kids have no future. If we don't clean up shit now, our kids just won't have any future for them.
Kidding. We need to go and deploy nanotube netting to go and literally just clear swaths of the ocean. And we got to go and do this at like different levels of the ocean because.
Well, there's this dude, I don't know, 17 or 18-year-old guy that figured out how to clean it up really fast, really cheaply. There's a TED talk about it. He just figured it out using the tides. And
I'm all ears.
they're implementing that because I've watched this documentary about these spots of trash in where the sea doesn't have such a strong
Fucking hell,
depth.
is it that fucking big island? There's an island.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's not.
honey,
It's not what,
dude, it one of these patches is the size of Texas.
Show me.
yeah, and it's not what you expect it to be. It's these
Yes.
little, teeny tiny little bits of plastic that
And
fish
rope
swallow.
and netting, I mean, all kinds of stuff.
Most of it is just really little bits and pieces that because the sea breaks everything down and breaks it to little pieces that fish swallow, and it goes all the way up the food chain, and like sharks are dying of poisoning, and dolphins they're just dying of
And you know
poisoning.
what Ex-Paradox said to me? The world's not polluted. I said, fuck off, it's fucking on its last legs. I should have said, do you know it's going through
It is not on its last legs. I'll say that. It is not on its last legs.
Well,
the world is polluted. Is it beyond a point that it can't be cleaned up? No. Will it ever be? No. The reason being is we can use our knowledge of chemistry to go and clean it up.
Well, you can,
the problem is that we do not have the will to and the funding to go and do it. That's the problem. We have the ability to do it.
The leftists, they have groups. They have like large groups. Know what I mean? And every time that they get pissed off, they take their mess to the streets and they actually get something done. As Mgtows, it's more slower with us. You know, we don't have the numbers or
we don't
the
have
political
people in positions of power. They do.
Yes, that's true.
And they're a bunch of psychopaths.
We don't
that
have
give a fuck about anything.
Fighting for us. You know.
Well,
but as Mgtow grows, as the concept of it, as the concept of a egalitarian society grows, you know, that's going to catch on, and that's going to go and work its way into the halls of colleges and universities. It's going to be up to the younger and younger members of Gen Y to adopt this type of thinking and to go back into education and start teaching the children of the next generation. That's the only way it's going to change. Except once it does, it's slow. So once it crosses the
look at the
35-year mark,
they slowly take over the education system. I have to agree with you, man. Look at the baby boomers. Did they slowly take over the education system? It didn't happen overnight. The baby boomers, they slowly creeped into the education system, bringing Marxist and socialism in.
Yeah.
They slowly crept into the universities, and now they got a foothold in there. You know what I mean? We have to slowly creep in, like they did.
I just want to fucking boot the cunts out. Teach our kids at home, and then when our kids are just about fucking ready to go to university, just go boom, fucking have that. You know?
I mean, the best area to focus is not just the university, but the younger, the grade school and the high school, because that area is where the most kids are the most receptive.
They're indoctrinating them. All this fucking no female.
All they done like kindergartens. That'd be what? Private kindergartens and preschools. It wouldn't be able to work in any type of public setting. It'd have to be a private system.
I mean, that's where I look at most of the time, because the private area, I mean, for all the good and bad that can be said for either side, if you start off from young, especially in the private area, because if you see a lot of the private schools, the reason why they succeed is usually most kids in a private sector usually come from a stable background, and when you actually have these kids started and taking out any wacky ideology out of it and teaching them the right from wrong, real teaching, you see them doing so much better. I mean, you see a lot of the success stories coming from the private sector in a lot of areas.
Well, why do you think they take, you know, there was this thing called grammar schools, right? Because they needed intelligent working class people to fucking do shit, you know, like engineering and shit like that. So they give us grammar schools. Yeah? So they put, well, if you went to a grammar school, oh, you was fucking clever, and they thought, right, we want these kids in the tent pissing out, not outside the tent pissing in, right? So the real thickos, they just give them the secondary modern, which is like you have your primary for your kiddies, your secondary modern, and then your high school, right? But when you used to go to the high school, you go to fucking grammar school if you were brainy, and they did teach you, and you could get a good job, you know what I mean? Science, engineering, fucking mathematics, but they fucking got rid of the grammar schools because
well, we might be able to take advantage of the dying. Sorry, Paul. We might be able to take advantage of the dying. Feminism is slowly on the way out. It's going to die, okay? It's slowly dying. We can take advantage of that. We could take advantage of that opportunity.
It's dead, and that's why they fucking...
That's all I gotta say.
I don't know. I wouldn't call it dead. I would say it has tripped up. It has overreached.
It's in flux.
Yeah, it overreached and did not expect the amount of resistance that it got. It
backlash.
It's just starting to get exposed for what it truly is. That's the thing. More and more people are starting to see through all the bullshit and inequality and stuff they're trying to peddle around, you know, and showing it for what it truly is. That's the thing.
Well,
Because
showing
for
it
it was about women and how oppressed they are, and everyone believed them. But right now, when you have all these data collecting centers and you have the actual facts about things, you can't argue with facts. That's the thing. You can't have an emotional argument with facts. And even if you do, you look ridiculous. And that's why feminism is starting to look ridiculous, because it's trying to build an emotional argument over hard, cold facts.
Well, just to warn you, when you look at the Common Core books, yeah, I'm going to bring that they are actually fighting to have only emotional arguments. And if that gets locked in for anywhere close to a generation, even half a generation,
5 years. It only takes 5 years, dude. 5 years.
And that's the thing is, like, if you can get rid of Common Core,
it just seems to me, okay, it just seems to me that the feminists are all about emotion. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to just basically either bury or destroy the facts or any truth that doesn't agree with their worldview. For example, feminist biology. Science didn't bend to their will, you know, their whole belief that gender is a social construct. So what they start their own little science class.
You're correct. But, I mean, basically, they're trying to make a big year zero, aren't they? I mean, they've done it with history. Oh, look, it's relative, and it's, you know, if you've got the feels, it's all right. Forget the facts, you know, because, well, if we have facts, they're relative. Oh, man, oh, just they did it with mathematics, common core mathematics, come on, 2 and 2 is 5. How did you get the answer? I did this, and this. Oh, that feels right. There you go. Oh, my. Fucking. That is just...
Well, they're always trying to play the victim, Paul. They're always trying to play the victim.
That's the thing that scares me, and it's something that Stefan talks about a lot, is that we are only ever 5 years away from utopia, and that scares me because, and the way he's explained it, I can kind of see it, but it'd take an extreme amount of control to implement that.
Explain it a bit more. What is his actual take? We're only 5 years from utopia.
Well, okay, if you educate the young, all right, it's a wave effect. All right, for 5 years. At some point in time, everyone within every segment of society, a seat of power, is going to rest with someone who is raised during this period of 5 years. and then they can administer any changes to government and structure that they want, which would go and usher in whatever else that they decided that they wanted. But for him, it was in regards to child abuse. Is that we are only ever 5 years away. Is that if for 5 years everyone who gave birth to a child made a pledge to never smack the child, never punish the child, never do anything, that would create a world of utopia. And
I think his estimates are very, very optimistical because
it is.
Coming from a communist country where people were trying to implement communism for years and years, indoctrinating children, people in school, people in universities. You know, you had classes that are about communism regardless what you're studying. It didn't change the culture that much. It changed it a bit, but you can't have that ripple effect.
It would have a greater effect. Over here would have a greater effect because over here there isn't that strong cultural tie, that strong history and tradition. Over here in the States, we don't have that. As far as most of that from everywhere else, we don't give a damn. That right there is actually the sad truth. Is we just don't give a damn.
Still, after 50 years here in Eastern Europe, it didn't work. So even if it could be a workable model over there, it still would take at least, at minimum, 20 years for the older people to die off and the younger people to become of age. I'm
not saying that the idea of communism or of socialism is going to work.
I'm talking about fundamental cultural shifts. That's what I'm talking about. What you were talking about.
Yeah. Right.
In order for that to happen, you need a whole big generation of very old people to die off.
Yeah,
and a whole new generation of very young people to become of age and become people in their 20s and 30s. You know, that's why I'm saying at least the bare minimum is 20 years, and if you do it very controlled and with the biggest amount of indoctrination, you know, in a good sense.
We are doing a good job at that one over here right now. I mean, we are trying to indoctrinate anybody to everything. We want people to go and tell their doctors as to what type of medicine that they should have. I mean, it's getting ridiculous over here. It really is, and we are now stupid enough that 5 years is about all that is actually necessary. We don't have any of the cultural or any of the
cultural tie.
We don't have any of that to go and grab onto to go.
Good fun, brothers. Gotta go.
Okay.
I got more things I gotta do. Got some errands to run. Bye.
Y'all fucking
Bye.
See you on Twitter, man.
We don't have that. That actually counts for a lot. See, over here, a lot of people throughout history, they did whatever they could to go and separate themselves from anything to go and do with Europe. There's actually a saying over here called Euro trash. I mean, I'm not kidding. We've done whatever we have could to go and separate. So we don't have that. We are effectively a blank slate in a sense that is very easily brainwashed.
Yeah, you're a tabula rasa because you've got no cultural ties.
Yeah.
You're a mishmash of cultures and fluid. You're fluid.
Yeah, that's actually a better way to put it.
Regardless, for any profound cultural change to happen, you need at least one generation of old schoolers to die off and a whole new generation becoming of age, growing up in the new culture to blossom. You know, I can't see it working in any other way because I've lived in it. you know,
you are right. If you're talking in one's lifetime, you are right. If you are talking inside of one person's lifetime, but right now what we are dealing we are now dealing with 60 years of a incremental shift in policy, in concepts, and even in language. That shift has now brought us over halfway to it. That 20 years that you are talking about is now down to under 10 in
yeah, we're
math
halfway there.
as a
I can
result
see we're
of
halfway there. Yeah. Yeah, I can see we're halfway there because we're the ones, you know, the people born around the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s. We're starting to have children. We already have these ideas in us, and we're giving them to our children.
Brilliant.
And now our children have to become of age, and we have to become the people in power, because we will become the people in power once we get to our mid to late 30s and 40s. That's when the older people will start dying out. Our children will be in their 20s, and that's when the cultural shift will.
Right. Yeah.
We're in the middle of that.
Yeah. You're on the apex of the tidal wave, and then when your children come through, the tidal wave falls over, and that's your cultural shift. Yeah, but what I say to you, right, what they've done is it's fucking cultural fucking Marxism, right? So what they've done, feminism, it's what they've done instead of fucking, oh, it's so clever, listen to this, what they've done, and you'll know this straight off, what they've done is, instead of going, Luke, who's the evil ones? It's the ones on the top. What they've done is, the evil ones are the men. So they've chucked the men out of treated me like shit at school. I was just a piece of shit on their shoe, and so was the other lads. Right? I'm amazed at, oh man, you know. And so that's cool. I'm trying to think. So what they've done is they've said the men are oppressors. Obviously, fucking loads of men on top in power, with loads of women behind them. But fucking. Yeah, they're very clever, aren't they? Cultural fucking Marxists, all Marxists.
So I got a question. Where are you from?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Bulgaria, Eastern Europe.
No, currently?
Currently, yeah. Born here, raised till 7 in South Africa, and since age 7, I'm living here, raising my family here.
So how did you? So did you start with the MRA as a result of this one?
No. I happened on a Mgtow video that was pretty aggressive, and I was going in with my female gentle approach, saying, you know, I hear you, I understand you. You're going in about the wrong way. You don't need to mute your microphone. I have 2 boys. The noise doesn't bother me at all. Then I got the worst backlash ever. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Get the fuck out. You're just a girl. And I was like, okay, if someone is this angry, he must have something behind that. And I started watching loads, like probably 50 to 60 Mgtow videos a day. Watched all of Sandman's stuff, or half of Barbara's stuff, a bunch of Stardust stuff.
Thousands of you are speaking of thousands of videos here.
Well, I'm talking about 6 months of just listening to men talking about what they're experiencing and what they found out about female nature. And then I looked into myself and looked at what I'm doing. So this happened in a very rocky moment of my marriage, and I was like, whoops, I think I'm the problem. Let's fix this, 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 and this. And just sat down with my husband and said, okay, I have a new perspective on things. Please talk about what I'm doing wrong. This time I'll listen, I'll promise. So
how did your husband take it? Was he skeptical?
He was very skeptical. He was very skeptical, and he was like, okay, I've said this 1,000 times, let me go over it again. And then I started listening and asking relevant questions instead of answering, and he was like, what have you been watching on YouTube? And I was like, well, there's this thing called Mgtow. You could watch it a bit, and he's a philosopher in education, so he doesn't agree with you guys completely. but he says, like, if I had never met you, I would be one of them for sure. You know, if I had never met you particularly, I would be one of them tomorrow.
Well, that right there kind of goes and gives credence to the concept. But for every woman that is like you now, your introduction into this, regardless of how it came about or how long it took, your introduction to this involved a lot of looking in the mirror, didn't it?
Yeah. It did, because most Mgtows talk about women most of the time, and I'm like, but I'm not like that. And then I start looking through my own history and saying, yeah, I am. Let's fix that. And I've had 101 things I found about myself via Mgtow, and just went, okay, let's fix this, and let's fix that, and let's fix this. And you know, most of the things are actually pure female nature biology. I'm going against my own biology most of the time because.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, because most of the things that set men and women apart are hardwired into us.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very, very, very hard to go against it.
It is very hard to go against it. I did a video a while back titled "Men Are Dogs," and I made the argument that your typical man is nothing more than a biological machine with emotions, effectively no different than a dog. Mgtows and those that understand the philosophy, or at least the basics of it, you're moving beyond just being a man. You're effectively you are no longer a dog. You are a human being. You are guiding your own self using your brain and not your emotions and not hormones.
Yeah, that's why I admire Mgtow as much as I do, because in this point in history, for the first time, a man can stop being a utility and stop being the worker, the man going to war, and start looking for his own happiness instead of the happiness via a woman, via his job, via whatever he's told is his happiness, you know?
Yeah, guess what? Guess what? You now are doing the same thing as women. I mean, obviously not you, because you've got a traditional thingy. Marriage, yeah. But women now are fucking suffering like a motherfucker. Not only are they looking after the children and their fucking house, and they've turfed the man out because they're so stressed because they're working and they've been to university, listened to a lot of feminist shit and fucking all the rest of it. And now women are suffering and they're going, well, it's still the men's fault. It's got to be the men's fault.
Unfortunately, it isn't. It's their own fault.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Their own fault.
And more and more are figuring this out. But I worry because I have sons too, and daughters, and the issue is how many of these women are acting and pretending to still go and poison the field. I mean, for every woman like you, who isn't a complete psycho, there's.
Thank you.
Well, I'm assuming from the way you are actually talking now, typically most chicks I've come across would have at least made a number of shrill comments.
No. What she does is she's like a man. She internalizes it. And then she fucking
INTTP personality type. Okay, good to know.
Haven't done the test, have no idea what you're talking about, but okay, glad I have a label.
If you are a bit of a introvert.
I'm not. I'm an extrovert.
Wow. Okay.
The kind of people that I'm the kind of person that goes into a room full of people I don't know and say, "Hiya, I'm me. Who are you? Let's talk. Let's bond. Let's have a good time."
You're fun. Okay. So you are the chick I'd probably be going and playing a game of darts with. All right. Cool.
Yeah, probably. Well, I've got a bit introverted since I got married because I have a very jealous husband, and the moment I start being me, he gets jealous because all the men around me just go, "Oh, she's cool, let's talk to her, let's touch her, let's try to get to her," and he's like, "No, that's mine, get away."
Yeah, because he found a unicorn. See, that's the problem. We need to somehow go and get you. I confine you into a lab or something, and try and figure out how to go and duplicate the process.
Yeah, what I've said to Paul 1,000 times probably is what I want to do is just clone myself 1,000 times over and send myself all over the world to show all you wounded and lonely men what true love is about. Because I just love you all. You're so cool and intelligent and just awesome, and you deserve a woman like me next to you.
What a chameleon.
Okay, I got it. Can I order one as a blonde?
I'm sorry, I'm dark haired, dark eyes, And they say a clone isn't as a person will most probably not be the same person as the genes he's taken out of, so.
Well, if you got the perfect clone, right? The perfect clone, they wouldn't be the same human being because they fucking fall on a different branch, or they fall on the concrete different.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Anyways, so what are your views of your sons? What are your fears as to what they may have to face?
My fears as two good-looking white boys, I fear they're going to have a very, very hard time in life. That's what I fear. I fear they're going to get mixed up with the wrong girls. I fear they're going to have a hell of a hard time finding a niche to make good money in. I fear a lot of things, but they have an excellent role model in their father, so I'm hoping that helps them because they have a very, very close bond with their father, and their father is an extremely intelligent and successful and adaptable person. So they see that on a daily basis.
Did your husband ever happen to serve in the military?
No. Well, the story goes he was into martial arts and fighted a lot with people in around him and was known to be a dangerous guy. So when he got to the age to go to the military,
So you
his
went
father,
for an alpha. All right.
his father said, "You will be spending a lot of time in military prison the way you are, so I don't want that for you. Let's get you into a university." And my husband actually never served.
Mm.
Yeah, but he
Well,
was into bodybuilding and martial
I bring up
arts.
because being adaptable, it tends to be one of those traits that are universal. That was why I asked.
Yeah, well,
And you said he was jealous, and I know, and believe me, I know that when it comes to military marriages, you have to be jealous. It's mandatory.
Yeah.
well,
It really is.
well, to show you how adaptable he is, he spent most of his younger years into sports and martial arts and bodybuilding. Then in university he studied philosophy, and right now he got his CCNA, Cisco certified stuff, and is working in you know routing and switching and stuff, and that's what he's doing now. And he's done uh, everything from construction to shops to whatever in between, just to make ends meet and keep our family afloat.
So, all right. Saying that, you're trying to do. What are your views of what's going on with Ukraine?
Well, that's very complicated, and I'm not sure I have enough information to make, a unbiased, an unbiased opinion on it.
I'd rather have a biased opinion because at least it's honest.
Well, my biased opinion on it is that Ukraine has more ties to Russia than it has to anyone else, and has had Russia help it financially via, selling them cheap gas and helping their economics for years, for decades. And now there's this very small elite of politicians that are being paid off by the Western world. And they're creating a civil war over there because most of the Ukrainians, at least the ones I know, because there are many, many Ukrainians here in Bulgaria, the ones that I know say, Mother Russia, we admire the people there, we feel them very close to us, we don't want to be at war with them. We have this very small group of terrorists that are coming from the capital, from the center, that are trying to overturn things, and
the Nazis.
Yeah, and that's what's creating the problems over there. The Western world is trying to put his hands on Russia because I don't know.
Well, okay.
I think they're going for a third world war here.
As to what it is. Obama is a power-hungry bastard.
I don't think
Brzezinski is, and fucking.
I don't think it's fair to say just to Obama, because Obama is just a hand puppet for a lot of other people that you don't see
like
in
George
here.
Soros. Yes, it is known over here that Obama works for George Soros.
Yeah, and Brzezinski. Brzezinski, he's the main strategist, man. He's the main strategist. That fucking, have you seen his face? It's just pure fucking evil. You can tell he's evil. Nothing wrong with that, man.
Evil always comes bearing gifts.
I don't know. Yeah.
And you know, it's kind of the same thing over here in Bulgaria. The people of Bulgaria feel Russian people very close to us, as in we're all Slavic people. And once upon a time, when we had to overthrow the Ottoman Empire to gain our country back, the Russians came in and helped us, regardless of their agenda. Right now,
you know what I think's going to happen, right? What's going to be? Do you know China's buying up all your fucking ports? Everything. China is buying up everything.
Ports, lands, a lot of things. You know, we have huge pieces of land bought off by Israeli people, Chinese people,
No, I mean,
English people.
Into America. They're buying all the land and all the ports in America, right? The Chinese. So I think
everywhere, dude, everywhere. Every single warm water port. It isn't just in the U.S. It's not just in Europe. It's every single warm water port because what the Chinese are wanting to do is very, very smart. They are wanting to go and do as to what the old city structure used to do. See, we were all city-states until the city-states got so powerful they became countries. All right. Now, what the Chinese are trying to do is they want to control shipping lanes. They want to control trade. That's like controlling Istanbul, right? You control trade in and out of the Black Sea. Gibraltar over in Spain, right? Control trade in and out of the Med. By going in a globalized economy, how do you do that? You can't unless you own the ports.
Right. So this is what I'm getting at. China's buying up fucking everything, right? Russia, I don't think likes China very much, right? At all. But even though they're meant to be, I mean, Russia is the bastion of freedom in a way, you know? And they're going to attack Russia.
Sad but true at this point. Sad but true.
I know.
Is the bastion of freedom. Holy, I never thought I'd ever hear someone say that. But
I know. This is what I think. This is what the strategy is going to be. Everybody's going to pile in Russia, right? While we're weak and the US is weak, guess what's going to happen? China is just going to fucking come in and take over fucking America, right? And once that's fucking done, there'll be a fucking attacking Russia and get rid of Russia. That's it. It's a fucking China. They said they wanted China. They wanted China. It's fucking what's it called? It's ideology to go over the world. And then once that's done, they'll start killing us all off anyway. Not that
I don't know about that because as soon as China goes and does that, what's going to happen is India is finally going to go and grow some balls, because on India's northern border, where you have Nepal and Tibet, right? India is going to try and go and free Tibet. Why? Because that is the largest single global supply of rare earth minerals right there in the Himalayas. That is currently the most valuable land on the planet.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All of our modern technology is dependent on very, very limited supplies of very rare materials.
Oh yeah.
And technically speaking, in northern India has a shit ton of it.
Well, they've got. Hey, this is crazy. I mean, that's what I think they're doing. That's what I fucking read off a lot of places and who they fucking know. And this is going to be all out fucking war, man. And it's going to be nuclear thermal war, neutron bombs, the lot. And that's going to kill fucking loads of us off, innit? And they're weakening us anyway through vaccines, through the food. I mean, they're putting viruses in the food. Oh man, they are killing every cunt off. This is it. It's global annihilation. Oh man, no wonder they're making us sick. I mean, look at our men. I'm 42. I walk around and I look at some of the men, and I'm thinking, are you a fucking woman or a fucking man? And then I look at the young boys.
Actually, speaking of that, someone that I talked to on Google Plus, we got into a discussion about what is a real man. And the first thing that comes to my mind is that a real man or a real woman accepts the responsibility of their own actions. One. And then two, my other criteria is someone who doesn't turn his back on others. And I know that sounds all
No man, that sounds bang fucking on. That sounds bang on. No, he doesn't turn his back. The last fucking generation, my generation, right? We was in a fucking gang, and if there was one left behind, and there was only fucking 5 of us, and there was 20 of them, or 30 of them, we'd be fucking grabbing that man back. That's gone now. That's fucking gone now.
It is. It really is, and it's sad. Because with a renaissance that is Mgtow, or that I believe Mgtow can usher in. With that, we need to have a rebirth of the concept of honor. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll be honest. I'm more Japanese than I am American. Anytime it comes to that. Well, no, I lived in Japan during that stage of life, and when I came back here to the States, I'm seeing all my former friends going and stabbing each other in the back, and it made me sick.
Yeah, banging the wives, banging girlfriends.
What's happened is the concept of honor has become something that's laughed upon these days. You know, a woman protecting her honor is being a prude. A man being honorable is being stupid.
Yeah.
And that's just
now,
yeah.
In the family courts, yes, an honorable man is about as stupid of an animal as you can get.
Exactly.
And honorable women almost don't exist these days. Like, that is, being dishonorable is an
honorable woman. Holy shit! I think you just described the latest extinct species. Exactly. I mean.
Well, I'm still around. I live.
Okay, we got something even rarer than a unicorn. We'll give it that.
Yeah, it's a holographic unicorn. It's a holographic unicorn. Okay, now.
A trans-dimensional unicorn.
Okay, we got the new one. Trans-dimensional unicorn.
A what unicorn, Sarge?
Trans-dimensional.
No, but Sarge said something as well.
No, but I just repeated it. Yeah, I agree. A trans-dimensional unicorn that is perfect for the new rare species.
Yeah, a unicorn with a sense of honor.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah, so we've got this one thing, right? The one thing was what? What did you say? What did you say? Not sure. The second one was, what was the first one?
The first one was effectively a real man or a real woman goes and takes responsibility for their actions.
Actions, exactly. And I don't think you need any more. Well, what do you say? Go on.
No. I was going to say, that just sounds like being an adult more than anything.
Thank you.
Well, most women have no concept of responsibility because they've been raised with the ideas that they're this special, beautiful snowflake princess that deserves the best man available. And what I was talking about with my husband lately was, okay, they're all looking for that perfect Prince Charming, you know, the perfect man. What, there isn't one of them that has ever asked themselves the question, how am I going to be the perfect woman for that man?
That's it. They project. They project. What I want is something like this because I've never fucking taught myself to be like that. That's the trouble. That is the trouble. They're projecting on men, going, "You should be this. You should be that. You should be this, and that, and that, and that." And it's like, hang on a minute, bitch. What are you?
That? Yeah, exactly. The only way to get a man that is going to be perfect is if you are going to be perfect to him. That's the only fucking way. And that's what I'm trying to get to all these girls, because I had another account before and I had these girls coming to me, talking to me like, I'm sorry, but I've seen Mgtow as well, and all it did is bring me to tears. How could you get anything positive out of it? And I was like, look at yourself and try to be better. These guys are better.
I got a question. Why did it bring her to tears? That is the question I want to know. Why did it bring her to tears? Is it because it pointed to, it pointed to something that that she has been denying for so long? Or was it because
I didn't
she
ask.
thought
I
it was
didn't ask.
Hang on. She didn't ask, but what was the question anyway?
The question?
No. I want to ask Ian, not sure. Go on, not sure. Ask the question. The question that he was going to ask Stacey, but she doesn't know. I didn't hear. Go on, please.
No, I was just wondering as to her.
What brought that girl that asked me to tears?
Yeah.
And I think it was.
As to why it was.
Yeah, I think it was about.
She didn't say.
Yeah, I think it was. I think she didn't even think about it deeply. She was just like, men are abandoning us. How sad is that? You know, men don't want to be with us.
Wow, talk about superficial.
Yeah, well, that's what our conversation that followed just tells me. She didn't look deep into it at all, or into herself at all, to just see what she could see, what I saw. Like, I saw a mirror image of myself and said, like, I don't like this and I don't like that, so I'm going to change it in order to feel better about myself, and then by being a better person myself, creating a better environment around myself for these three men in my life that I live with on a daily basis.
And she said, how sad is that? What else did she say? How sad is that? Oh, well, they're just like an handbag. Fuck them.
Well, what she didn't say. She asked me how I got anything positive out of Mgtow. And I told her, you know, you see your flaws and you try to change them around to be a better person, because women are being awful to men. Absolutely no responsibility when it comes to relationship and society. Absolutely no empathy for the men.
Go on, carry on.
Yeah, absolutely no empathy when it comes to a man's feelings, especially when you're in the relationship with him. And it's really sad, because I see all my friends and they're men that are so isolated and broken down at this point, and I'm like, do you ever talk to him about what he's feeling about things? And they're like, no, he doesn't feel. Like, men don't feel. And I'm like, no, yes, they do. They do, and they do feel a lot of things. You just need to talk to them about it. And they're like, nah, you have a strange relationship with your husband.
Fucking brilliant.
It's what you were talking about earlier. They ridicule me and they alienate me.
What's that? They have no empathy. I know that. I know women have fucking no empathy. I mean, a fucking hammer has got more empathy when it fucking bang it on your thumb. Right, but apart from that, tell me when she said, you said to her, the men are abandoning you. What did she say? I really want to know.
She didn't answer. After a long thing that I wrote to her about how she could derive positive things out of Mgtow and not cry about it because there's nothing to cry about, because these are loving, strong, cool men that just need a sensible being in front of them instead of a person that sees them as a tool for using. You know, she didn't answer anymore. I guess it was too much for her.
On an emotional level?
Probably, yeah.
Fucking pricks.
Pritches, in fact.
We made a new name for them. Pritches. Pritches. We'll have it. I mean, what do you think, Sarge, of your generation, mate?
Here's a weird thing. I never fit in my generation. I either find someone who's older than me that I connect with, or younger. And with the older, it's usually my own personal generation I fit into. I think their head's so wedged far up their ass they're never going to see the light of day.
How old are you?
I'm for all intents and purposes, I'm 30.
Well, I'm around that age as well. So you said late 80s. I'm 86. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but it's just that's about when I was born. So it's like I think my luck might be just the fact that where I'm based at, where I live specifically, might just have this just ass backwards bubble, I call it. It's just I just see these people that are completely out of touch with reality, and it's just. But then again, I see most of them coming from a baby boomer generation, parents that are the me crowd, and I'm talking about to the extreme version of it. And they're just taking it another step forward instead of reevaluating their life. Most of them haven't had to do hard labor in any sense of their life. But I've noticed that people who are in my generation, I don't see them that often, but who have done hard labor, who have worked hard, blood, sweat, and tears doing their job, not going, hey, I'm doing my job. Oh, this is so fun. I'm working at GameStop.
Oh, that sounds so sad.
Well, yeah, I started laughing because self-employed and stuff like that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's hard and stuff, and it's like I work family business. I have been working since God knows I can remember, and it's like I look. It's like I'm getting people who tell me, oh, the workforce is so hard. It's so hard to work for these people, and I'm standing there and like, are you lobotomized or something? I'm standing bored out of my skull. That's hard work. Are you kidding me? You're stocking a shelf. That's not hard work. That's
not hard work. My husband has worked in construction. Now that is hard.
Well, that's backbreaking work.
Backbreaking work. Yeah, and my God.
But I've noticed anyone who actually does hard work, and I mean serious hard work, is like there's hard work mentally where you're mentally fatigued, but when you are pretty much ground to a nub, those are the people that realize the actual shit going on because they're not pretentious. They actually know that, hey, it's like a garbage. If you got to pick up garbage, you realize it's a messy, dirty job. You're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days, and you just got to deal with it and figure out to make the best of it.
Yeah.
Well, anyone who's done real manual labor, like my husband, he's like, right now he works at a desk on a computer, and he goes to work almost singing and dancing. He has these 12-hour shifts that beat the shit out of them, but he's like, at least I'm not picking up,
getting my hands broken, fucking back breaking.
Exactly. Yeah. And he loves it. Most of the people he works with say like, this is so hard, this is hard work, we have these long shifts and these hard cases, and he's like, are you fucking kidding me, kids? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but mentally for 12 hours, say like it was a hard job, which it is, but say it was a hard job, was you saying even the ones with the brains who work really hard are okay, Sarge?
Yeah, it's more or less. It's the ones that understand. I make the joke that understand the value of a dollar, who know the blood, sweat, and tears that has to go into it. Because, I mean, there's sometimes some days that I hear these people complaining, and it just one guy who was complaining, oh my God, I work so hard, and I asked, oh, where are you working? Because I'm thinking he's working really something. Oh, I work at GameStop, and I look at him because I worked at GameStop, and I'm like, when I was there, 90% of the time was twiddling my thumbs, which for someone like me drives me up the wall. I need to do something. I need to do something constructive, not play with myself. and these are the same students that complain about how hard finals week, how hard these papers are.
I am glad I never bought anything at GameStop now.
Oh yeah, there's a few good ones here and there, but it's like there's so many of them. And I start laughing when they go, "Oh, it's so hard work at school," and they're like, "Well, why don't you complain?" Well, I have to read 1,000 pages a day. Got to do it. I got to write a 20-page paper. I got to do it. It's annoying. It's frustrating, but it's not hard. It's just you just have to do it. It's nothing more than that. It's just like I have to smash my hands against a keyboard. That's all I have to do.
1,000 pages is fucking hard for some people.
Oh no, I realize it can be hard. It's like the biggest thing is I'm severely dyslexic, so it's like
it's doubly hard, you call it.
Oh my God, I'm slightly dyslexic, and writing is just I've gotten used to it, especially in my language. Like, I almost don't make mistakes, but when it comes to English writing, I'm just all over the place.
You'll do better than an average American, don't worry.
You have no idea. Americans are retards. Oh my God.
Trust me, it's like.
Not kidding. No, we are raised to be the dumbest people on the planet.
You know what the problem with American culture is to me? You try to be too comfortable all the time. Yeah. It's all about comfort. Well, you know, you have this pill to make you comfortable because of your pains. You have this pill to be comfortable about your emotions.
It's better. We now have a bunch of women going and screaming around saying, "I have a right to be happy."
No, it's not a right. It's a fucking choice. You decide what is going to make you happy and what isn't.
But no, they are running around saying, "I have a right to be happy."
Goodness. I'll tell you what. You wait there, and I'll come back with it. I'll fucking come back. Wait there. Fucking.
I've had that spewed at me before, and the funniest thing is everyone watches me, and I play to my crowd, and they know I have that sadistic glee in my eyes. I tell them all the horror stories in my life, and they are so mortified by the end, and I'm cracking up, and I'm laughing it off, and it's a frame of mind. Either I'm going to let it beat me down that I should be having a toe tag since the age of 8, or I'm going to laugh at every stupid thing that I've survived.
What the fuck is a toe tag?
On corpse. I'm a dead body.
Oh, right. Oh, a tawny tag. Fucking hell. I get you.
And it's just like, I laugh it off, and they're like...
tag?
A toe tag, yeah. Pretty much what they do on morphs.
No, see, a toe tag I understand. I think Paul just called it a Tony tag.
No. Well, his name's not Tony, so you're not dead yet, mate.
But I guess I'm losing some of this in translation. But what do you mean by that?
You know, when on the morgue, when they have to.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't understand the meaning behind it. I understand. I've been like a corpse since age 8, but why?
There's enough experiences in life I should have been dead that should have mortified me and made me a depressed individual.
Okay, I get it.
According to lightweights. Yeah, lightweights. If it's real, it's just life, yeah? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I look at it, it's just life, you laugh it off.
Exactly.
Well, that's what I do as well. Most people that are smart enough to not play the victim card and, oh, my life has been so fucking hard. You know, most people like you and me, we just laugh it off. We say, like, this happened to me, and this happened to me, and this happened to me. Isn't funny? You know, right now I'm in a good place, so what the fuck do I care about all that bad shit behind me.
And you see, this is what if you would have met my mates, and I would have come over to America with my mates, and you could get 5 people around each different fucking one, right? And you could have like 200 people, and I'd say, right, boys, tell them your fucking hardest fucking life stories, mate. They'd fucking die. They'd have heart attacks. You know, the witch off the Wizard of Oz. They'd be going, no.
I'm melting.
We'd be laughing and be going, Link, man, that's fucking life. That's fucking life where we live. Fuck me, man.
Life isn't meant to be comfortable. That's what I was getting at when I said that Americans try to be too comfortable. Life isn't about being comfortable. Life is about challenging yourself and getting through new experiences and learning how to deal with loss and change and pain.
Exactly, and that's fucking life, and it opens you up. It opens you up, and pain is a great teacher. And then you start empathizing with other people, so long as you're not getting fucking pain, so long as you're not in prison and everybody's giving you pain. You have to
Exactly.
So,
most people are losing so much by just numbing themselves.
yeah, they're even getting the pills that make them fucking happy.
Why would you need that? Why would you need that? I would rather find a way to psychologically or physically deal with grief and pain and stuff. And God knows I have had to deal with tough shit in my life. But I have never, ever taken a pill to numb it out. I've gone and ran for hours and cried for hours and talked for hours, and that has actually helped me. You know, reaching the bottom and saying,
Sweetie, I want you to understand something. Some of us over here in the U.S. understand all of this, and just to kind of point it out, we drug ourselves to the point where it's in our water supply.
Oh, it's in Britain's. It's everywhere now.
It's everywhere. There are so many hormones dumped in our water. All right. On average, girls start going in. They start bleeding at age 8.
Yeah, man. Yeah. They come on many.
It is horrible. I mean, a voice like mine, right? As high as it is, over here in the States, I have a fairly deep voice.
Oh my God.
Yeah, imagine that. That is so much is just fucking around with stuff that just should never be fucked with. It's.
Oh, they've done it all.
Immigrate over here. That's all I'm going to say. We have virginal mineral water supplies all over the country. Over the country.
Clean water.
Clean fucking water. You go to the mountains on a walk and you go back with as much clean, crisp water as you want to. And it's
Here's something funny. We get taxed by how much rain falls on our house.
Oh my God.
Come on.
I'm not kidding. Over in Jersey, we get taxed for any rain that falls on our property.
Oh man.
Why? Why?
Because it's part of the municipal water supply.
Do you know?
No, rain isn't part of the municipal water.
It is because the city collects it.
Oh my God!
Oh, come on!
I'm not kidding. That is the law.
Funny.
Right? Do you know?
The law. It's actually also against the law out over in Arizona and over in Utah, right? To actually collect rain. If you collect rain, you are breaking the law.
Yeah, it's here in the UK because it falls on the ground, right, from the sky upwards. The water companies own that, so the farmer, he's a fucking farmer for fuck's sake, can't even do a fucking well because they charge you, fine you.
As I said, we have loads of cheap land over here. Gather your money. Get over here.
Like, escape that hell.
As long as you have an internet connection that's good, you will have me.
Take me now.
Oh man, I mean, the amount of insanity. I started laughing. The politicians where I'm at have been arguing for such draconian gun
Can't
laws.
you just say fuck you? Your laws are stupid and break them. That's what we do over here. That's what we do over here. If a law is stupid, we just break it. Everyone does it, and they can't do a shit about it.
Honey, all I'm gonna say is I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
That's all we'll say to save ourselves. We plead the fifth.
What does that mean?
Only thing is you need to go to do and save yourself is declare, I am a sovereign human being.
Yeah.
Pleading the fifth is just pretty much I will not testify against myself. That's the laws pretty much stating anything that could be incriminating.
Yeah,
I have the right to remain silent argument.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if he said he's a sovereign human being, that fucking tops the fifth. You don't need to say anything else. That's what he's saying to you. That's a big thing.
But it's, I mean, the best one was my state alone. So many people were arguing for draconian gun laws. We finally had conceal and carry. You wouldn't. I start laughing I see you laughing in the background already. You know what's coming. This huge. You probably already guessing where I'm living at. Not, but it's like this huge. Where I'm at, you couldn't own guns. You were practically stripped of that right almost. And they finally allowed conceal and carry. The insanely high murder rate that we had for years dropped so much. I mean, to the point where it's like we're hearing the remarks like, well, this is the lowest murder rate we've had in over like 30, 40 years. Oh, yeah.
And they're trying to take the guns back off you now.
Oh, yes, it's hysterical. I walk into university, you can't have guns on campus. And I just look at the officer saying, are you going to magically materialize when a gunman's there?
Brilliant.
And I go, unless you're there, I don't trust you. I can only trust myself to defend myself. Otherwise, piss off.
Oh, this is
like, I've been enough. It's like, plain and simple. I've been mugged before. Trust me. A conceal and carry works because if you have to worry about someone who has a gun, they're gonna go, you know what, fuck this, it's not worth my time. Criminals always look for the weakest link. And if they think someone has a gun, they're gonna go, fuck it, no.
No. Well, you see, they've got these fucking microphones now, haven't they, in parts of America, where they hear gunshots, and it's like, they've got a gun, we'll go there. What? Haven't they? They've got them.
Yeah, they got them. They have it set in specific areas, and it's like the moment there's a gunshot, all the cops arrive and like, it's too late. There's already a body.
Well, we've got a microphone and it's directional. See, we knew we were going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I get told, you're going to be safe. Trust us. And I say, if I hear that word, trust me, I'm from the government, I'm going to chew you out and scream at you. Don't give me that bullshit. We're here to protect you. It never works like that.
You'd probably get shot off the cop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I would be more worried about them falling on top of me because of their weight problem. No, the cops we have, I swear, Simpson's Chief Wiggum looks thin.
You could roll him down the street.
Yes.
Yeah, I've watched this. Oh, I forgot his name. Too much alcohol. Sorry. What's his name? He makes comedic videos, and he's a former military guy. Can't remember his name. Too bad. So he says like former military people want to get into the police and they're fit and they can do the job, but they take these fat,
yes. Oh, I know.
pushing idiots instead
Are you
of
talking
them.
about Terrence Popp?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you
I remember
very
that.
much.
Oh man, I love that guy.
I love him too.
In Scotland, right, it's different. then this is why they wanted independence, and that's why they fiddled the vote, because the water is the Scottish people's water. But in England, it's like that's the way it is in England. You know, if it falls on the ground, it's theirs, so the farmers can't fucking, you know, take it. But in fucking Scotland, it's different. They have different laws. I think it's called mosaic laws. Down, you know, it's like you can be guilty, not proven. Now,
Scotland was the part of Great Britain that was fighting for sovereignty, right?
Yeah, Scotland. Yeah, that's where I live, and
Yeah.
I wanted it. I'm an English fucking man. I wanted away from all them English wankers. And all the Scottish were going, "What are you voting for?" I'm going, "Independence." They're going, "Fuck off, you're English." And I said, "I don't give a fuck. I want away from them wankers." And they were going, "Well, but you see, up here they have a lot of Protestants and Catholics, and there was a debate. Did they want it and stuff? But that was a fucking. They were fucking counting. Oh, yes vote, no vote, no vote, no. Oh, put them on the yes pile. Yes vote, yes vote, yes vote. We put them on the yes vote. No pile. What? Yeah, no vote, no vote, no vote, no vote. Yes pile. That's how it fucking was.
Oh, man, I mean, the one thing I remember, one of my buddies always asked me to do gun safety for kids or teaching people.
Yeah.
And I grew up with them from arguably toddler. I understood gun, dangerous, you be careful with it, you treat it with respect. I swear to God, all the people I have to teach
and they can never ever teach an 8-year-old girl to fire an Uzi.
Okay, with that thing, he should never have had his hands off the gun.
No, he shouldn't have.
It's like if you're
he did so many things wrong.
It's
what
like,
are you talking about?
I think it's that one where you hit the girl on the head like that, is it?
No. This guy handed he was at the range. He was a instructor, and he handed a little girl an Uzi, and put it on full auto.
Oh, fucking!
And as he's standing there, he had gone and let go. And she had gone and squeezed the trigger. It came up and bam, right into his head and
dropped him.
Wow.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, it's like when it comes to that, it's like I had to teach gun safety.
Were there any casualties in that?
Just him, just the gun instructor.
Just him. And the thing is that every mistake that was there that could have been made was made. And the left wing over here in the country just went ape shit over it. They ate it up like, oh my gosh.
Question: where were the parents?
No,
Question: where were the parents?
There was an old man, wasn't there? There was an older man.
The parents were actually filming it.
Oh my God!
And their little 8-year-old daughter ended up going and killing a guy.
By
blowing half of his stuff.
You are the dumbest race now on the planet.
Oh yeah, it's just, when it comes to that, you got the nut jobs, and it's like I have to teach safety to people who are my age and older at times, and they don't even understand fundamentals of don't point the gun in the direction of a human being.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing
that right there is rule 1, man.
I got so mad at this person. I actually grabbed the gun, slammed it into safety again, because I didn't even realize it. He immediately pulled it out of safety. I grabbed the gun like he has it off safety. It gets slammed in. I pull out the magazine and unchamber the round like, you have no right to play with this anymore because you're treating it like a toy. You got to be careful with this. This ends a human being's life. Finger off the trigger, and this guy's giving me shit. And the guy in the range just comes down to me. I'm thinking, what? He takes the idiot off the range. I'm like, thank you. These people don't belong here if they can't even understand. You wait, let the instructor slowly take you through the rounds. No, the guy just wanted to start shooting. Like, this is not Call of Duty. You can't be a kid with this stuff. This is dangerous stuff.
See, that right there, that actually reminds me of something. You talk about dangerous stuff, and that's what we're doing. This also is dangerous. But a question that came up a while back is what type of society and how much freedom is a person able to handle? Now,
yeah.
Now, you know what? Someone actually answered this question a long time ago. His name is Edmund Burke. Everyone knows him for the quote of the only thing necessary for evil to win is for good men to do nothing.
Yeah.
Well, he has a lot of other quotes, and he's a very smart man, but that's the only thing anyone ever remembers him for, which is one of his dumbest quotes, actually. But another one is that man is positioned for liberty in direct proportion to the moral restraints or chains he will put on his own desires.
Yeah, man, fucking brilliant. Can I just interject here? Right, this guy did a test in America, and he gave all these people whatever they fucking wanted, and he locked them. Have you ever heard of this test? It's like a fucking. He owned.
It was during the internet boom age, like the 90s, and he did this project. We Live in Public. After that. The one before that, I don't know what it was called. It was like a bunker. He made a bunker where he wired lots of cameras, 2 little pods, and all the food was free, and he had alcohol that was free, and cigarettes that were free, and drugs that were free. And at the end of the project he was making, everyone was fucking each other like crazy in front of everyone else because there were cameras pointing at everyone all the time.
All the time, 24 hours.
You have to watch this documentary. It's called We Live in Public. That's the name of the documentary. You can look it up.
Wow, that's
at the end. Tell him what he does at the end. Tell him what he does.
The police shut him down
all day long,
all day long, all the time, and he does these psychological experiments on them. You have to watch it.
Oh, it's amazing. Watch it, and it's called How Much Freedom Can You Have?
None of these people can handle any freedom.
No, they was just fucking. Oh, it was amazing to watch. Did you show it me, Stacey?
Yeah, I showed it.
Yeah, and it's called what? What is it? Sorry,
We Live in Public. That's the name of the documentary.
Live in.
Get watching that, YouTube. Fucking, how much freedom can you handle? They can't. People can't handle freedom, man. No, I mean,
it showcases how being constantly on camera changes your the way you act in front of people, trying to even more comply with what you think other people's expectations are.
Yeah. They were going bonkers, weren't they? They were going bonkers, really.
Yeah, well, when Y2K hit, they celebrated New Year's in the bunker, and when Y2K hit on January 1st, 2000, the police came in and shut them down, and some of them were going, no, we don't want to leave. Please let us stay here. We're so popular, and we have so much freedom.
Yeah.
And they were locked in a bunker with all their freedoms stripped away, all their identities stripped away.
Yeah,
you have to watch it.
It was brilliant. And what was I going to say? It is amazing. But what happened? He literally chucked him out. And did they do a follow up? Did they follow the people? What happened? I can't remember.
Well, they did a couple of interviews with like 3 or 4 people that used to live in the bunker, telling their stories through their own eyes. I'll give you the link. I'll give you the link to the documentary. I have it somewhere here.
Because, not sure. People cannot handle freedom. They will go off their tits. You've got to have fucking honor. You really have got to have honor. You know what I mean? And responsibility. And these people had no honor and no responsibility. And look at that's what they've done. Feminists have done that to women. They've said, No responsibility, ladies. Do what the fuck you want. Here's a load of money, ladies. Have some babies. And what they've done to men is gone, you've got the responsibility. You've got the fucking honour. You stand still, boy. And that's why.
Okay.
That's why.
No, it can work. Freedom can work. It has worked. The problem is Edmund Burke was right. All right, you are looking at it from a 21st century perspective. Try and take some of your sensibilities back a couple centuries. All right, we had social limitations. There were social controls on both men and women. And these social controls kept the peace. All right, they worked.
Yeah,
and they worked for thousands and thousands of years. Am I saying that I want to go back to that? No. But what I'm saying is that freedom, total freedom, can work, provided that you have moral social control.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That is the only way it can work.
But they had no morals and social control, and it was just bizarre, you know. But total freedom can work if you've got morals and you've got honour, you know what I mean, and stuff. Of course it is. I mean, we're going to go, look, we're
but whose morals are we going to go with? That's the problem, because morals are very, very relative.
Yeah, but
the best moral you have is act excellent towards others, you know.
There's the two rules. There's the two rules in my society. Cause no harm and cause no loss. Get that? Cause no harm, cause no loss. Anything else, you don't need to bother about. You don't need a fishing fucking thing.
Well, that's not necessarily true, because as we discover, unlike what a lot of people like to say, there are cultural differences. Not all cultures are equal. Okay?
That's true.
You cannot tell me that in the sense of the Mayan, where they had a different god for every day of the year, and every god had to have a human blood sacrifice.
It's not every god. It's not every god. Only the sun god and the rain god needed sacrifices.
I thought we were talking about our perfect society, not fucking bringing everybody in.
No. As to what I'm saying is that we cannot treat every aspect of every culture equally.
Yeah, exactly.
And some people want to go and say that all cultures are equally valid. No, they're not.
Multiculturalism. That's the thing. That's what you're saying.
No,
that's a big lie to me. That's a big lie. You can't get all cultures working perfectly together, especially the ones that say all other cultures suck and we should destroy them.
You mean like some of the Muslims in our country?
Exactly.
Dude, alright, let's put it this way. I live only a couple miles away from Dearborn, Michigan, okay? I don't know if any of you are aware of this, but Dearborn, Michigan has the world's highest concentration of Muslims in the world, outside of the Muslim world, right? The highest concentration, period. All right.
Your point is?
We already have Sharia courts.
Oh my God! Really?
Yes, we have 3 of them in Dearborn.
Wow.
We have actually had a couple of people who have had a cross or a pentagram or something around their neck, just because it wasn't Islam. Yeah, they got jumped really bad. I mean, they actually celebrate September 11th over here.
And what did you have 3 of? What did you have 3 of? And Stacey went, wow.
Sharia courts.
3 what?
Sharia courts.
Oh,
Sharia fucking law.
We also have 1 or 2 over in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Okay, How is this allowed to happen?
We have.
You'll be considered. You'll be considered racist.
No. We actually have a couple.
Well, be racist. Destroy the motherfuckers. They're going to take over you.
No. Oh, honey, you don't understand. Go on Google and type in Islamberg. Actually,
Islamberg. You type it. Oh.
Islamberg, and it is in New York.
You fuck off.
That's an actual fucking city.
Oh my god. It's not funny. It's not funny. They took over my country and killed
they've already taken over here.
People once upon a time, like 300 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness fucking me, man.
No.
The problem is in the United States, you'll be shanghaied for questioning other religions, especially Islam.
Same here, man. They're bringing Sharia fucking law over here. Our top judges says they can have it. What is going on?
What's wrong with them? What's fucking wrong with them?
It's a lot of it's the extreme end of political correctness. It's warped as a weapon because it does not. Not all cultures are compatible, which is a sad state of affairs. Which I would love all cultures to work together, but they don't. It's like if you have 1 billion people, 100 people together, you're not going to have everyone agree, and you got to understand that sometimes you got to let things go. You got to let things evolve in their own ways.
Yeah, and when you find a crazy one amongst that 1,000, you slap them back to reality and tell them like you're out of line. You got to get with the program here. We don't hurt each other like that for no good reason whatsoever. Sharia law. Oh my god.
Oh, but that's in one place. The Sharia law is going to be in all of England because our judges says yay.
Oh yeah, that it's butt foot backwards. And I mean, there was one thing that I laughed at. I have a couple buddies who were from the Marine Corps, but there's a line from he's the he is or was the commandant of the Marine Corps, but his nickname is Mad Dog Mathis. yeah. The Marines are, for any shit you give them, these are more often than not stand-up guys. But he says, "What do you expect from a culture that teaches you to beat people, kill people, and slap people up?" And he's one of those. He's a scary motherfucker. But it's I salute the Marine Corps because it's like these are some of the biggest badass bastards you'll meet.
They're just the tanks on legs. Look at that, not sure, and Sergeant and thingy. Sharia law. This is the country that gave you habeas corpus.
No, actually, no. I was listening to you guys. I do have speakers other than this thing. Here's the thing. Here's what you don't realize. If you want, I can send you links. But we actually know of at least 6 Muslim terrorist training camps inside of our borders.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you do about it?
This is nothing. We can't because if we do, we are racist.
Well, be racist then, and save
the problem is
and your children.
It doesn't matter.
There's a lot of people who try, but they get immediately slammed, and you got a lot of retarded leftist honkers who go screaming all this stuff, and a lot of people you got a lot of people who are trying to do the right thing, and they're trying to raise their kids, and they can't. If anyone says, "Hey, this Sharia law or this part of Islam is bad and incompatible," you have no chance of survival economically. They'll do everything.
Just click on that link. Just click on that link.
I can't get my head around this. I can't. In my part of the world where I live, Islam is seen as the enemy because they stepped on us and enslaved us for hundreds of years, and we know by
well, see, that actually is the thing. A lot of people don't realize that that America, right, the U.S. only got 5% of all the slaves ever sent out of Africa. 1.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
We have historical memory.
what they also forget is that the reasons why they were sold was that they were sold because they wouldn't convert to Islam.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, man.
They were sold off by other members of their tribes and their families because they wouldn't convert.
Yeah.
Well, you've got three choices.
And they're still doing this today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you've got three choices, haven't you? You can stay, have your religion, and we'll tax you out of heaven and hell, and then you'll be poor and you die. 2, we'll chop your fucking head off. Or 3, you can piss off and become enslaved.
Yeah, that's what happened to my country a couple of 100 years ago. You know, they say about Bulgarians, we nod a different way to the other world.
No, you don't.
To the rest of the world, we nod yes instead of no, and no instead of yes, because once upon a time they asked Bulgarians, "Do you want to convert in Islam?" And they nodded no, as in yes, like chop my head off. And that's why Bulgarians nod a different way. We have the historical memory of how violent and disgusting this religion actually is. That's why we don't give a shit. And I'm stunned. Like, how could you let this into your borders? It's going to take over your country and destroy it from within.
We've got 1.8 near enough 9, right? 1.8 near enough 9 babies per indigenous British people.
Oh, I don't know about you, but I have 4 here.
Are they all yours?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, listen to this.
I also have some with my ex-wife, some with a friend of mine, and one I didn't know existed until he was 7. My bloodline should make it.
Well, I have just 2.
Well,
me and my husband decided we need a replacement value for him, replacement value for me, and that's quite enough.
Oh no! See me at this point. I'm thinking of moving over to Japan, because if I go and pop out another 4 in Japan, that is $2 million that the government takes. So I'm not kidding. They're actually doing this shit.
I know. I heard. I was listening to the first 2 hours, but you know, it's a Mgtow hangout, and I didn't feel quite in place.
Well, if you watch or read, or if you watch any of my videos and read the comments, I'm really kind of I'm a firm believer in free speech. If you're going to say something, defend it. That's it.
No,
that's so sweet. Is he singing or she?
Well,
mine are sleeping, so it feels really sweet to hear someone else's children going about.
Well, that would be Maria. Juanita is surfing on a glider. DJ is curled up on the couch because it's -4 outside.
Oh
my God. -4 Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I'm in Detroit.
Okay, well, that doesn't answer my question. Fahrenheit.
It's most likely Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's Fahrenheit, honey.
Wow.
Because this isn't like -4 Celsius, which is what, 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
That sounds very, very cold.
It is. He's a little bit colder than me, but it's still freaking cold outside.
Oh no, it was cold last year. We had weeks where it was like -10, -15. It was warmer in Eagle, Alaska, on a day-to-day basis than it was here.
Wow.
That is bad. have you ever watched the Discovery Channel Deadly Pets?
Sorry. I didn't know it was going to start. I'm just
if you've ever watched that, they go and show you how cold it is over at Dutch Harbor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dutch Harbor in the winter, day to day, is 10 degrees warmer than Detroit.
No.
It's that cold. And you wouldn't think it. You really wouldn't. But honestly, it's really cold in North Dakota. They get some of the coldest temperatures. No, you are not munching these. Get off the... Down, monkey. Yeah, and now she's crying. Oh, yeah, I am.
4? 3?
Well, no, she's crying because
I'm asking about the age because that's what it sounds like. 3 or 4.
No, she's 2.
Oh, even younger.
Yeah, she's 2, 3. Yeah. Really?
Oh, don't cry, honey.
No, you said you had kids. But no, actually, I'm only where I was destroyed so completely that in my divorce, that the only reason why I have recovered as far as I have is because of them.
Well, it's amazing you have them with you. I really admire fathers that take care of their children because my father kind of sort of abandoned me. He tried to reconnect with me, but I was too brainwashed by my mom to reconnect with him, so...
Oh, see, yeah, I have kids I'll never be able to see again. I'm in Michigan. If I step foot in Florida, I'm in jail for life.
Wow.
No, that's actually those are actually our child support laws. I'm in jail for life if I step back foot in Florida. Over child support.
Go to Florida then.
Yeah. No, I was see over here as a single man, especially if you even look white. See, that's the thing. I look white. I'm actually half Mexican.
Well, if you're half Mexican, you still could look white if you're full Mexican, so...
Oh, yeah. Do you have any idea how many blonde hair and blue-eyed people go and live in Mexico City?
I do. I have a very good idea of the whole Latino world because I've studied it.
Oh, yeah. We all... See, most Americans are retarded anytime it comes to race for anything south of the border, okay? They really are.
Yeah,
no,
I'll attest to that.
I'm not kidding. They honestly think anybody from south of our border has like olive skin and flowing black hair. I'm not kidding. They actually
have they ever seen Brazilian women at all?
Only the only ones that we get to see on TV or anything are any of the dark ones. That's it. We don't actually get to see any of the light skinned girls.
Well, that's a pity because there are loads of them.
No, I'm like, hey, do you have any idea how many people were actually shocked to living hell that Shakira was from South America? They honestly thought everyone in South America was black.
Well, first of all, there are many races before
Germans
even
too. There are lots of Germans.
No. Before the Europeans went to South America, there were already a bunch
Africans,
of races going.
Egyptians.
Japan. No.
Japan was over there.
I'm talking about the very absolute natives before any European or from any other.
There were a few, honey. There were a few.
Yeah, exactly,
Japan landed
exactly.
over here in
There,
like
there were at
1120.
yeah,
Uh,
different
the
races, different colored races and
the
tribes.
Cherokee Indian, they can actually trace their actual line all the way back through Europe.
Yeah.
There were actually
Probably.
there were two actually separate groups of natives
Mm-hmm.
here. There was east of the Mississippi and west of the Mississippi. There was a giant, massive trading town over in southern Illinois called Cahokia.
Mm-hmm.
It was is that oh yeah, but most don't realize this. I can actually show you right now. Chief White Cloud of the Cherokee can actually go and trace back a portion of his line back to the ancient Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, I'm still talking about South America because that's what I know about. And we have
So
the
that would be
Olmeca and the Inca.
Paleo, so Clovis. All right, cool.
I'm talking about Mesoamerica, you know, and South America. That's the part I'm talking about. And even there you have a bunch of different skin color, different races, and then when the Europeans, you know, the Spanish and Portuguese and others stepped in, you have the mestizos, which are the mixed bloods that are extremely white and very close
and the
to the
Olmecs
Europeans.
that were black.
Yeah.
The Olmecs were black.
Well, they're not exactly black, but they weren't African black. That's what I mean. But they were dark-skinned, for sure. Yeah.
The Aztecs actually had a range. The Aztecs actually had a range, so they were a bit of a. They were a little weird. Like it's like for everyone that they kidnapped to sacrifice, they went and kidnapped a woman to rape and have a child with.
Yeah. Well, they spread throughout the continent because they go along the Andes, so they have a lot of different ethnicities ingrained into them.
Speaking of which, a tiny bit of trivia. Andes actually means, in the native tongue, the cultivated land.
Wow. The more you know. Thank you.
I actually learned that from a cartoon in the 80s. No, there was a show that, and it had, it's called The Mysterious Cities of Gold.
Yeah, I remember.
And at the end of every episode, they had a mini it was a documentary about a different culture and a different region of South America.
They reckon the Egyptians went fucking to, just outside of Texas.
See, that's the thing. There's about that we know of across the planet about 40,000 pyramids. A pyramid is not exactly a rare thing, and you can make any grouping of pyramids go and look like any shit. What?
Well, there are a bunch of them over in China and a bunch of them over here in Europe.
Croatia too.
We have some in Bulgaria as well, but they're covering them up. I have friends that are into archaeology and say, we have a bunch of pyramids here in Bulgaria that date back they're so fucking old. They're probably older than the ones in Egypt.
15,000 years old, they reckon. 15,000.
Oh no, there's a couple pyramids over in Ethiopia and shit that are old. I mean, we find that we go and find these structures, and we find them for a couple reasons. They're easy to build. Simply because it's a pyramid. As long as all you need are 4 straight lines. And the angles that it's at. For example, the Valley of the Kings in Egypt. only in that valley, only if you're standing in that valley, there's a mountain outcrop that forms a natural pyramid at the top of that valley. All right, which is why the Valley of the Kings is where it's at. They were looking for a structure, and it started as just one little tiny grave, and then they just went and built another one on top, another one on top, another one, another one, another one, and from there you have a step pyramid. And then they buried it and went, oh, wait a minute, you know, it might be cool if we had some stone sides or something else on it. It just kind of evolved over in Egypt, and it evolved in a completely different way in South America, and it evolved in a completely different way once again in Europe. In each case, the same basic structure evolved for a number of different reasons. It's just a very convenient shape. Because it has four sides. Just about every building that humans build has four sides. There's nothing new there.
Well, actually, the Great Pyramid's got 8 sides, but we won't differ.
Some of the oldest buildings were meant to be round. You know, that's the best building strategy. Yeah, they reckon that's the best building strategy because it's most efficient when it comes to, you know, warming it and living space and being organic with what you need to live.
Have you ever heard of Buckminster Fuller and his geodesic?
Oh yeah, and buckyballs in his geodesic dome, which you can find a giant version of at Disneyland.
Well, if you built it big enough, it could actually lift its own weight off the ground. You could. It would lift.
Do you want to see one?
Yeah, I've seen loads, man. I was going to build one. But yeah, I'll see one. Yeah.
Epcot Center over at Disney World, dude.
Get it, man. I've seen it, but I'll look. Shit, isn't it? Doesn't it leak though? Doesn't it leak or something?
I don't know. I haven't inspected it.
You wouldn't go there though. You'd be nicked, wouldn't you? It's in Florida.
Oh, dude! If I had a chance to go and just wander around,
go as a woman. Go dressed as a woman and go to the.
Go where?
The Epcot Center in Disneyland. It's the geodesic dome. Click on that link if he's give it me.
Well, not yet.
Alright, give me a second. Let me, I gotta close down a couple of these tabs. I got like 50 tabs open.
You know that slows down your connection, right?
Yeah. Alright, I gotta get rid of that. There we go. There we go. And keep let go of the cord. You. Oh. I swear this girl is. She's a daddy's girl from hell. I feel sorry for her boyfriend. Okay. All right. What? Wow. Okay, now that's a knot. All right. That's gonna take me a minute. Sorry.
I haven't done that in a long, long time.
Yes. Can you? Do you think that my children have any real fear of me?
Well, it's good that they don't. It's good that they don't.
Oh, I don't know about that. At this moment, I'm really kind of wishing they did.
When it's short term, it works, but in the long run, it's better they don't. It's better they love you and respect you for who you are, not out of fear.
Yeah, apparently, as of right now, I'm a plaything. But what is... Okay, that's okay.
Aren't
So
all
you,
men with girls and women where they're plaything? Oh, plaything, come here.
oh my god. Let me, yeah, that is a good image. That is a good image.
Especially for a father of a daughter.
Oh man, no, see, I have sons and daughters. I have 5 sons and 4 daughters.
Amazing sperm.
Hey. Why?
She's cute.
Yeah, well, see, that is part of why I am Mgtow, because I am terrified of the reality that my daughters are going to be living in. They're going to be living in a world in which it makes more sense for any man that they come across to leave them dead in a ditch than to go and have the chance of them making a false claim about him. And that terrifies the living shit out of me. It really does.
What was that, man? What was that?
What, as to what scares me?
Yeah.
Oh, or the link.
No, what scares you?
As what scares me is that right now in today's climate, if my daughter is dating a boy, right, and she gets pregnant, it makes more sense for him to kill her than to go and take the chance of being a slave for life.
Well, that's why you teach your daughter how to not get pregnant. That's what the only good thing my mother taught me is how to not get pregnant. And I've been on the pill only 3 months in my entire life and gotten pregnant 2 times by choice and on purpose. Never got pregnant before that. I have no abortions, no nothing. I just was careful enough. It's not
yeah. See,
easy.
over here, if you even for example, if you show a photo of what actually happens during the process of abortion, right, you get charges brought up against you.
Why?
Where's freedom of speech, man?
No, because it offends women.
It offends them in what way?
It forces them to come to terms with it.
Yeah. It really does. It hurts. This is the argument. It hurts women because it will damage their emotional state and their internal beliefs.
Well, don't kill your babies while they're still in the womb, and it won't hurt your fucking.
Actually, no.
You get in trouble for saying it's not a fetus. They'll cram it down your throat. You have to say fetus, not baby.
Oh yeah, dude, it's sick. We have actually had a feminist group go and make the claim that a woman should be able to legally abort her child a year after birth.
Yeah, that's called partial birth abortion, isn't it?
No, that one
is.
Yeah, the partial birth abortion, and what they do is they induce labor, okay?
Yeah.
Then they go in and turn the baby around so it's feet first.
Oh my God! No, please don't tell me more. I don't want to know.
Then they go and turn the baby over so it's facing down, as the mother is.
Okay, we could stop there and just say guillotine and leave it at that.
Oh fuck!
Oh no.
I forgot what
This is the reality. Okay, if you want to know as to what American women if you want to know as to what American women are throwing a fit about, okay? All right, this is what is going on. They then go and pull the child out through the vagina until the base of the neck is exposed.
Oh no! Please.
Because the head is still inside of the woman, it is not born. It is not seen as a human being. They then take a pair of scissors.
No, please don't.
They take a pair of scissors. They shove it into the back of the baby's neck and cut.
Why would a woman do that to herself and her baby?
They then extract the child, put the child onto a tray. Occasionally, about 1 out of every 10 times, the child survives. In that case, the child is then left on the counter, exposed until death.
Yeah, I've seen the videos, mate. I made myself watch all these.
Here is the best part. Here is the best part. Any parent or anyone who's ever had a child and looked at ultrasounds or anything like that knows all of the different stages of development, right?
Yeah.
It is a war against women. This is the war against women that people in Europe hear about that is going on here in the States, okay? Women want the right to do this at 24 weeks of pregnancy.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Why would anyone want to?
It's
if you haven't
because they've been
until the 11th week, you shouldn't do anything about it. Oh my God!
They've been conned into thinking so many wacky things, and it's
already a almost living, breathing thing. Just carry it out and give it to someone who wants it.
We actually here in the States, for children that are removed from the womb at 15 weeks, we have a record of 63% survival rate. For children that, for emergency reasons, are extracted from the womb at 15 weeks, we have a 63% survival rate. And they're doing this at 24 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow.
I forgot what that
That's
thing.
halfway through. That's halfway through. You have to carry. I've carried both my sons to 41st week.
Oh yeah, and over in Texas, when they tried to go and get it dropped to 20 weeks, right? It became a national war on women by going from over there. It went. They were trying to move it from 22 weeks to 20 weeks, and all of a sudden, everyone in the country is a
anti-woman monster.
Yeah,
takes away your rights.
Misogynist piece of crap, and
well,
you hate your mother, you hate your daughters. I mean, it is.
You want to go with the abortion stuff? I was doing research. I didn't do the video yet, but it is. You want to know what the percentage is that they found for women going in for an abortion for rape is?
Oh, it's like
it's under
like
a percent.
It's 0.006% or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's lower because the total number for rape and incest in total is only 446 total. Period. I remember it. It was abortion stats or something like that. But yeah, they actually go and keep. Dude, it is sick.
It's not even a percent. It's not even a singular percent, and most of the reasons why they don't want it. They don't feel they want it at this time, and it's insane because they'll do mental gymnastics.
Oh no, they actually did this survey thing that if a bunch of pregnant women, where if they found out that their husband or someone was broke or destitute, would they abort? And it was like 56% said yes.
Mm-hmm.
How is that possible?
Disgusting. It's disgusting.
You know how many black people get aborted each year, which should have come out? 52%. 52% of all blacks are getting aborted.
Oh no! What was it? Like 85% of all abortions are in the black neighborhoods.
Yeah. Yep. Well, they've got Planned Parenthood everywhere, haven't they? They've got a church.
Oh, no. Dude, it's disgusting. We actually have people over here paying clinics to kill black babies.
Mm-hmm.
Like they actually donate to kill black babies. I'm not kidding. It's disgusting. What the fuck is wrong with us?
And do you know who runs Planned Parenthood and who actually invented it? Bill Gates' dad.
Mm-hmm.
And Margaret Sanger, who is a close personal friend of Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, and he went to Ku Klux Klan's meetings and said,
Yep.
"Let's kill black people."
Well, that's the craziest thing I try to point out in my school, which is it's a death sentence that most, when I say the politically left, that's the easiest way of saying the politically left, that most of their processes,
90% of the country.
Yeah, it's like they're anti-minority, and it's just pretty much they do everything to subjugate you in a different way. They just fuck you over. Now the right's not that much better, but they at least go, hey, don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you. Just do whatever you want. If you do something, if you break the law, you're going to be punished. That's pretty much the essential. And the modern left has turned into such a wacky thing. It doesn't even make sense.
The ironic thing is, the blacks vote for the fucking left.
They do.
In droves.
No, except the thing is that it's the black women.
Yeah.
You have to specify this. It's the black women who are promised.
Well,
all
they
of
have
this
the
free
state raising their babies from 10 different daddies, so they'll be going there and voting for that free money they're getting off the state.
I'm not kidding. A lot of black men over here just get a shit deal. Mm-hmm. I am not kidding. No matter where they are, no matter what side that's coming from, they're getting hit. I mean, right now they are getting hit by a whole bunch of taxes, and they don't even know it. For instance, a few years ago, Faygo Pop went from 89 cents a 2-liter to $1.50 a 2-liter, and this was because of a sugar tax, right? And all of a sudden, and this is a national sugar tax. This was a federal sugar tax, and all of a sudden, it had gone into effect, and this was in summer of 2010. So during the time when the Democrats had a super majority in the House and in the Senate, right? And everyone blamed the Republicans for the cost increase.
Don't get me started on that bullshit.
What? Cost of what though?
Sodas, specific soda brands, they jumped up astronomically. They did a sugar tax.
It almost like doubled, dude. Faygo is the cheap pop. It went from 89 cents to $1.50.
Oh yeah, I mean the insanity. My state alone, we barely have any what we consider conservative or republic people, be it Senate or anything. Every single time something bad happens, it's always, oh, it's the right, they're the evil ones, and when you take a look at it, it's like, wait, they don't even have any type of majority anywhere. Most of these areas have nothing. It's the Republicans, they're the evil ones, and I look at it like, they don't have any power. You're looking at a super Democrat state. How the fuck can a Republican be doing evil? He's not even having power.
I'd say look at your women. That's evil. Sorry, but it's evil. Fucking evil.
Yeah, the stories about abortion you told me are like just
those are the nice ones. Those are the nice ones.
That is just horrifying to me because I know which week of the pregnancy you feel your baby move for the first time, and you bond. When you feel it move, you know it's there, and you bond with it, and you start loving it, and you start wanting to see it and hold it and breastfeed it and just be and mother it. How can someone do that to a baby? What Not told me about? It's just.
Well, there's
it's
another
so
one.
easy. It's so easy not to get pregnant. It's so fucking easy that I can't get why so many people are aborting their babies. All you have to do is pull it out and suck it out, and it's done. You're not getting pregnant ever.
No. See, that's the thing. There are no accidental pregnancies. Like, if the pregnancy is an accident, she will keep it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That is literally what we have. These females are trained effectively from birth to go and learn how to be a leech, learn how to be a parasite and nothing else.
Well, I was going to say the other. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm done.
I was going to say is that the other thing is with the ultrasounds. They have the 3D ultrasounds.
Oh yeah.
They don't. Yeah, they don't want to. They don't want to use that at all. And they were trying to say the same things. Oh, it's not necessary. And because when you see a 3D ultrasound, because a lot of when they say the pro-abortion stuff, oh, it's just a clump of cells. It's a fetus. They don't even connect to a human being. When you see,
I've never seen a 3D ultrasounds of my son.
Oh, dude, they are cool.
They are cool. You actually see the baby. It looks like an actual.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen the 2D ultrasound, and I can see the outlining of their skull and where their hands and their feet are, and that's just enough for me to picture the whole baby. I didn't need a 3D ultrasound to see how the baby is inside of me and feel its legs and hands and head.
To give you an idea as to how disgusting our women are, some of these women have gone in and had multiple abortions, right? And you can actually ask to watch the entire thing on the actual ultrasound. You can actually see the baby screaming.
I know. I've watched that. The silent scream, where it starts screaming when they start sucking their feet off and head off. It's
oh, this one isn't silent. This one's quite loud.
Well, you should change her. You said you need to change her, so...
That's the link of a
Maria's potty trained. All my children are potty trained.
Oh, good! That's amazing! That's so good! How early? I'm sorry to bring this up, but how early?
Oh, 18 months.
Awesome. Me too! Me too. I stopped breastfeeding them at 18 months, and at 19 months they were potty trained.
See, for us, it wasn't like that. It really wasn't. See, I had my other daughter who's 13 months older than this one. I was already teaching her, and then she decided to go and take it upon herself to teach her younger sister.
Oh, that's so cute! Oh, wow.
And it's actually because of them specifically that I have actually been able to get as far as I have after my divorce.
You told me.
It's
awesome.
It's actually only because of them I actually had any food, and then it was because of them I only the only reason why I had a solid roof. So yeah.
There's nothing that warms my heart more than a loving dad. I never got one, so whenever I see one, I just love him to death.
Well, I had two. But see, here's the thing that I have. Because I have children of both genders, I come to a lot of these issues from a different perspective from a lot of these other Mgtow. Because I'm already seeing sex bots online. I hate it. But there's a hotel in Japan right now, right, that is manned at least up front entirely by robots, and they look and feel human. So the tech is coming. It's coming, whether I like it or not. And here's the thing: I don't want humans to go extinct. I really don't. I'd like to go and cultivate the best of us. I'd like to cultivate that. I'd like to clean it up a little bit. But I don't want to kill people in order to do that. And I realized that if I want to see this happen, I have to start with myself. And I have already taken steps in storing my own stem cells. I've saved cord blood and cord tissue of all of my children. I have been making those steps, and to have a psycho feminazi go and scream that I shouldn't be able to go and do that because I'm a man, and apparently they think that the Y chromosome is diseased and failing and disappearing.
Which is actually not, because it can fix
Yeah,
it.
that is not the case at all. Sadly enough, the Y chromosome is the evolutionary powerhouse of any species. It's actually quite freakish, honestly. But without our drives, without our natural wayside, and we are destroying ourselves. Civilization itself has
You
made
have
us
to repeat that because there was a technical problem. You have to repeat that.
Alright.
Like from a minute ago.
Alright. Basically, the gist is that civilization itself has made us soft. We have built up a world where, as you were saying earlier, about everyone wanting to go and be comfortable. That is true. Because they want to be able to have as little stress in their life as humanly possible. They want to have everything done.
That makes you crazy, though. That makes you crazy. You need at least a bit of stress in your life to be functional, to have something to overcome, to work properly, to get your mind working properly. Because if it gets too lazy, it creates drama of its own and gets you into a separate reality from the real one.
Hasn't been stressed in a long time. As a species, we have not been stressed in a long time.
That's true.
And I fear that unless we start taking it upon ourselves, and if our children take it upon themselves to try to advance our species as quickly as possible, we are going to fall by the wayside, because right now we are experiencing an effect known as idiocracy, where the majority of the people who breed are the idiots.
Yeah, that movie is such a scary idea of the future that is so plausible. It's unbelievable.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's right there. We are seeing it. It's not plausible. It's happening.
Yeah. Wish it wasn't, though. Wish it wasn't. And it's all over the world. If you think there's idiots only here and there, they're everywhere. Everywhere. There are people that are not empathetic, that hate to think and use their brains, that hate logic and science and just go with what feels right, and that drives me crazy because it's so hard to find people you can actually talk with.
Okay, in that case, I have to ask the obvious question then. Then does it make sense then for people that are of a like mind like that to effectively establish their own little secret society and go and sequester themselves away from the rest of the world?
Do you mean the smarter ones or the dumber ones?
Yeah. All the smarter ones. All the smarter ones go and leave and breed in larger numbers. In a environment that actually encourages that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Because right now, the reason why we have genius and that's why we have intellect is because of stresses in our environment. Well, we are not getting that anymore, so it has to be cultural stresses.
We're not getting it anymore. We're not getting it anymore. Are you taking a piss? It's the men getting it in the fucking neck.
I'm talking species-wide, jackass. as a species, we have become very comfortable in
No,
our
women
own different environments.
women have become comfortable. Men have not become comfortable.
Well, that's why you see in Mgtow evolving. It evolved
Yeah.
because of the hostility. And,
Yeah.
and as a species, we've been lethargic beyond belief, but as
Yeah.
men as a whole, you see enough shit kicked our way, we're starting to say, fuck this shit, we're doing our
Yeah.
own crap. It's
Yeah.
a logical response to a negative stimuli.
It really is. We are honestly in a sense still doing we are still Mgtow in this sense does go in and qualify as a biological function because there has to be a counter swing in order to go and stabilize.
I know.
Wow, wait a minute. Yeah, we could actually go and see Mgtow as a biological reaction. Huh.
I mean, I remember from Rome and near the end of the Republic and the beginning of the Principate, there was a lot of these laws that were giving women all these powers and pretty much it's like, and what happens to it? Like men were like, "Fuck this shit, no."
Oh yeah, and then they were hit with a bachelor tax.
Yeah.
Obamacare. Sorry.
Oh no, dude, it's worse than that. No, dude, it's worse than that, man.
I just had to make that. That's just it's like.
No, Jersey is actually talking about a bachelor tax.
They can go suck my dong for all I care on that.
I couldn't believe it. I read it and I couldn't believe it. Now we have feminists over in San Fran calling for a white male tax.
I know. It's just. The moment I hear that in my university, you're probably gonna. I'm probably gonna be asked to leave. It's like they're like, "Shut up! You're getting. They're too stupid. I must hit them upside the head with logic."
Oh no! See, I was honestly thinking of going back to school. Honestly.
You go for the right degree. It's fine, but you'll have to deal with a level of stupidity that's.
The last time I had anything to do with the college, I went to go and prank a college that a friend of mine was going to. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to see how much I could get away with. I made up a sales pitch and the whole bit, and I had a printed brochure to make it look even more professional. All right, and I actually got half the campus to start protesting dihydrogen monoxide.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
Because they didn't know what it was. All they heard was monoxide. It's bad, and I explained. It is found in
the dihydrogen part.
Oh no! See, our education system is so shit. It actually took a chemistry major to come out and write it down and show everybody. I am not kidding. But except I explained that it is a product found in car exhaust. It is a byproduct of combustion. All forms of combustion produce water vapor. I said it's a byproduct from a nuclear power plant. It is contained in the exhaust from a coal power plant.
Yeah,
I said I actually I wrote it down in the brochure that this chemical has permeated every living thing on the planet, and still no one got it. And this was in 2004. All right.
Oh, jeez, no.
But no one understood. And
they don't think.
They are sheep. And they are trained to be sheep. I mean, I was watching this thing a little while ago of these students over in Russia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing a bunch of math problems. And you had kids raising their hand and jumping up and wanting to go up to the board. Over here in the States, they cower. They hide behind all of their desks, their books, their folders, their binders. They hide.
Because most of the teachers are shitty morons who push an agenda. They don't let the kids learn. They make it boring as hell, and they get fucking... Sorry, I'm not going to go on that rant. Hell, I mean, that's the only reason why I want to go into education, because I like to help some people out and not get stuck into this free-falling of stupidity.
It boggles the mind. It really does. Like I said, I was thinking about it, and I went to go and visit a campus, thinking, yeah, I might give it a try. I have options that at this moment that most men would never have, and I acknowledge that. I really do. I acknowledge that, and these are fairly extraordinary circumstances. So I want to abuse them as much as I can. So I went up to Eastern, and I was looking around. Oh my God! I saw stands for now, the National Organization for Women. I saw Code Pink. I mean, oh dear God, there was a feminist Wicca cult group that had a stand. If my mom were to have if she were alive to have seen as to what happened to her school, oh, she would have gone apeshit. She would have gone apeshit. It's not even funny.
Oh man, we have even though it doesn't make sense for our university they have a sorority that's a feminist sorority. And you know what the funniest thing is that I never paid attention to them because they're all nagging little hens that drive me up the wall.
Right.
Someone pointed out that the letters spell and as soon as I noticed it, I'm like, oh yeah, it does. And I looked at everyone in that sorority. All I could think is, man, they have never seen a treadmill, have they? I mean, it's like the same ones that scream rape culture, and I look at them like, I don't think a guy would even want to get near you. And it's just like, and the best thing is that they were the ones who put, oh, men have to pay $1.25 for a cupcake and 70 some odd cents for it.
Yeah, for a woman.
And I just looked at it and I started laughing, and I just look at this person, it's like, I go to the girl next to me, hey, would you mind buying me a cupcake? I'll pay you the $1.
Right.
And the woman starts laughing, she says, oh. And she goes, can I buy a cupcake? And it's like after that, it's like, yeah, she understood. This is insane. This is retarded. Like, good. At least I'm not alone in thinking that.
Oh no, it is bad. I mean, it is bad. We have professors. I don't. You can't. No, you can't call them that. Well, we have people that claim to be learned, that hold influence over people's careers for lifetime. And if you don't go and regurgitate all their crap back to them, you have no future.
I know.
That is the world that they have created. And what I'm telling you is, fuck that. All right. Go and join the Civil Air Patrol. Do you know why?
No, I don't.
They will pay for you to learn how to fly a plane and get your pilot's license.
Me as a pilot. First thing first, someone would have to smack me up to the side of the head because I would want to fly and do something stupid.
Well, no. What I'm trying to say is you find other ways of gaining useful and marketable skills. Welding, coding, something that you are able to go and do
anywhere
without having to be hired on by a company. Something you are able to go and like wildcat. Alright, just go out and do it.
Oh yeah, there's just some of those days because I'm glad that I've found a lot of the good teachers left. I'm so, as I say, I was surprised it was in the history department, the area that I thought would be run over the most.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's not, and the proof of that is the whole wicket storming thing, where feminists would go and set up a college course specifically designed to go and give college credit to students for going onto Wikipedia and changing everything on there to emulate a feminist point of view.
Yeah, a teacher did that for extra credit for a couple of her students.
Yeah.
I just looked at him like, are you insane?
But yeah. I can't believe it. The first time I came across the website Campus Reform, and I was reading that, my jaw hit the floor. I couldn't believe it. All these things. Harvard is the school nobody can fail. I mean, what the hell?
It's like there's one person who was laughing at me that I couldn't tell satire because it was some stupid feminist thing. I'm like, do you realize how crazy feminists have gotten? There's a reason why I can't tell if it's satire because it sounds like stuff they would do. And it's just that it bothered me so much on that. It was like, what was it? The one of them that aborted her child because it was a boy?
Yeah, that is a recent thing too. What had happened was she was out. And some man, I guess, like didn't go and hold open a door or something, and she just felt offended because of the way he was chewing. I mean, seriously, it was so asinine. I don't even remember the reason as to why. But what happened that she was so offended, and she had felt that was a symbol of the oppression of women over millennia, and she couldn't stand the idea of having another one of these monsters growing inside of her, and they made up this whole Broadway play musical about it in this article to go and make her the victim for going and killing her 21-week-old baby. I mean, what the hell?
I saw that some guy, a personal friend I knew, just started attacking me. That's satire. I'm like, from what I've looked up, because I remember looking it up, and it's like, there's no evidence to the contrary. You have major publications printing this, not making any. Like, and they did better research. I hope they did better research than me, but I kept on finding.
Brian Williams.
Yeah, but it's like I'm giving the benefit of the doubt here, but I'm looking at like this is terrifying, and the reason why I did not believe it was fake, I knew a girl who did the exact same thing. And it's like, if I know a person who does...
know an evil cunt like that?
Knew. I'll make that specific. Knew. I had known her. I had gone to grade school with her, and I met her again. And I said, oh, how are you doing? It's like, oh, she says, oh, yeah, I was preggo, but because it was a boy, I didn't want it. And it's like, she said, and I just sat there, and this was before I became a red pill, and I'm like, what? It was just that massive, just slapped her face. I'm like, are you insane? Because it was what shocked me. Because like, even if it's fake,
because that's 5 months. That's at 5 months when they go and determine what it is. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me.
Oh, my grade school teacher. Pretty much was chanting, "All men should die, all men should be killed." The "I'll kill all men" hashtag. She was doing that in the 90s. And I remember that classroom. And what's the only thing that saved me is my sister was born. And I had been talking about my sister left and right, and then she goes, "This is the good man. He's the only one we should tolerate." And I'm like, holy crap. And this is as a kid. I'm scared shitless. Like,
see, I've only been exposed to that one time. In my very early 20s, I decided to go and branch out a little bit. I had learned and lived a number of different traditions and religions and stuff. And I wanted to go and figure out this whole Wicca thing. I'm not going to get into all that stuff, but eventually I found myself over at a clothing-optional pagan campground. I was the only male under the age of 40 who wasn't over 200 pounds. All right. So I had my pick, mainly because there weren't any other options. I learned a lot about female nature there, but I also learned that a lot of these women there were also very well educated. Two of them were, well, one of them was a professor over at U of M, Dearborn. Another one was a professor at Ann Arbor, U of M.
Mm-hmm.
And another was a microbiologist. Not dumb women, right?
These are, yeah, yeah, it's just, wow.
Okay, not dumb women. And these bitches are around a campfire talking about how they would create a Y virus.
That actually, I could say, scares the shit out of me, because that's just...
Real scientists. Like, not only did first it was a Y virus, and they would come up with all kinds of different ways to just exterminate men. Medically. Chemically. I mean, holy fucking hell. They literally thought no one else was up because I was sleeping in my car at the time, right? Mm-hmm. And the window was down. And I'm listening to them. Holy shit, dude, I did not sleep for 3 fucking days. I am not too damn proud to admit that. Holy, like, seriously. Like, we're talking about going and flooding certain chemicals that separately do nothing, but once they're combined in water, they go and create another chemical, which shuts down testosterone production in the male body. They were just trying to figure out how to get it past the water treatment plant.
That is actual terrorism. No matter how you cut that. That is, Jesus Christ.
I'm not kidding, and this is what I was exposed to. And so, if you look at some of my other videos, my earlier ones, these were the women that were accusing me of lying because I didn't go and show them my friend's checkbook. I'm not kidding. They thought he was rich, right? But he's broke as hell. I was rich, but they thought I was broke. But because I didn't put all of that on display and I didn't expose him, I was the one lying. I'm the piece of shit. Having those women hate you doesn't make you sleep well at night.
Jesus Christ! It sounds like a bunch of my exes just rolled up into.
I mean, this is terrifying. We actually have video. I mean, it's been posted on YouTube a couple times, Twitter a couple times, of these feminist rallies, and they're literally talking about skinning men alive, impaling them, like shoving telephone poles up their asses. I mean, holy shit.
And then people wonder why men have a hard time trusting women. Like, if that's a lot of women, a lot of feminist women, why do you think men are like, you know what, fuck this, I'm checking out?
Right, and if this chick is in here, well, I'm not like that. Okay, great. You're the one gold bar out of 5,000 landmines. That doesn't help us.
Unless you can strap rings and drop bombs to counteract it. No, thank you.
I mean, seriously, unless there's a way to go and duplicate it, which even to her own admission, she didn't even get it until she was a mother herself, when she had to worry about her own boys. Because until then, it wasn't an issue. And she was like, well, she said she was having problems with her husband. and was going on, okay, so what are guys complaining about? And then went and realized, holy shit, they have a lot to complain about.
Just that because I did because that's the thing is like I find the occasional unicorns and it's like I look because I started laughing, the girl understood why I had that look on my face of I gotta see if you're actually not blowing smoke up my ass.
Okay, see, that's the thing. I do not believe in Nawalt. I do not believe in unicorns. As you heard earlier from Todd, he calls me a scorched earther. All right? And in a sense, yes. But I am not completely closed off. But what that does mean is if it ain't a unicorn, it ain't working. And the thing is, I don't think there is such a thing. Because you could have a unicorn, a Nawalt, given a specific set of stimuli and parameters. But once any of those changes, she can go and switch on you quick. And once that happens, there's no going back. Because it isn't so much that once she does that, oh, it's okay. Then at that moment, once you say it's okay, she can go and get away with it again, and she's gonna do it again. You can't have that. It's once and done. And what?
Oh no, I know. It's just that I'm the only reason why I'll say there's unicorns only because of my sister, because she's the one. She's like me, just like a female version of me, and it's just that everything that comes up, and it's like anytime a girl acts like a piece of shit, she actually fundamentally believes if a girl strikes a guy, she says I don't care if the guy actually clocks her and she croaks, she got what she deserved. She struck another human being, and she actually she says that it was those small fundamentals. And I think, as I said, that's why I say unicorn, because it's so hard to believe it's even real. And I was always concerned for the longest of time about my sister going to school because of all the feminist bullshit that just ekes out and makes it easier for women to act like pieces of shit. And it was just like, because what made her snap was when she said, when my sister just completely said no to it, any feminist or any of that stuff, was because they made this remark, all men want to rape you, even your brothers, and stuff like that. Exactly, and my sister just snapped right there, saying, she just snapped and was like, no, that is utter bullshit, because because she even said, if my brother was going to be able to do it, he would never have done all these things to protect my life. And it's like, and it was like, that was the only thing after I saw that, and she's like, after that, she's like, you know what? I even explained to her, I actually asked her, she's extremely smart, and says, with all this coming up, with all this feminist bullshit coming up, how do you think it was created? And she says, the only reason why it could exist like that was someone has to enforce it. Someone has to push it down someone else's throat. And she's like, and then she says, self-reliance. If you can't rely and do it yourself, you don't deserve it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm glad I'm hearing it from her, and she's one of these dead serious types. And she's also one of those that has a few choice, colorful words for Anita, which I I get a kick out of because she's the one.
I gotta hand it to you guys.
Necro Panda just posted a link here. Let me see if I can pull it up. A story about a Y virus in Literotica. So like this is like straight up women porn, huh? So, wait, this is women porn. Find this.
I just popped in out of morbid fascination if you guys were still here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, kind of. It just goes and goes and goes.
You guys you have stamina.
I'm used to massive gaming sessions. This is nothing.
Wow.
Holy cow.
How are you doing?
Good. Good. Yeah, we're fine here.
To me, I lost internet signal for a while, actually.
Oh.
Someone's been keeping it going one way or the other. Glad of that.
Copy link address.
Paul, Doctor, did other people come and join us for a while?
Yeah.
Or
Yep. Oh, yeah. Including a chick who seemed pretty cool for being a chick.
We're labeling her as the trans-phasing unicorn, so.
a trans-dimensional unicorn.
Well, you know, you have to. We're going to have to train some of these bitches into how to be a unicorn.
See, that is my thing. I want to know how to duplicate the process. Except in this case, as we were discussing, she didn't become a unicorn until after her sons were born, and was having problems with her husband, and got online to see what men were complaining about. And then she came across Mgtow and found out men had a lot of shit to complain about, and actually looked in the mirror. I don't think we can duplicate that type of a unicorn, since most females don't have the drive of wanting to, one, save their marriage, and two, worrying about their sons. Most women over here in the West, since she was in Eastern Europe, most women over here in the West are more interested in that paycheck from Big Daddy Uncle Sam.
But I think the process, like you were saying, the process of making a unicorn is different for each one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be careful to say, is there a system? It's like, how do you take someone from being a religious person to an atheist? Well, what I have found, and because I've done it so many times, is it's never the same process, and yet the process has some similarities to it.
Exactly. I want to know as to what that common theme is. I want to know that inner process.
Actually, I've kind of noticed a lot of the women that are pro-men seem to have gotten almost sometimes similar shit like men have gotten. They've gotten the same shtick as men, one way or the other. Maybe not to the same degree, and they've been seeing when men complain about it.
Similar.
Yeah, it's somewhat similar. If they get shit on for the same reasons as a guy did, that they have a tendency to start empathizing with them and start realizing, wow, I'm not alone, but it also happens to men.
Interesting.
Exactly. That's, you know what? It's something that you said that, because Julie went through the exact same process that a man went through, that she was with a guy, and he started to go to church, and she was like, I'm out of here. And and there were some other mitigating circumstances that kind of dampened her feelings for him. And anyway, she left. And then she wound up paying alimony, and she went through the same shit that a guy did, and then she came out the other end, kind of a female Mgtow.
Mm-hmm.
Right, except it seems to take extraordinary circumstances, though. That's the problem. It takes extraordinary circumstances, and it's not just one set of circumstances.
Well,
ever.
The same thing could be said of all, like the three of us here. We've all come through a fire.
Oh, actually, I'm laughing. What was it? I'm a big gamer, but it was like Fallout New Vegas, when the character says, I've been baptized once in fire and once in water. It's pretty much fire of getting the hell kicked out of us, and then seeing Mgtow, the red pill, and coming out, realizing, hey, and I know it's a religious using, but it's not. I don't mean it in a religious sense. But it's just like the understanding, the awakening of intellect and stuff like that.
Well, in a sense, you could say it, because you could say to be reborn. You could see, like, the whole concept of baptism is a rebirth of oneself, and that comes from a change in perspective. The moment you go and grow, you effectively go and rebaptize yourself.
Mm-hmm.
By growing, by overcoming adversity, by going and triumphing over obstacles.
But I totally hear what the sergeant said there, that you have to go through the kind of crap that men go through to become a unicorn. You have to see it, either through your father or yourself. You have to be close up to it to feel the pain.
Exactly. It just actually the one thing is because I use video games to help teach and stuff like that, and it's just to get themes and tones across. I've noticed that a lot of people, when you actually have to experience it, like gaming. One person I was trying to explain the idea of self-reliance to them, and I threw them on a video game and said, "Okay, play this game." And as soon as they played the game, they started realizing that the only person you can rely on, time and time again, is yourself. And it's like, unless you can find a video game that can produce the same shit men get on a constant daily basis and give them to women, I don't I don't see something like that happening. But it's like I've been noticing, like, it has to be experiencing some similarities, and one way or the other, like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's something to that, because you can't explain this to people. And I think the reason you can't explain it is because your average person who's still innocent is like, they're like, I can't imagine people being that evil. Well, trust me, people can be.
And worse.
Worse.
Oh, yeah.
Especially women.
I remember stories of a countess who would go down to a village that she was lording over, and would kidnap all of the young virgins so that way she could bathe in their blood.
Oh, I know which. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. It was one of the queens.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, all because she thought that it made her skin look younger.
I think I'm already sick, man. I just started coughing.
One of the things I said, and I said it just in passing, I didn't really elaborate, and I should make a whole video on it. In that video I made about finding the right woman, I said in passing, both genders have certain behaviors that are germane to them, and we need to make sure that we don't excuse men of our bad behavior in this whole thing. We have to be in context at all times. We have to be balanced and fair to both sides and honest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sure, women, like, you can get a unicorn and she's still a woman, she's still going to act like a woman, and that's, and we're men and we're still going to act like men, so it's not
right,
like...
except in a culture in which no one wants to acknowledge any of those differences, certain social norms have to be reinforced, like, rigidly, and I would rather not see that.
I don't know as if we should be rigid about it. I mean, to what extent? Like, what are you talking about? How rigid would you be?
For us, what I consider rigid, someone else would go and consider liberal, and I know that for a fact. That would probably have to be agreed upon by the society itself, and that, I think, is where part of the issue comes in. We have a ideal, but except we don't want to do as what it takes to attain that ideal. And
well, certainly when it comes to the law in the courts, there's a societal agreement there. But by the same token, between each couple, they have to come to this agreement between the two of them on a personal level, and society needs to fix the mess in the courts and the laws.
Yeah, except I don't see the problems on a individual level being fixed without a shift in social views, and I don't see a change on the legal end without a shift in social views. regardless of what's going to happen, we have to change, affect the essence of society and what those societal norms are first.
It's a two-track approach. Both have to go together, and because if one is with, it's like I say, if you marry a woman who's going to turn the law on you, well then don't be surprised when she turns the law on you. It's like these women who go, he's a
every woman
dad.
can.
Well,
No
then don't
woman
marry
is
a
safe.
deadbeat dad.
Except every woman can, and the odds are so bad that a man has to enter into any type of interaction with the base assumption that no woman is safe.
Well, that's why you got to have a checklist for that. That's why you got to have you walk up to her and say, how do you vote? Well, my name is Susie. I didn't ask you your fucking name. How do you vote?
Well, as helpful as that is, it really is. But as helpful as that is, by trying to go and do that, I can see a lot of people trying to go and turn it into a strictly a political argument, and that is not the issue here. It really isn't. I mean, what we have is, or at least as far as I see it, is only through a mass act that is like Mgtow or the Herbivore Men. Only through something like this can we encourage a social change, and the type of change that we as men want to see in society. Well, I mean, we are not calling for the subjugation of anybody. We're not calling for the stripping of anyone's rights. If anything, we are effectively calling for an egg to be called an egg and an apple to be called an apple, and to go and base things off such understandings. Wow, that was a bit of a rant. Todd, your mic is on mute.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I see what you're saying. That wasn't a rant. It made perfect sense. And that's basically what is the basis of everything that I think and say and write in my books. You have to be harmonious with your human nature. And what we've managed to do in the last 50 years has become completely out of phase with our nature, and that's what got us in the mess we're in.
When it comes to being out of phase with nature, currently a normal level of lead is like 16,000 times higher than as to what it was in the 1500s. That doesn't sound very safe to me. I could be wrong, but like I said, I think we are going to have to go and plow the road towards a new future, because nothing else that has ever been tried has worked, and we can't think of things in terms of using what has already failed. We have to look as to what has worked in the past and expand on that, and only that. We acknowledge and keep record of all of our mistakes in hopes of not doing that again. But we have to teach them as mistakes, and as you had alluded to, the evil hand of Karl Marx reaching out of the grave to instill communism into the 21st century. it has to be clear. It needs to be taught. It needs to be shown, and we need to remember, but we need to expand on our success and move away from our failures.
Well said.
Yeah, I tend to go on these like little mini rants from time to time.
Well, there's nothing wrong with them. I mean, you're hitting the points, and it's just, I mean, the change is not an easy thing to do, and it just, a lot of people with the shit that we were in, it's like everyone's down in a ditch looking up, and like first they're all freaking out. What the hell do we do? I mean, how much are we in debt in the United States alone? Was it trillions or something like that?
$127 trillion.
Okay,
like,
so we've switched over to cultural Marxism now?
Feminism is just a bastard child of it. It's like it's
exactly. Exactly.
Oh,
did you ever see that? Did you see the video I did on the Greek problem, and I embedded that Russian?
Oh, what was Sparta?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I embedded that Russian. He was basically here to make sure that we became the country that we are today.
I'd rather be the country we were in 1793. As backwater as we were, we had the potential to become so much more than we have.
Oh, what was the Russian? I want to say it was an old Russian president who says that in due time America will pretty much gobble up at communism. I can't think of the Khrushchev. It's like, and it's just like it's like in the classroom alone. There's one teacher who says, "There's nothing wrong with communism. There's nothing wrong with socialism," and I just, Mao, Lenin, Stalin. Tell me.
Hundreds of millions of people dead. It doesn't matter.
Practical functionality. It does not work. Big state kills people. Let people be themselves. And
genocide has killed more people than all disease.
I just looked at the teacher, and this is the same teacher who, in her grand wisdom, was talking about military bases. And this is a Southern history course, and honestly believe the reason why they put military bases in the South was to subjugate the black people. And I couldn't help myself. I just say, do you realize the South is one of the most diverse areas in climate, and that when you're looking at the Cold War era, you have the Soviet Union with tundra warfare, going into mountainous desert regions, going into Vietnam. You've got to have these training facilities to get people somewhat acclimated before they go into the combat zone.
Yeah.
The look on her face, the look was just like a deer in headlights. Like, really?
Oh no. See, they like to go in and tell a lot of stories. See, I've lived down south. I've lived up north. There is more racism up north.
Mm-hmm.
There really is, because I can go and walk around town over in Louisiana, and just walk up to a black family having a barbecue and munch, and they can do the same. It's over there. It's a food culture. Up here, it's like a class. It's a class culture, and it's disgusting.
You know, I really, as a Canadian, looking at you guys, here's what I see. It's not about color. There is, the average American would trust a guy like Bill Cosby or my neighbor. He's a button-down engineer, black guy. I'd trust him with my life. Nice guy. We don't have a problem with color. We have a problem with the culture of the pants down to here, yo-yo, baby mama, all that. That's it. There's nothing wrong with that.
A culture of just kind of disrespect and no self-respect.
Yeah.
The culture that brought Detroit to dust.
A culture of disrespect. I like that. That actually describes very well, because over here in Detroit, it really is. If your child is learning to read well in the first, second grade over here, I'm not kidding. The other students will go and tease them for going and not being black enough. They actually see it as being a race traitor for going and learning over in some of these areas, and I don't get it. I really just don't get it. And I know.
It's tribalism. It's very basal thinking. They actually want to keep people in the tribe. And you see this over in Africa too. If somebody starts to do well, everybody gangs up on them. So they all race to the bottom, and that's.
Well, I mean, I can understand jealousy and stuff like that, but I mean, damn. And the thing is I don't see this everywhere. I see this in certain areas, like yeah, and where I see it, I see this. I see this praising mediocrity. If you're among the best, you are vilified for going and making everyone else feel bad. And if you're on the bottom, oh, you should feel bad for not winning, but except don't feel too bad. But if you're in the middle and you do nothing,
you're perfect.
That is good. Yeah,
it's envy and it's childish. I talk about this in the book. I don't know if you read that, where I talk about there's a difference between jealousy and envy. Jealousy means you want to have something somebody else has, and envy means you want to destroy it just because it's a value. And this is fostered by people like Obama and Sharpton and Jackson, and it's sick. And they're in the whole Democrat Party. That's their stock in trade.
See, for me though, I see that, and I'll be honest, I'm greedy. All right, I'm greedy. I'm the kind of guy who's greedy to the point where I want those extra hours. All right, I want that extra paycheck.
That's not greed.
Of what I can. Well, no, it is greed, but it is a productive greed. I do believe that there are different types of greed. All right. I would rather go and be lazy, and what that is that I'd rather go and get it done now, and then go and sleep and relax later.
No, but don't let them own words like greed. That's what they're doing is they're misplacing the term, and it's an abuse of the language. Therefore, it's an abuse of consciousness, and we shouldn't let them do that. This is what they're trying to say is ambition is bad.
Oh yeah, excellence in anything is bad.
Yeah, ambition is not bad.
I like that. Ambition.
But it's all wordplay, and at the end of the day, they want to figure out a way that they can conspire to live in society in such a way that they live off other people's money. And that's all that it's about. And when you start to see it like that, it all makes sense.
Right. See, but I want to see a new economy in the end. I want to see a new economy. And by that is, I want to see a world where stuff has no value.
Why would you want that?
Why? Because as what that means to me is that means we have entered into the age of abundance and are ushering into a type 1 civilization.
Well, let's put it this way: if you work hard on something, and you make be it a document or you re-engineer a plant or whatever you do, that has value. And I think
that has value. That has intellectual value, and yes, you should be rewarded. But what I'm talking about as stuff is you, as the inventor, you hold the patent. You get X amount of whatever is ever printed anywhere or for anything. Okay, but for the consumer, all that it ever really costs is the cost of the raw material and the ability to go and download the plans.
No, but there's marketing, there's shipping, and there's the value of the guy that made the idea.
Right, and you, as the man who came up with the idea, right? You go and get paid your money from a download or whatever else. The point is, we need to move away from a consumable type marketplace and economy to more of a intellectual property based economy, and less from a materials based economy.
Well, for example, here's a perfect example. A drug company, on average, your average pill that you put in your hand, the first one cost $1 billion.
I thought it was 10.
By the time you get the FAC, whatever, approval, and you get your laboratories, and then you factor in all the failures, the first one is $1 billion, and then the rest are just, that's why they put a limit of, I think, 20 years, and then it can go generic. But if you kill that off, then what happens is you would stop innovation, and you would stop the dynamic.
No. See, that is a drug. That is something you're not going to really be able to make. What I'm talking about are scissors, stuff, everyday stuff.
Well, the marketplace does factor that in. The marketplace takes a pair of scissors, and they're all basically pretty cheap right now because there's no innovation there. So you can change the design, the metallurgy. You can make them safe for children. Some I've got some in the kitchen that do certain things, and others in the that cut stuff at my desk. It's just a matter of like the marketplace prices everything perfectly.
In the end, yes, but there's a lot of fluctuation for a while, and that's the way it's going to work for a while, and that's the way it should work.
Capitalism is an excellent system. What we need to do is we need to remove the people inside the system who have used politics.
We need to remove the Federal Reserve. We need to go and get rid of a lot of this crap.
That is politics. Every dollar that's out there that's not backed by production and value, that dollar is inflationary, and it's rotting the economy from the inside out.
Do you realize that the U.S., in order to go and balance out with all the inflation that we're going to have to experience, we're going to have to experience up to 34% interest rate from the Federal Reserve? You realize that?
They're doing that, yeah. Think of it, every 10 years you get your 30% inflation.
That is how high it's going to have to be.
Every 10 years you get your 30% inflation. When I bought my first car in 1981, the fucking interest rates were 21%.
Yeah. See, all this, we are now loaning at 0%, and I'm over here screaming. I'm just over here screaming at all of these interest rates, going, "What is wrong with you?"
We have 0% interest rates because that's all we can afford.
We have an extra $4 trillion in cash dumped on the market.
I see where Obama wants to repatriate money and bring all this offshore money. Do you know what would happen to the United States economy if $4 trillion came home? You'd have $85 tomatoes.
Nothing. nothing would actually happen. It would go to all of Obama's little buddies. It go to a number of pet projects, and it would all go and get wasted throughout the entire through the use of paperwork, and throughout our great bureaucracy. Annually, we burn what, 300 billion on needless duplicate paperwork.
No, but you know how much money $4 trillion is? If that amount of money, even with the waste you're talking about, came back into the economy, you'd have $85 tomatoes. Inflation would go right off the scale.
$85, I think, is optimistic. That is optimistic, because you're talking going from, what is it, $12 trillion in total cash assets on the market, currently in our M2 money supply. Yeah, having
how he's going to do it? He's going to give them, I think, 12% tax rate the first year, 19% the second year, and just phase them in. And what would happen is, if all that money came rushing back, I mean, that's still not a good enough deal to bring it back. That money is, the problem with that money is it doesn't trust Obama, and it doesn't trust the bureaucracy. It just doesn't trust anybody. It doesn't just trust Jeb Bush. It doesn't trust big government.
Why are they pushing Jeb Bush?
That's because the system is corrupt, and he is as big a whore as Hillary is.
Oh. Now that is a whore, man. I am sure you could drive a semi up that gooder. Damn.
Hillary and Jeb are the same person. If you look at their policies,
every last
identical.
one of them. They are all progressives. Bill was more of a classical Democrat, and he was liberal.
Exactly. Hillary would not be the third term for Bill. She'd be the third term for Barack Obama. She'd be a disaster. And so would Jeb. Jeb Bush is a progressive as the day is long. But the big money's behind him. He's got the machine. Who cares what you and I think? Nobody gives a fuck what you and I think. It's all about the money, and it's all about access.
Imagine just a crash coming. That's going to be a bloodshed, because everyone's going to be going off the kilter on that one. Regardless of any beliefs or anything, everyone's just going to go dog eat dog, and it's going to be a civil unrest with any type of massive fluctuation, like you were saying.
Buy guns.
As long as your state doesn't ban them. Oh man, that's always bothers me when I see all these gun laws. It's like, yeah, you take away the guns, I don't trust you.
Exactly.
Although I still laugh every.
Guns.
Golden guns, the only things that are reliable. What was it? What was the line from the Colombian Plata or Pluma? Silver or lead, that's the only things you can really trust in the long term.
Exactly. I've been asked if I think this thing is going to crash, and you know what? Yes, it will. I don't know how or when. I just know that all the fundamentals are wrong, and I don't know what to do about it.
I don't think there really is anything to do about it. I think the sad state of affairs is it has to come, and there's really no way to stop it. It's a semi truck going straight off a cliff, and it just more or less you're going to go off the cliff anyway. Are you going to try to hit the brakes and probably jackknife, or are you just going to just keep on going? It's going to be a mess anyway, and people are not thinking of, oh, let's just like stop the stupid stuff, like jump out of the truck.
People are addicted to the free money, and as long as stupid people can vote, the truck is going to keep heading to the cliff. And we don't have capitalism. We have fascism.
Cronyism.
We have big companies that have jumped in bed with the big government.
It'll be bedtime, okay?
And it's
You like this?
we don't have anything that even resembles capitalism anymore.
I tried explaining that to several people, and they think what we have right now is capitalism. It's like the government and the private sectors have merged together. You got two different entities.
It's the politics of pull. Who do you know? Whose palms have you greased? How can we write regulations to protect our industry from anybody coming in? We have big corporations paying their homage to the gods in Washington. It's all done through these lobbyists. I mean, how on earth do you have your average politician going into Washington, and then he comes out of there 10 years later, a millionaire, multi-millionaire? Somebody's got their speaker up too loud, too close to their mic.
I got a headset on, so yeah, I think it's you, not.
All right, so I'm finally working again. Okay.
You're back.
Okay.
My internet kicked out again. I don't know if you noticed, but I didn't move down there. I'm assuming for a while.
No audio, but I saw you moving back and forth.
Yeah, this whole thing just froze up.
So I think that the
but yes, the gods in DC. You said that it actually made me think. I wonder if these people actually get a complex where they think that they are atop Mount Olympus.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Chicago politics.
Yeah.
They think they're gods, so.
They don't think they are gods. They think they are sultans.
Hey, did you see what our new did you see what our new governor in Illinois did?
Yeah, Walker, not Walker, Reiner. Rauner.
He told everybody he basically brought right to work in here in Illinois, and he called the union thugs gangsters and the mafia.
It's not that far off.
He said these people walk up to somebody and say, "Here, sign this union card because we know where your wife works and we know where your kids go to school and we can make your life a living hell." And he said, "Enough of that.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to sign anymore."
Yeah,
AFL-CIO.
The only scary. I started laughing. There's several people who are just big on the left and the big the state just started screaming at, "Oh, he's evil, he's evil, he's evil." I'm like, because he was even making remarks, I think, like, we cannot function like this with this amount of spending. And I'm like,
Yeah.
It's common sense. You're so far in debt. You've leveraged everything up, and you're still sinking. It's time just to throw shit out the door. You cannot function anymore. And you have to find what's essential and get rid of the worthless drivel, because you're gonna die otherwise. It's like saying, "Hey, I got gangrene on half my leg, but I want to keep my leg. It's my leg."
We had a premier in Ontario about 20 years ago.
Actually goes and brings me to circumcision. Okay, this is an issue that honestly had taken me by surprise in the Mgtow realm. I was not expecting this. Anyone else?
Never heard of it.
All right. Well, the whole thing is that circumcision removes like 40,000 nerve endings.
Oh yeah, it does. It's.
And it actually causes changes in the brain because of the huge amount of cortisol that is produced as a result. I mean, levels of cortisol are elevated across the board for up to 6 months afterwards. in all boys that are circumcised. Even like right after birth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on this issue, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting this issue to come up in Mgtow.
Really?
I wasn't expecting it. I'll be honest. It's not an issue that I had expected to come up.
Oh. I was actually surprised it didn't come up sooner, but I mean, I think the biggest reason why a lot of people don't think about it is that it's done, it's over with a lot of guys, and the MGTOW communities, it looks appear to be looking at like, hey, we don't want future boys to go through the same snip problems, and I mean, enough of them I think have come to terms with the fact that it's gone, and that the choices of really doing it are not, at least as of yet, conducive to solve the problem. I mean, and then hearing all the quote-unquote reasons to why they're trying to push for circumcision is kind of a little wonky, and the information seems suspect because, I mean, what was it? Supposedly, if you get a circumcision, you're less likely to get AIDS, and then it's like...
AIDS, herpes, HPV, chlamydia, gonorrhea. They're trying to say that if you go and get snipped, you are less likely to ever have an STD. I don't know how much I believe that.
Well, a lot of the companies that are, or where it was funded from, I believe were by companies that produce the tools for circumcision. I'm like 90% sure, so it's like...
I'm seriously, how many companies on this planet can there be for that? Well, wait a minute. I mean, if you're thinking about it, that's a lot of dicks you gotta cut.
That's a pretty, but it's a pretty fringe issue, don't you think?
It is, and I was kind of taken back as to how the community jumped on it so vigorously.
What, did Sandman make a video?
I think he did.
I remember this thing going on, this argument, this circumcision, for the last 6 to 8 months or so.
Yeah, it's been going on for a while, and and I'll be honest, I have a weird view of it because I was cut and my brother wasn't. And I saw him actually get a number of infections. I mean, there were a couple of years where he had to apply Vaseline like every night. And that in cases like that, I guess I can understand it. But from my understanding, cases like that are like 1 out of 10,000.
And I think that's the biggest thing is that, I mean, I'm not jumping on it big time, but I would support it only due to the fact that I'm looking at the long term, that unless it's a medical necessity, I don't see the reason for chopping off the tip, so to speak.
I don't understand why Mgtow is even talking about this.
Well, I think what it was, I mean, I'm looking from a more positive outlook. I think they're looking at it like you got all these feminists screaming female genital mutilation. And
having a hot iron pressed against your...
Oh yeah, no, but it's like it's not. It's in some cases. I mean, you're removing a part of the body that, in all honesty,
is healthy.
Yes, is healthy, and one of it is brought from cultural, religious, and one is, at least as of now, is talked of supposed medical reasons. Now, I don't have the I'm no expert in it, but just from cursory glance, like, there appears to be medical reasons, but it doesn't appear to be really necessary. And I think what it is that Mgtow wants another arrow in their quiver, and they see, and it makes sense, because if you think about it, it's stopped for girls because there's really no true medical reason for it, and for boys, it's kind of like, oh yeah, from the beginning you're already getting right then and there, and it kind of is I think it's kind of like an emotional shock or emotional sting still there, like, you know what? If you're going to make the argument,
I don't know how much I can take that as a reason. I mean, they did a study on this. It was like in the 90s, where they were trying to go and determine whether or not they 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 should use anesthesia prior to cutting or not, and they deemed using using a needle and putting the needle in the penis was too traumatic for the child. So how the hell is cutting it off not traumatic?
and I was going to say, like with that stuff, it's like I think that's why they're jumping over it, because it when you start thinking about it, there is a big emotional pull at it, and if you start arguing equal rights, you do have a quiver to say, hey, you got bodily autonomy of not being mutilated from birth. Men, as a whole, at least in the United States and some Western countries, don't have that, and it's as I say, I still think it's an arrow in the quiver. How valid, I will never know in the long term. We'll see that years down the road, though.
I think it's distracting. I think we should stick to the knitting. I think we should find marketing ideas to get people absolutely like educated, especially the young fellas. I think we should become more regional. We need regional leaders to get out there and bring more people.
Well, I think mayor of Mgtow and the straight the straight shooter are starting that phenomenon. As of right now, we have other men going and joining in. We have one guy who's already purchased. He has gone and personally sealed a tent and spray painted it and everything. Mgtow outreach project, and which is really cool. He's just looking for someone to go and give it to. We need to have a philanthropy side to us. We need to have an academic side. Honestly, I like the idea of Mgtow labs and Mgtow businesses, that Mgtow resorts. All right.
That's a good idea. Like places where we could go and just hang out and golf and fish.
Exactly.
I'd like to see Mgtow have more like flyers, stickers, and posters that we can put up around all over the place, and we could independently take it upon ourselves to bring the message to our regions and our cities and our counties. And that's something that I could help do with as a graphic designer, is help put this material together.
The mayor came up with a billboard that was about helping men and men helping other men and this kind of thing. And that is one end, but I like your end. You're young and in college. And the reason why is because we need to establish networks into college, because a number of Mgtow are generally, at least in a previous life, very successful, and can be again. If we have a Mgtow chemist who wants to go and open up his own shop, having access to chemistry students would be a benefit. Would it not? We would effectively become a Mgtow secret society. Except as funny as it is, I think we have lost that. We have lost that cultural thing of men helping the next generation of men come up to replace them. That is something we have lost.
I think that we need to bring knowledge to people. We have the information already there. We need to let more people know about Mgtow. Just simply have the Mgtow symbol.
Movies?
And then say, look us up.
Now,
Google
flyers probably on
Mgtow.
boards and stuff like that. A Facebook page, haha, is cliched as it is nowadays, but just doing that stuff and have a resource for people just to be passing interest and let them look at it. And
No. Choose one word. Choose. A Mgtow symbol, right? The street sign going your own way. Choose, and then underneath the website.
Yeah, tell people
something that
to look,
simple. It has to be something simple. It can't
exactly.
be a long billboard. It has to be one word.
No, a phrase. Mgtow, look which way you go. Something like that. Like it's something like that. It's like you have to
look both ways.
Yeah,
I think there's already enough information.
I like that.
Just simply put.
I like that. Mgtow, look both ways.
Yeah, it's like you have to have like that little phrase, so it gives them. It's a little catchy, draws their attention, and you can have the sites underneath the flyer right then there. The information is
And a phrase that already has a meaning. A phrase that is already stuck in the brain, so it already.
Here's what you do. Here it is. It's Mgtow. Google the new way forward, and people just Google Mgtow, and you're already in the world. That's the thing. We need to get people to Google it, and then they start watching videos, Sandman, Barbarossa, they come into these groups, they start to see my videos, whatever. They see shit out there. It's everywhere.
Because you know what? Yeah, that makes sense, because I mean, before I even knew of the Mgtow or MRAs, stuff like that, because I'm not a big computer guy or internet guy, I didn't know it all, I just kind of felt alone, and once I found Mgtow, it was like, I'm like, holy crap, I'm not the only one out there. Yeah. An advertisement, and yeah, have Google Mgtow and stuff like that. That would be perfect to put out there, because that's going to grab so much attention.
We've already got the material. Everything you need to know. I mean, Jesus Christ, we've degenerated into talking about circumcision. All the good information's already been said. What more do you need to say? Women be bitches. Stay away from them.
Exactly. A lot of the content being made now is repetitive.
Exactly.
We need to, as a community, to go and compile all of this information. We need to actually compile it. Let's say you go into a men's
room. Okay, let's say you go into a men's room. Anywhere. You can drop off.
And you go to piss, and you got stickers over at the urinals.
You put your stickers up. You go to have a coffee. You slide your little Mgtow 4-inch by 4-inch brochure under the salt shaker. You meet another one of your fellows, a buddy of yours. Hand it to him. Say, here, make business cards. Have business-sized cards.
All of that is fancy. Over here in Detroit, we use spray paint.
I could just see you crawling.
It's what you're doing, but I'm thinking overpass.
I was just about to say, I can see you going up on a water tower tower. Do the Mgtow symbol. You just have white, yellow and black spray.
I actually thought about it over at the Packard plant. There's a huge water tower over there, but I don't know if enough people are going to see it over there.
It's going to be thousands of people making thousands of impressions over a long period of time, and we need to have good ways of
a strong base, a strong core.
We have enough people already to do it. Just persistently taking it upon yourself to drop the message off wherever you go.
And reining it back in. See, that tends to be another issue that we have. We need to go and rein it back in. We have our core things. And one, don't trust a woman right off the bat. Two, don't get married. Three, do whatever you can to not put a target on the back of your head.
And do the Todd litmus test.
See, I like the hot sauce. I have a variety of different hot sauce. But
the main thing is to get the guys warned when they're young, and then get them involved in the community,
yes.
watching the videos, and they will educate themselves.
So we need to be able to go and update the information. See, a lot of the information is there, but it needs to be compiled, and it needs to be compiled into a visual media format. As much as I hate it, that's the only way to actually get the masses to absorb it, because the masses, well, let's face it, are generally dumb.
I don't know. I think there's plenty of information out there now, videos, web pages, and stuff already. Memes.
Oh, memes.
Like we have our little, like I'm starting to see these little cartoons and stuff.
Yeah. A Mgtow meme campaign. Huh? I like the sound of that. What to offer? What to
Just
offer?
have the Mgtow symbol. Google a new direction for men, and just put that every fucking where you go, and we all do it.
Right. I understand that one, but we are wanting to have the core Mgtow symbol, but I'm also thinking of expanding, like meme Mgtow meme bombing the internet. And the reason being, I was one of the original guys of let's try and keep this as low tone as possible. We go and we argue, and we get our points across. We go and we beat a feminist on their own turf over on Jezebel, Cafe Mom. All right, we go and beat them in the comment section. All right, yeah, let's go and do that and let's have some fun. But ever since the Sexodus article, all right, we have gotten a huge amount of attention, and we have had every lefty group and right-wing group that you can imagine try to co-opt us. We have had a bunch of different people try and go and define us. We, as a collective, and this is really very interesting to watch, as a collective, we uniquely defy definition. we as a community are fluid enough that we can adapt, and that allows us to have the fluidity of thought that allows us to expand our own realities. And I know this sounds kind of shamanish, but I'm being serious here. But yeah, we have to have that core symbol. We have to have that core ideology, and we need to be able to rally around that.
Do you know why they can't co-opt Mgtow? Because it's too organic. It's too natural. It derives from a real problem, and men understand it. I mean, when you discover Mgtow,
right?
Like when you discover Mgtow, it's like, oh, they know what I know. I'm not alone.
Exactly.
Like, we're not telling anybody they did something they didn't already know.
We're just saying you're not alone.
We're just telling them you're not alone.
It's only instinct.
You've all been screwed over.
At the way you had just described it, you had almost described Mgtow as a instinctual reaction to a problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
Huh.
It's like its own living entity.
Yeah. I like it.
So Google a new direction for men, have the Mgtow symbol and the word Mgtow above it, and then just put them everywhere. They don't have to be stickers. They can just be little cards.
Mm-hmm.
And then people go, what the hell is this?
See, that is what we want. We want people to ask the question, what the hell?
Yeah, what is this?
I don't want to go and pique curiosity. I want them to ask, what the hell? Because if you're just a little curious, all you're going to do is wait for another form of advertisement, and if you don't see it, who cares? But if you get them to ask,
well, they'll Google it to find out what it is. And then when they start searching for it, they'll begin poking their nose around what the community is, and they will discover it for themselves. And then it'll spark a conversation, say on a campus, like, what is this Mgtow thing? And then the guys, oh, that's men going their own way, and we're sick and tired of women treating us this way, and we're going on strike.
See, but according to him, Mgtow on campus is already very present. We just have to go and actually network.
Yeah.
To actually go and enforce this en masse from the sound of it.
Well, here's the thing. Don't always expect it. Here's the thing. That's just my simple situation.
Right. Because I understand that.
And I think that's the thing. Is like,
even if 1 out of 10 is like that, even if 1 out of 10, huge numbers.
Well, boys, I'm tired. I'm tired.
Well, you got. Oh wait, no. Today's Saturday. You can sleep in, don't you?
Yeah, I got to get up and do my hangout
Shoveling?
at 10 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock your time.
Oh yeah, you're gonna want to get some sleep.
Plus, I got to finish my job.
Oh. Oh, that sounds like an ordeal coming for you.
So you guys can carry on without me. I'll. This is a perpetual conversation anyway.
Usually, and I find that they are more organic. And you know what? I'll be honest. We have the way I see it is Mgtow needs to evolve beyond just YouTube videos. Yes, we are going to need more, but we need to build. We have talked about this in the past. We need to build as a community, and not just as a rough collection of videos. We need to grow as a community.
Well, what I've learned from being involved in libertarian type of people, which is basically the same kind of cat that we are. It's like trying to herd cats. It's like trying to nail Jello to a wall. We all have our own independent streak to us, so trying to get us into some sort of a cohesive whatever is...
Right, and that is true, but here's something to think about. We have already become cohesive enough to actually become what Mgtow is today. That's kind of scary to begin with. There are enough men experiencing the same thing for this to form.
Yeah.
That's fairly serious.
And what we need to do now is just expand on that organic base and then bring more people into the understanding and expand the strike, expand the force. We need to become a force of no and stop the women in their tracks by simply walking away from them. Take those declining marriage rates and make them decline even more.
well, you can't have marriage, or you can't have divorce rates without marriage rates, and I'll be honest, as a social construct with the way our tech is going, I don't think we're going to even need surrogates in 25 years. I think
And
the
there's a
day
whole other
of
conversation I can't get
the
into.
artificial womb is
So,
coming. I believe that.
Hopefully, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, okay.
Well, this originally was supposed to end at around 6:30, but I'll be honest, I'm happy it kept going. But this is a Mgtow Day podcast, so it'll end at midnight.
Okay. Have a good night, fellas.
You too.
There we go.
Oh yeah, it's just getting those people. It's just as he said, it's like herding cats. That's
Oh, it is. It is. Except that's part of the issue that I have about going and having a Mgtow meme campaign and an outreach campaign to get our name out there. One as a concept. But we need to be able to also organize. And if there's enough of us actively involved, regardless, a certain percentage will be open to the idea of organizing. See, right now, this kind of works by relying on the laws of large numbers.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm hoping that you know about.
Yeah, well, with those I know, but it's like the thing is, most of them are they're elusive. When something happens, they're just like, you know what? They float away, and I think it's just they float away because they realize how much shit's gonna happen when the shit hits the fan. They're tired of it.
Yeah.
I think
that's the thing. The shit will hit the fan, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. Mgtow is the ultimate airbag, is the ultimate air cushion. We can go and reestablish society with our collective knowledge and already shown and expressed a unit cohesion.
Mm-hmm.
We're already doing it. As young as we are, as fresh as we are actively working against our own biology. We are choosing to go and use our minds. We are choosing our own futures. We are choosing what we want instead of what we desire in that moment based on chemical processes. We are using logic. We are using reason. And we can achieve a future by doing so. Wow, that kind of went off there. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. I mean, it's to be expected. Just every. I mean, that's the other thing. I start laughing. It's like we don't care if everyone thinks we're ranting, but we're saying it like it is, and we're not shying from it. I think that's the thing that many people on the outside are unnerved about. It's like we look at it, we see what it is, and we're calling it what it is.
And that scares them.
Mm-hmm.
It really does. It scares them. Because and you're right, that's the whole thing of being politically correct. By being politically correct, you control the language. By controlling the language, you control thought because you think in that language, in what you are used to using.
Newspeak for 1984. I get reprimanded when I bring that up to students. It's like when someone's talking about you got to be nice, you got to be politically correct, you can't say these things. I threw this to a high school student. Read it. Like, read it, and you will understand so much more.
Oh no! See, what I like is a brave new world.
That is the most unnerving book I've read.
Dude, he couldn't deal with it and lynched himself, and they expected it.
Mm-hmm.
They figured he was going to do it because, and the sick part is that the drugs they were talking about, Soma, we actually have now. And people will go and take them and put themselves into a Soma coma. Oh my god.
I know, that's the terrifying part because it's just so much of that. I picked up that book and I got everyone rolled their eyes at me. Oh, you're reading because you want to be a hipster. First thing first, I wanted to punch him in the face for that alone, that insult alone. And it was like because like when I was in high school, they never gave us good books. They gave us the shittiest things ever. Or if they gave us a good book, they had to really tweak it around to fuck with you. So you had to say it a specific way. I'm finally reading this, and I'm like, oh, this is just utterly terrifying. Like, this is happening. Like, it's like...
I'm just a little older than you are, and we got to choose our own books. A friend of mine did the entire Divine Comedy.
Oh, sounds fun. Oh man!
But that was every time. If he did that now, holy shit, he'd be expelled. No, and I'm not that much older than you are. I am literally among the very last Xers. I was born in '81. December of '81.
Oh yeah, you're on the tail end.
Oh yeah, so I am a cusp, okay? But because of where I grew up and how I grew up, everyone I grew up with was at least 2 years older than I was. All right? I was in high school at 12. So everyone was older than me. It really wasn't a new thing. Yeah. Hey, yeah, we're going out over here. You want to come?
I can't go.
Sorry, I can't even drive yet. You're a senior. Yeah, but my birthday isn't for another month. It's like, seriously, it sucks. It sucks.
Oh man, I remember that because I was for my group I was always the youngest one, and it's just like I'm seeing all the older people doing this stuff, and also I'm a late bloomer, which is always infuriated me to no end.
See, I don't know. How do you define a late bloomer? Because I didn't sport my first hair down there until I was 13, I think.
I mean, it started in 8th grade, but I'm talking about like maturity level and all that other stuff.
Oh.
And also coming to and also actually being able to experience things because as I said, I don't fit in my age group. My age group that year or two buffer zone, I do not relate to anyone, and it's like it either is significantly older or significantly younger I relate to. And it's like I finally hit a certain age, and it was like I came into my own, and when it comes down to it, I start steamrolling people unintentionally. But it's like, yeah, it's all these things is like because I mean, I was the ostracized nerdy guy. I mean, what annoyed me the most was like with all the, remember the Super Predator that they were bringing up in the 90s? Was it a facepalm or a trying to remember? Because there's a distinct, because like you know what you remember the Super Predator.
Oh my god. Okay, how about this? I was getting the Gamer magazine announcing the development of Alien versus Predator.
Oh.
You want to talk about being ostracized? My dad was an engineer and literal rocket scientist who worked at McDonald, on Mercury, on Gemini, and on Skylab.
Oh damn, that's cool. Well, I gotta understand the ostracization, but it's like For me, that's
and it gets better. My mom was a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And my uncles were pastors, and my parents were Gideons.
Oh man. Oh,
so,
then I have nothing to bitch about.
and I joke about it, but I went off to a military school at age 12 so I could have a tiny bit of freedom. I'm not kidding. I would get in trouble, and I would do it because I was bored out of my skull. But for punishment, it was either a spanking, grounding. But except next to that, I also had to go and copy down books of the Bible.
Oh, I hated that. Was my worst punishment ever.
Oh, you got that one too?
Catholic family.
Holy crap, dude! Daniel is wicked though.
My mother has a 6. She's a good. I love her to death. She's a good mother. She's a good woman. She had me doing Revelations. Scare the shit out of your kid. She's the one who would only use a spanking as a last resort. She believed in.
Not mine. Not mine. My mom had it down to a science. I am not kidding. In a single motion.
I know this motion.
The belt would fly out into a hand.
Bam.
Bam! Right to the back of the ear. Inside a half a second. Bam! To the back of the ear. Oh, man. To this day, I have tried that. I have practiced that. I can't do it.
It takes a lot of rotating movement to do it right. Yes,
dude, mom, I'm not kidding. My mom, 4'10", 93 pounds. Short, tiny little Southern farm girl.
Oh man.
She body slammed a friend of mine who's 250 pounds.
Oh man, just.
And you tell me that a tiny woman is weak.
Oh god, that's the ones I'm terrified.
Are you there? Did you hit your cord? Last thing I heard is the ones I'm terrified. Are you, dude?
Oh, I'm back. Sorry, I dropped.
All right, there we go. Okay, now as you were saying, the ones I'm terrified of.
Where was I last? Because I lost track because I just see on my computer.
The ones I am terrified of.
Oh, the little ones. Oh my God! If they don't have a chip on their shoulder, they know where to hit you. I swear to God, my ex. It's like the little ones. Like, you should be terrified of them. They know what they can do.
Yeah.
They know they can pull the innocent card.
No, dude! I saw the creepiest thing for a chick about the same size as my mom, and I was kind of just looking at her and kind of poking fun. I was just kind of cute, and I'm just looking. I was like, "Wow, you are really short." And she like, "No, I'm not short." Oh, really? No, I'm
vertically
fun size.
No, oh God,
I'm fun size. I
run away from.
my shit right there. I lost my. Oh my God. She did this little bounce with it too.
I know which bounce you're talking about. Oh my God. There was one girl who was trying to play that cutesy side, and she got so mad at me. I'm like, don't give me that shit. I know what you're pulling. Or the best one, the girl was trying to pull the innocent card. Oh, me? I don't understand. And I couldn't help myself. Every guy gave me this look like I'm evil. I'm like, don't pull that shit with me. I have a sister. I know that routine. And the look on her face was priceless. Everyone was like chewing me out. How can you say that? And I just look at the girl, and I cross my arms, And she goes, everyone, shut up. He's right. And she just crestfallen, like, damn it. He has me. He has me. He saw through me. And she just gives me this look like, damn, I can't bullshit him. I'm like, don't fuck with me.
See, and I always like that, and that's something that is something I also see. We see this rise in female narcissism with the rise of smaller families.
Mm-hmm.
Like if a chick has like 5, 6 brothers and 4, 5, 6 sisters, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's not going to be as stuck up as one of 2 children.
Mm-hmm.
If she is one of 2 sisters or a sister and a brother, no matter what, she gets the Christmas pony. All right, but but I mean,
I've seen that so many times. And it's like, I must buck that trend because my sister and I are it's just the two of us. But I think half of it.
How the hell did that happen then? I mean, because the only time I ever see that is when a female goes and grows up and is one of like 8 siblings and is not the youngest, because the youngest is always a unholy terror.
Oh, here's the thing. There's a decade difference between us.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And it also helps that we are, I mean. The best way to say I was raised in a traditional family, like traditional. So, the one good thing about and I consider this the true traditional, if either gender acts like an asshole, you're both getting a whooping. It's one of those that maybe that may not be even a traditional one, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like one way or the other, if either one of you act like a piece of shit to anyone for any reason, boy, girl, whatever. You're getting shit. You're gonna get your mouth washed out. You're getting a belt, and any punishment.
Oh, the soap. And I hated the scented soaps.
Yeah.
Oh, you know the I'd rather have just a plain bar of soap.
I had the liquid soap. What made it worse?
No, I had the bars with like the hand moisturizer shit in there, and these were the bad ones in the 80s, dude.
No, my grandmother, when I mouthed off, took my jaw, opened it, put a squirt on my tongue, held my mouth open, and rubbed it in there.
Oh no, I never got that.
I don't remember what I said or what I did after that.
Oh no.
I was on extra good behavior.
Oh no, see, I'll be honest, I was an unholy terror as a child, okay? I taught myself how to repel when I was really young, and I am really glad my mom and dad didn't figure out what I was teaching myself at every time we would go to the parks or into the woods or whatnot. And I was a giant fan of MacGyver.
Oh, Richard Dean Anderson. Oh,
yeah, well, here I am. I'm a 9-year-old American kid rappelling down the outside or out of his balcony from his 6-story apartment in Hiroshima, Japan, at 2:30 in the morning. And people think I'm making this up, but I'm not kidding. If I ever go and do a hangout and my brother's here, he could tell you stories of it, dude. He'll probably go and talk about the a rocket launcher Chris and I built, or actually lighting the balcony on fire. That was fun.
Okay, I never lit a balcony on fire. I can say that I never lit a balcony on fire.
I shot a Roman candle through an open window and lit the curtains on fire in a adjacent apartment building in Japan.
Oh man, my mother always said I was a handful.
And oh, you're nothing, dude. I was running around. I was running around, going to stores, going to break. I taught myself how to break into places. Dude, I was horrible. All right, and I was stealing little throwing stars and freaking shurikens and kunais, and I'm running around pretending to be a ninja, literally throwing stars at people and at windows and tires. And oh my god, I was horrible.
I thought all boys do that. I'm serious. This is the stuff. This is the stuff I did.
Dude, I melted a moped in the middle of the street.
What the fuck did you put on it?
It was me and a buddy of mine. We went and had a giant bag of fireworks, and we snuck out of the apartment on ropes and whatnot, and we found this bar. Now over in this bar is actually an underground bar. The entrance is at the main. You just go and walk down some stairs into the bar down below, and we found this moped, and we just thought it looked cool, all lit up with a bunch of fireworks, right? So we rigged it with a bunch of fountains and Roman candles and bottle rockets and all kinds
like
of
I would do.
And we lit the plastic on fire. So eventually we had this flaming moped outside of a bar in the middle of a street, melting into this pile of black goo onto a cobblestone road.
Reminder, guys, this is why you never have a moped.
Dude, I was horrible. When I was 7, my dad and mom for Christmas they got me a chemistry set, and I was in the basement. I was just putzing around, and I'll be honest, I to this day have no idea what the hell I mixed together. But whatever the hell I mixed ate through my dad's brand new slate ping pong table.
Ooh, that's a ooh. Oh man. And this is actually what I get at when I laugh when I hear in classes about boys need to be raised away. You can't let them be. I was like, this is the fun shit. There's a reason why guys and boys love this shit. It's who we are intrinsically. We need that wild spirit in us. We need to express it. Otherwise, you're gonna have.
I grew up going and raising hell up here in Michigan, and then going and climbing mountains and climbing up streams and rocks in Tennessee. All right, I've climbed mountains in Japan. I've been on every continent but Antarctica. I have lived a fun life, and until my divorce, it was a charmed life. All right. Early on it sucked, and I'll give it that. Early on it sucked. Being an orphan and going through 6 foster homes really sucks. And then getting adopted, well, that's cool. And then marrying everybody every 4 years since then until you're now the oldest living member of the family. Well, that sucks, but you learn to deal with it. That's actually what happened for me. But aside from all the death, I've had a fairly charmed life as far as experience and exposure to other cultures. And I can tell you one thing for certain. Bali was a hell of a lot more fun before all the Muslims.
I can believe you.
No, I'm not kidding. I went there as a kid. I went there as a young, very, very young adult. And I went there even later, and it was a lot more fun when I was a kid. Because I remember all of these women going and walking around in these flowing silk things that were barely there over a G-string. I'm not kidding. I am one of those boys that has been getting random stiffies since the age of 1.
Oh man, my mother. Oh God, I love her to death. My uncle was a Casanova, and not one of these bullshit ones. He was a charming man, as my mother says, maybe not the most best-looking man, but he was a charming man who could charm the pants off of anyone.
No, I was a whore.
No, well, my uncle wasn't, but he was a charming bastard, a good one, good heart. Just imagine two blonde, blue-eyed guys going out, a little kid and a guy, going out to a bar, and him coaching me to make sure he would get attention and later on go home with a date. Oh my uncle, such a nice guy.
Like my uncle.
and this white blonde hair and these big sparkly blue eyes looking up. Holy crap, I can remember this. And I think this is why I get this attraction to big-breasted women, is because every single...
I do. See, that's the thing, though. Everybody likes titties. We are all pre-programmed to like titties. As babies, it's our only food source. So, titties are good.
Well, I pissed off a couple of my exes. Now, in normal stasis, they were probably average. My family is notorious to having double Ds as the small side.
And my ex-wife was a 32F.
And here's the thing, with a supermodel hourglass shape. So I am completely messed up. There was this one girl that was so proud that she had a big chest. I'm like, those are small. I'm like, oh my god, I'm fucked up. Anytime, like the only woman I found with massive tits, good-natured girl. This actually was a unicorn, and I kick myself every day for not taking my chance. But I know I would never have gone Mgtow if I didn't. So I don't know like which way I've gone. But this was a...
I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah, exactly. And
freedom or a daily motorboat and waking up to a blowjob.
And this is one of these, the cute chubby, that perfect chubby, just a little extra curves in the right places.
We all like as to what we like. See, personally, I fell for my ex-wife for very obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
She is a 32F, 28-inch waist, and 34-inch hips.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't using my brain, okay?
Yeah. Oh, we know which head you were thinking with. We all had that problem. We all went through that experience that the short sword was winning over the long sword.
Anytime you have an opportunity with like a Pamela Anderson and you are a child of the 80s, damn it, you're gonna fucking take it.
And I think that's what drove me nuts, because this was an actual unicorn. Sweetest personality. This is a girl who went to the mat for other guys when girls were being pieces of shit to him that she didn't even know. Yeah, exactly. It's like it was that frustrating. It's like, and the guy she was with was just using her. It was a pickup artist, and it always drove me up the wall.
I have no respect for a PUA.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like I have no respect for a money-grubbing, gold-digging tramp.
Mm-hmm. And this is the girl that she brought me over to go to a party. Wait a minute.
I gotta sign off here. It's almost midnight as far as the live broadcast. We can finish this here in a moment.
Okay.
This is the conclusion of the very wide-ranging and rambling First International Mgtow Day hangouts, at least for this channel. Hopefully there were some others going on. Thank you for joining us, and I was supposed to have some rum here to go and do this, but I don't. Alas, it has to be done with tea. Salud.
Cheers.
That's Sandman's thing, dude. Not mine. I'm more of telling chicks to go and wash their fish slits.